Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Monster Hunter in Witcher married Ciri? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. 1988. CIRI. Harry looked down at his hands and winced once more. They were once again burned, and it almost felt like they were pulsing in pain to him. His Aunt Petunia had started making him cook for the family and had decided this would be a good punishment when he messed up their food to encourage him to do better next time. He had apparently left the steak on the stove too long and had burnt it. His uncle had been furious, and after his hands were burned, he was locked in his cupboard with no food. They would likely leave him here for a few days before pulling him out again. He tried to take deep breaths and not concentrate on the pain. It was actually something he was good at after so many years. As long as he could make it through the night, he knew his hands would likely be fine in the morning. Most of his wounds were like that. He still got scars from the really bad ones when his aunt and uncle went a little too far, but most seemed to disappear overnight. It was both a blessing and a curse, since it also meant no one believed him about his treatment at the hands of his relatives, and after the last time he tried to speak out to someone, well, let's just say it would be the last time he tried something like that. Come on, Harry, you can do this. Just breathe and go to sleep. It'll be better in the morning. He repeated this over and over in his head as he shut his eyes tight and did everything he could to try and not think of the feelings of pain in his hands. He could feel his consciousness slip and embraced the feeling as much as he could. Took a while to learn how to do that. If you paid too much attention to the process of falling asleep, you would end up not falling asleep because you were suddenly thinking of falling asleep. It took so long to figure out how to recognize you were falling asleep, but simply ignore the fact and even push further into unconsciousness. Harry blinked for a moment and then blinked again. How strange. It felt like his eyes were open, but it was completely dark all around him. This didn't feel like his cupboard. In fact, this didn't really feel like anything. He looked down at his own body and he could see it with no problem. He could see it extremely clearly too, which was weird since there was blackness all around him, and it looked like he was in the dark, and yet it was all wrong. Nothing was making any sense. Harry gulped for a moment and tried to keep himself from panicking. He knew how to do that. He just needed to breathe and not directly focus on the thing causing him to freak out. He took the breaths for a few moments and reclosed his eyes. After a moment he reopened them and finally noticed something. The blackness that surrounded him right now was different from the pitch blackness that he saw when he closed his eyes. Now that he saw the difference, the blackness that surrounded him right now seemed almost reflective maybe? It was almost like he was in a room that was painted the color of something like oil maybe? It had a strange sheen to it that shined somewhat despite there not being any light. He wasn't sure what else it could be though. He looked down at the floor and touched it with his hands. It didn't feel like a liquid. It also didn't feel like it should. He looked down at his hands. His eyes widened as he noticed his hands were fully healed. It looked like they had never been injured in the first place. That being said, as he clenched and unclenched his hands, his sense of feeling seemed to be not what it was. He clenched his hand even tighter until he couldn't press further. Yet, it didn't hurt. He could feel himself doing it, but it never got painful, it didn't even get uncomfortable. How strange. Who are you? Harry immediately felt his body tense up and freeze for a moment before he processed the noise he had heard. It was a voice, a woman's voice. It sounded young, and it was coming from behind him. He realized he was still sitting down on the floor of whatever this room or place was. After a moment, nothing seemed to hit him, so he determined that he was at least partially safe for now. He turned his head and looked into the direction of where he heard the voice. Though he knew it sounded like it, he was still somewhat surprised to see it was an actual young girl. He was even more surprised to see a young girl wearing what appeared to be some sort of princess costume. The girl was very pretty. Her features certainly looked like that of a princess. He wasn't sure what it was called, but she certainly had the look. The thing he noticed most though was her hair. It looked like it was almost white. Her eyes were next to gain his attention. They were green just like his were, Well, not quite just like his. Hers were a slightly different shade, almost blue in spots, than his, but she was the only other person he had met that also had green eyes. Well, Harry blinked as she spoke once more. He had been taking in this strange girl in front of him so much that he had totally forgotten what she had even said to him. What? Was all Harry could think to say back. He saw the girl roll her eyes at the question and felt himself shrink in on himself a little. He knew that was something people did when they were annoyed with you. He didn't like it when people were annoyed with him because they might complain to his aunt and uncle and they might punish him for it.
I'm sorry,
he whispered out before she could say anything further. She frowned at his words and seemed to glare at him for a moment. He shrank away from her as she moved her own face closer to look at him. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? She demanded. Harry blinked back at her in confusion.
I'm sorry,
he said back again, not really sure what else she wanted from him. Stop apologizing and just answer the question. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked. Like what? Like you think I am going to whip you like a dog if you look me in the eye? The girl demanded. Harry shrunk back again at her harsh-sounding words.
I'm sorry.
What did I just say about apologizing? I'm sorry. The girl sighed and leaned away from him once more. She looked around wherever they were before looking back at him. I don't suppose you know where we are, do you? She asked him as she once more looked back at him.
No.
Harry responded quietly to the strange girl. Of course you don't. Do you know anything useful? Probably not, Harry admitted, which was true since he knew nothing about where they currently were or even who she was. What was the last thing you remember? She asked him pointedly. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was here. Harry answered honestly. This girl, while seemingly gruff, didn't seem to have any harmful intentions for him, which was a win as far as he was concerned. It was the same for me. Perhaps we are in some sort of illusion. Illusion? Harry asked before he could stop himself. Yes, you know what an illusion is, right? You know, magic? The girl asked. Magic is real? Harry asked tentatively. Of course it is. How do you not know about magic? Are you from some isolated village or something? She asked.
No.
I'm from CIRI. Harry answered honestly. I have never heard of CIRI. Where is it? The girl asked him curiously. Her voice had lost some of its edge, which caused Harry to lose some of the tenseness in his body. It's near London. In the United Kingdoms. Harry answered honestly. The United Kingdoms. I have never heard of an alliance known as that. Which kingdoms are in it? She questioned. It's England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, I think. Harry said. The girl gave him a strange look. I have never heard of any of those places before. Are they smaller kingdoms? She asked. Well, physically yes, I suppose. Though England was once the largest empire on the planet, known as the British Empire. Harry informed the girl slowly. He had never heard of someone not hearing of the U.K. before. Maybe it was just because he lived here. Maybe she lived somewhere else where they didn't really teach about the U.K. The largest empire? Yes. Where do you live, if you don't mind me asking? Harry asked before quickly amending. I am from Sintra. Sintra? I don't think I have heard of Sintra. Could you give me its relative position? Harry asked slowly, not really sure if it was his place. It is one of the northern kingdoms, north of Nazaire and south of Verdun and Brugge. The girl said. She seemed to speak with some amount of pride when speaking of where she lived. Harry noticed. He wouldn't comment on it though. Instead, he thought of the names she had given him. He didn't recognize any of those names. They sounded like they could be European, but he wasn't quite sure. He didn't know too much about geography. I don't recognize the names. Do you know what continent they are on? He asked. The girl looked at him with a strange eye. What do you mean, which continent? They are on the continent. She answered. That doesn't help. Like, is it on the continent of Europe, Asia, Africa? He tried once more. She frowned at him. I have never heard of those names either. She told him. Harry blinked at that. Maybe this girl wasn't from a place with a strong education system? Or maybe she was homeschooled. I'm sorry then. I can't tell where you are from. Harry told her. She frowned but shrugged. I suppose it doesn't really matter. she said before looking away. She seemed to be thinking about something. Harry had a question that had been niggling in his mind for a while, but he wasn't sure if he should ask it. He didn't want to upset her. He thought about it for a moment before he figured she seemed nice enough and probably wouldn't snap at him for asking a question. "Can I ask? Why are you wearing that?" Harry asked. The girl looked at him before looking down at her clothes. She then sighed. "This is what I fell asleep in. I normally change into my nightgown, but I got into an argument with my grandmother and was too angry to change." She explained. "Why were you wearing a princess costume when you fell asleep? Is it a holiday where you are from?" Harry asked her curiously. The girl looked like she had been slapped in the face, though she didn't look like she was angry. More just surprised. "You knew I was a princess?" "Well, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good costume," Harry told her, and it was. The dress looked very pretty, and she even wore a necklace and bracelet that looked very real to him. "Costume? It's not a costume," she said back, giving him a curious look. Harry's eyes widened at that. "So, you're a real-life princess?" Harry asked. "Well, yes. But don't tell anyone, all right?" she demanded. Harry nodded at her slowly as he reeled slightly from the revelation. He never thought he'd ever meet a princess before. He read stories about them, but he never thought he'd ever actually meet one. His relatives had made sure he knew he would never be worth to meet royalty, and had snatched away the book where he read about them almost immediately. "What's it like being a princess?" Harry couldn't help but ask. He bet it was a lot better than the situation where he lived. "Dreadfully boring. Lots of learning about boring things and manners that I hate using. I have to wear uncomfortable dresses and present myself to all sorts who are also boring. Everything is decided for me by my grandmother." "Oh, you said earlier you fought with her?" he questioned, not sure if he should push even further, but honestly, he was just happy to finally have someone willing to actually speak with him. Dudley made sure no one at school would associate with him, so he never had any friends to speak with. "Yes, she picked out someone for me to marry, and I did not like her choice," the girl admitted. "Marry? But you look like you're my age. Isn't that illegal?" Harry asked, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Perhaps this girl was in danger and being forced into something she didn't want. "I won't marry them soon. It's more like a contract saying we will get married at some point in the future," she explained dully. "Aren't you supposed to marry someone you love?" Harry asked. "Unfortunately, as royalty, I do not get such an option," she said back. She sounded upset and said when she said it, and it made Harry sad to hear her sad.
"I'm sorry.
"That doesn't seem fair. A nice girl like you should be able to marry who they love," Harry told her. The girl looked at him and tilted her head. Maybe he had gone over the line with the last comment. "Are you flirting with me?" "Flirting?" Harry felt like he had heard that word before, but he couldn't truly place it. "You don't know what flirting is?" "I don't think so," Harry admitted shyly. "Flirting is saying and doing things that you think will make someone you like you back," the girl explained to him slowly. Harry blinked. "Should I not want you to like me?" he asked.
No.
"I mean like, as in more than friends. Like courting." She tried once more. At that, Harry was able to understand what she meant. He knew what courting was from his classes on history. It's what they used to call dating in olden times. "Oh, like if I was in love with you?" "Well, you don't need to necessarily be in love with someone to court them. You could want to be in a relationship with them simply because it might benefit you in other ways," she told him. Harry thought back about how she had said her grandmother was forcing her to court someone she didn't like. "Oh," Harry said sadly. "What? I know you said you were upset about what your grandmother did. I didn't mean to bring it up again. I didn't want to upset you. I'm not upset with you. You're not even the one who brought it up. What's your name, by the way?"
I'm, Harry.
he told her as he shifted uncomfortably at the attention she gave him. "Harry, well, I am Cirilla, but if you call me anything but Siri, I'll knock your teeth in. Actually, I take that back. You look like you would take that too seriously," she said, giving him a strange look. It was a good thing she corrected herself, considering he had been about to take her seriously.
Sorry.
"Stop apologizing. I'm more likely to smack you if you keep doing it and keep acting like you're my whipping boy," she told him. I'll try to stop," he told her. "I want to believe you, But I suspect you're just saying that to appease me, which is just as problematic. Do your parents hit you or something? No, my parents died when I was little. I live with my aunt and uncle. He told her, hoping she would drop it at that. Oh, I see. Do they hit you then? She asked. Harry froze at the question. What? I'm pretty sure you heard me, and you've already made me repeat myself enough for today, she said, shooting down his attempt to steer the conversation somewhere else. At this point, she was glaring sternly at him again. It looked similar to when some of his teachers, when they believed he did something wrong and wanted him to admit it even though he never actually did whatever they thought he did. Should he tell her? Could he tell her? She seemed nice, but she wouldn't be the first seemingly nice person who he had placed his trust in. He had told a teacher once and nothing had changed. In fact, when the Dursleys had found out, they had punished him worse than ever. Then again, he didn't know this girl and she didn't know him. She didn't even know where CIRI was, so the likelihood of her telling his aunt and uncle and getting him hurt was low. In fact, now that he thought about it, this might actually be helpful. He had always wanted to have someone he could talk to and be friends with. If this was all just a dream anyway, then there wouldn't be any consequences for it. A friend that Dudley couldn't scare away from interacting with him. Yes, he whispered. What did you say? Couldn't hear you. Siri said back, leaning in closer to hear him, causing him to flinch away, though he did his best to not shy away from her, as every instinct in his body told him to do. I said yes. They hit me, he finally repeated. He took a breath as he finally managed to get it out. It was quite strange. He almost felt relieved. It was like a giant had been sitting on his shoulders pushing him down, and it finally lifted off of him. It didn't really change his situation, but it was nice to finally get it off his chest and quit pretending it didn't affect him. That's awful. Why do they do it? They say it's punishment for doing things wrong, but I think they just hate me. I'm not even sure if I ever did anything, as I can only remember them treating me the same way since I have known them. My aunt speaks poorly of my mother, her sister, and my father. I think she didn't like them either. I don't even know why they took me in. They always act like I'm a huge burden on them, and they make me do all the chores at the house. If I mess up on one, they'll hit me. Before I fell asleep and came here, I was actually locked in my room, and I probably won't be let out of it for a few days. At least until they get tired of doing the chores themselves. That's awful. Is there nothing that can be done about it? Do you not have anywhere else you can go? She asked him. I don't think so. I tried to tell my teacher once, but he didn't do anything about it. I think my aunt and uncle convinced him I was lying about it. After that, they beat me really bad, and I never bothered to tell anyone else. Even if I did, what would it matter? They would probably just send me to an orphanage, and I hear those places aren't great either. I lose no matter what I do, Harry told her sadly. She looked at him with something similar to pity. He didn't let it bother him, though. He wasn't happy about it, but she was nice enough to listen to him.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have pushed you so hard to tell me. You mentioned a teacher. Are you from a noble family? She asked. He looked at her strangely.
No.
Why would you think that? Harry replied back. You mentioned a teacher. Is your family well off then?
No.
Well, Uncle Vernon is paid decently, I think. But we're certainly not wealthy. And yet you can afford a teacher? I just go to school where they teach us. It's required for all kids to go to one. He explained. Again, he wondered about where she was from, if they didn't even have a standard education. He knew certain poorer countries were like that. All kids. How strange. Who pays for it? I'm not really sure. The government, I guess. Harry tried. He wasn't sure himself, but that's what he would assume. Why? Why what? Why do they pay for it? To make sure that we're educated? But why bother? Well, for countries to stay up to date and advanced, they need to make sure they have as educated a population as possible. I think to make sure more people can make inventions and things so they can stay on top. Harry tried to explain again as best he could. He never thought of such things, so he could only truly guess at the answer himself. That's interesting. I wonder why no one here has thought of that. Siri responded thoughtfully. Couldn't tell you. Most places I know of are the same way. Harry told her. She made a noise to show she was thinking on what he had said. Should we try to figure a way out of here? Harry asked her nervously. She looked at him, then looked around for a moment. Do you have an idea about that? I don't exactly see an exit, and I imagine this is just some sort of dream. I figured it would just be best to wait it out. She told him. Harry nodded slowly at that. It's not like he minded. The more time he was here with her, the less time he was stuck in his cupboard in pain. So, can I ask about you then? He asked. I suppose that's fair. What do you wish to know? Ciri asked, sitting down next to him suddenly. Harry froze up again at that, but untensed a moment later. He would try his best to make sure not to do that around her. He didn't want her to think he was weird and scare her away. Well, is there anything fun about being a princess? Harry asked. Well, not really, no. I mean, it has its benefits, I guess. I have all my needs met easily and a grandmother and grandfather who actually care for me. So that's something. She told him. Are your parents? Yes. They died years ago. She replied sadly and looked away. Despite the sadness of the statement, Harry couldn't help but feel something of a connection with her at her words. She was the only other child he knew who also lost their parents. I'm sorry I brought it up. Harry told her, feeling slightly braver now. It's fine. It's not like you had anything to do with it. Besides, it would be rather hypocritical of me when I brought up the memory of your own parents, wouldn't it? I don't think being hurt is a good enough reason to hurt someone else, especially if the person didn't actually mean to hurt you. What about your family, your aunt and uncle? It sounds like they deserve to be hurt. Well, maybe they do, but I don't want to hurt them. I just wish they would stop hurting me. I wish I could leave and live somewhere else without having to deal with them at all. They probably have a reason for the way they act, even if it's not likely a good reason. Well, I want to hurt them and I don't even know them, Ciri said while crossing her arms and frowning. Despite not wanting to hurt them himself, it did make him feel a little happy to hear she was upset on his behalf. Did that mean she cared and wanted to be his friend? God, he hoped so. Thank you. I appreciate it. Can I ask another question? Harry asked her. She seemed to calm at that and nodded. Sure. Your hair, is it a common color where you come from? Harry asked. He had never seen hair so pale before. It looked like it was almost white to him. She smirked at his question before bringing her long hair from behind her back to over her shoulder. My hair, huh? No, I suppose it's not. I heard it was more golden blonde in color when I was younger, but it's been slowly getting paler and paler. They think it might even turn fully white in a couple of years. Do you think it is weird? She asked. No. Not at all. It's very unique looking. I think it makes you look even prettier. Harry told her earnestly. Harry watched as she looked away and her face suddenly became very red. There you go with that flirting again. She grumbled.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't trying to. I was just trying to be honest. I think your hair is very pretty. I've never seen any natural hair like it, Harry said as he looked at the hair. It was so unique and different from any other he had seen. His relatives would probably hate it considering how much they didn't like anything that wasn't normal. They'd probably hate Ciri's hairstyle. You think so, huh? Well, I suppose it looks pretty great. Well, anyway, do you have any more questions? And not about any part of my body this time, she told him sternly. He tilted his head in thought. Had he said something wrong to her? She didn't seem upset, or at least not upset enough to get away from him. Or maybe it was because they were simply stuck together and she couldn't go anywhere. You mentioned magic earlier too. Is there magic where you come from? Harry asked. He had been kind of curious about that. He wasn't even allowed to mention the word around his relatives without them flipping out and punishing him. On TV, magic always seems so cool. Yes, everyone knows about magic, I think. I even have a druid in my castle with me. He's an old man named Mousesack or Ermion. He mainly knows nature magic and magic dealing with the world. Ciri explained. Harry leaned in at that. Nature magic? World magic? What could that mean? What does nature magic mean? Could you give me an example? Harry asked with excitement. Well, like he can make plants grow for one thing and listen to his commands. He can summon nearby creatures and have them do his bidding. He likes to use birds to keep an eye on me sometimes when I go out to play in the city. Though he thinks I don't know about that. Random crows don't follow you all day though, she told him while pouting. Harry couldn't help the small smile that appeared on his face seeing her with the look. Can he control like lightning and storms and stuff? He asked. I think he can exert control over them, but I am not sure if he can fully control them or not. She told him. Harry nodded slowly at that. That was incredibly cool. That's amazing. Can anyone learn magic, or is it something you have to be born with? Well, I think maybe both. Like it might be possible if you're not born with the talent, but it's a lot harder to do, at least I think that's how it works. She answered. That's so cool. We don't have magic in my world. Harry told her sadly. Not have magic? But Hermione says there is magic everywhere. Especially places with a lot of life. He says even different worlds have magic. The only time this isn't the case is if the world has died or is young. Do you live on a dead world? Ciri asked. Harry frowned. No, it's definitely still alive, but, no one can do magic here. At least as far as I am aware. We have it in our stories and legends from a long time again. I don't think they are real though, Harry told her. Well, maybe they just haven't figured out the right way to do it. Ciri pointed out. Harry frowned and thought about that. That would be a pretty crazy thought. Do you know how they to do it where you are from? Harry asked. I think they use hand gestures and certain chains of words in elder speech, but I am not sure on the intricacies. Ciri told him. Oh, but maybe when I wake up I can ask, and if I see you again I can tell you and you can check. Ciri told him. Harry smiled at her words but couldn't help but feel sad at her words. It was quite obvious this was likely a dream, and there was a pretty big chance that they wouldn't see each other after this. Yeah, that would be great, Harry told her, trying not to show her his sadness. He clearly didn't do a good enough job, as she also frowned, and he could see her looking sadly at him too. She looked like she was about to something before her eyes widened. Harry, look at your hands, they're fading, Ciri told him, pointing down at his lap. Harry looked down at his hands and noticed she was right. His hands were already almost gone all the way to his wrist. He looked up at her before noticing her own hands were doing the same. Ciri, look, your hands are fading too. He tried to point, which was unfortunately impossible in his current situation. She did still look down though and saw she was indeed fading. You're right. I suppose this must mean I am waking up. It was nice to meet you, Harry, she told him, looking up with a sad smile on her face. Harry could feel himself panicking, though he wasn't sure why. Wait, Ciri, if we ever meet again, would you be my friend? He managed to ask her as more of his body continued to fade away. There was a desperation in his voice so obvious that even he heard it. But at this moment he couldn't bother to care. She had been so nice to him, and maybe the only chance he got to truly make a friend. Ciri looked at him surprised before giving him a big grin in return. What are you talking about, you dolt? We already are friends, aren't we? You don't think I talk this much with every person I meet, do you? I'm a princess, you know. She teased, maintaining her smile. Harry felt his eyes start to water as he looked at her, and he gave her the biggest smile he could manage. Thank you, was all he managed to get out before his vision faded. And this time it wasn't from his tears clouding it up. It faded into full darkness, and before he knew it, he saw a light slowly start to spread across his vision. Before he knew it, he was looking at a familiar brown ceiling. He blinked for a moment before looking around once more and noticing he could see some light coming through the cracks in his doorway. That meant it was likely morning already. He looked down at his hands, and just like his expectations, they were already healed and the burns were faded almost fully from his hands. Despite no longer being in pain, he couldn't help but feel tears come to his eyes as he mourned what he was sure was the loss of his first friend. For the rest of the day, he did nothing but mourn the lost feeling he had found in his dreams, while trying to be as silent as possible. Sintra, 1261. Hermione. The aged druid blinked before looking to his doorway, where he saw the young princess standing looking well-rested and eyeing him intently. Ciri. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect to see the days where I wouldn't have to drag you to your lessons. What's the occasion, may I ask? The druid teased his young charge. Ciri frowned for a moment before stepping into the room. No, I was wondering if you could teach me about magic, Ciri told him. Hermione felt his eyebrow raise at that. Siri had never expressed such an interest before besides enjoying when he performed a few tricks for her. He wondered what the sudden fixation was for. Magic? May I ask why you seem to suddenly wish to know? Hermione asked carefully. It's nothing, it's just, I made a promise to someone is all. So, will you teach me? She asked again. He studied her for a moment before determining that it couldn't do much harm. Very well. Was there a certain type of magic you had in mind? Keep in mind my knowledge is rather limited. No, that's fine. I was more curious about how one would first go about learning how to perform it. Like how could they tell if they could perform it? Well, this will, without a doubt, be my longest story to date. I've already put a lot of work into it and have many chapters completed or partially completed, so hopefully updates will be regular at least for a while. The story itself will go through all of Harry's Hogwarts adventures as he is growing up before moving on to focus more on the Witcher side of things when he reaches young adulthood. Anyway, hope you enjoy it. Chapter 2. The first chapter got an amazing reception, and I'm so glad you guys are psyched for this story. As I said, chapters should be coming out pretty regularly for a while at the very least, so we got the second chapter here for ya. Hope you all continue to enjoy the story, and thank you for the continued support. It means a lot to me. CIRI, October 1988. Harry looked down as he continued to pick weeds in his Aunt Petunia's garden while he watched the sun start to set. He was actually done truly picking weeds, but the longer he was out here, the longer he didn't have to go inside and deal with his relatives. It would only last until the sunset though. Aunt Petunia didn't want the neighbors to see him out here at night and think he was being overworked, which he was pretty sure he was. Harry waited a few more minutes before sighing and deciding to call it quits. It wouldn't be good if his aunt had to come get him. The less she had to physically interact with him to tell him to do things, the likelier that he wouldn't get punished. He stood up and moved to the back door of the house and entered quietly. He silently moved into the kitchen where he immediately got started on dinner. He felt drawn the heat of the stove and grabbed the pork chops that he had already been placed on the counter earlier. Within 20 minutes he had 3 plates of pork chops and broccoli for the Dursleys. He silently placed them on the kitchen table before making his way back to his cupboard. He stepped into it and laid down quietly on his bed. After doing this, he finally let out a breath he hadn't known he had been holding in. He was slightly hungry, but he had already eaten earlier today, and considering what dinner was, he would likely be unable to have any of it. He knew already what would happen if he asked. He would be told that it was too good for him or something along those lines. He knew if he waited long enough, the hunger cramps would stop. Once that happened, he would be able to get to sleep easily enough. He heard through his door the Dursleys start to eat the dinner he laid out and talk amongst themselves. He tried not to pay attention to what they said, mainly because he found the conversations they had uninteresting in the first place, especially if his Uncle Vernon had a bad day at work. He would likely then find a way to make it his fault and take his anger out on him. He shook his head and put his family out of mind. He'd rather think of more positive things anyway. His mind drifted instead to his imaginary friend Siri. It had been a few weeks since he had the dream with her in it. He had tried to imagine her once more, but he couldn't seem to reproduce the details of her on his own. In his dream she had so much more personality and seemed to move and think on her own without any thought from him. Yet, every time he tried to imagine her it felt like she was almost a fake or a knockoff of the original. She had even appeared in dreams since, but it wasn't the real her. It was simply the knockoff that he imagined when he was conscious. It never seemed to be close to the original dream. Instead of trying to recreate the vividness of the first dream, he instead stopped and instead tried to remember the original dream. Even though he couldn't get anything more from it, it still helped him to remember that he had a friend who liked him, even if it wasn't real. The mere thought made him feel warmer inside and like he was actually worth something instead of the worthless nothing that his relatives insisted he was. Harry let himself drift off in the warm feeling he got from his memories and once more embraced the feeling of sleep after his stomach stopped trying to make its presence known. He felt his mind dull, which showed he was actually asleep. However, he seemed to realize that he could still think. In fact, his mind didn't feel dull at all. He felt rather strange actually. He opened his eyes to see if it was perhaps already morning, only to be met with blankness. He blinked once more to make sure his eyes were actually open and was still met with a blackness. He looked around confused for a moment before his eyes widened and he bolted upwards. He was back in the black room again. He hadn't been back here since he had first had his dream with CIRI. None of his fake dreams had ever taken place back here again. They were always in either some random fantastical place his mind made up or in places that he had been before. He looked around for a moment to see if anyone else was here. "See CIRI?" he called out. "Harry." He spun around and his eyes immediately met another similar pair of green eyes. His eyes widened and he felt a smile break out across his face. "CIRI," he called out as he ran over to her. He looked over and took in every detail he could of her. She wasn't wearing the same princess getup as last time, but it did sort of look like a dress. It was white and covered her entirely, but it did look like it was supposed to be some sort of nightgown. He was pretty sure that woman a long time ago wore them when they went to sleep. "Do you want a hug?" CIRI asked him. "What? A hug? Do you want one? I don't understand." "Well, you're just standing in front of me looking like you're about to burst from excitement. When they see each other after some time, friends will hug each other. Likely to prevent whatever it is you're doing right now," CIRI pointed out. Harry looked down at himself. He didn't look any different, but if he were honest, he did sort of feel like his skin was vibrating. He looked back up to her. Is that okay? Why would I suggest it if I wasn't okay with?" CIRI asked him with a raised eyebrow. Harry shrugged at that. He didn't understand why most people did anything, to be honest. Some things that seemed obvious to him seemed like such a problem for others, and things that seemed complicated to him were treated simply. "Okay, well, here it goes," Harry said as he moved in and cautiously wrapped his arms around her. He wasn't really sure what to do past this point. He hadn't hugged anyone he actually couldn't remember ever hugging anyone. He assumed he must have when he lived with his parents before they died. "Tighter." "What?" "Hold tighter. You don't want to squeeze someone so much it hurts, but you want to do it enough to give them a sense of comfort," CIRI told him. "Okay," Harry replied and followed her advice. He pulled her in tighter until they were pressed tightly together. This felt nice, like being a warm blanket that also cared about you. He started to feel his eyes water at the feeling. It was so nice. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yes. I didn't know it was so nice to hug someone," he admitted. With that, she pulled away and looked at him. "I talked to my teacher about you. Well, sort of. He told me that kids like you aren't usually treated with much kindness and said you may not have ever been hugged. When he said that, I thought it was pretty sad. I learned a bunch of stuff in case I would ever see you again. Though it's been a while and I was starting to doubt whether or not it would happen again," CIRI said with some annoyance. Harry wasn't sure if that was directed at him or not though. Don't even think about it," she snapped before he could finish, causing him to freeze up and then nod. He forgot how much she didn't like when he apologized to her. "Right. So, how have you been?" Harry asked politely. "Busy. My teacher has been pushing even more on my education recently." She sighed. "Oh, well, that's good, right? That must mean you're really smart and he thinks you're ready to move on, right?" he asked her. "That's how it worked at his school, at least." "No, it's because I asked him about magic the other day and now he thinks I'm super interested in improving myself. Speaking of which, I asked him about how to access magic for you," CIRI told him. Harry could feel the familiar feeling of excitement bubble up inside of him. "So, how do I do it?" he asked her. She sat down and gestured for him to join her. He did so eagerly. "First, considering you said there's not been any obvious signs of magic in your world, this may not apply, but have you ever noticed strange things happen to you before? Anything at all that can't be explained? Hermione told me that usually, a higher trained magic user can sense magic in others and locate them for training, but if that isn't possible, they can figure it out by seeing if the person has their magic manifesting in certain ways," CIRI explained to him. "Okay, well, I once appeared on the roof of my school building instantly." "What?" CIRI asked, looking at him strangely. "Yeah. I wasn't sure how I got there, but I was panicking because I was running away from my cousin who was trying to hurt me with his friends. One moment I was by the playground, the next I was on the roof out of reach. I always just figured I must have jumped and had the wind catch me. Harry said, realizing as soon as he said it how ridiculous it sounded. Ciri looked at him with a blank look for a moment. Anything else? My hair once grew back overnight too. My aunt once completely shaved my head because she couldn't get my hair to not look messy. I cried myself to sleep and the next morning, I woke up and all my hair was back. Harry said quietly. It was another thing he never really questioned because at the time he was so grateful it happened. Your hair grew back?
Yeah.
He answered, feeling a little embarrassed. Is that it? Well, I also heal. Everyone heals, Harry, right? I heal pretty fast though. Almost any time I get hurt, I heal overnight. Like, the first time I met you, the night I fell asleep, my hands were pretty badly burned and when I woke up after meeting you, they were healed. Right? And none of this ever seemed strange to you? At any point? She asked him slowly. Well, I guess it did sometimes, but I always had more things to worry about than the weird things happening to me. Also, my relatives don't like me talking about magic. They get really upset about it. Harry told her. Why? They don't like anything that they don't view as normal, I guess. It bothers them. He explained. That's weird. Your relatives seem stranger and stranger the more I hear about them. Ciri told him. Harry just shrugged at that. He thought his relatives were strange, but he had never told anyone that before. He was likely to be punished extremely if he ever did bring it up. Luckily, they wouldn't know about it in his dream. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the matter at hand. It sounds like you are quite the powerful magic user. Hermione told me it usually pops up in smaller ways. Now, there should be a relatively easy way to find a way to get in touch with your magic. Hermione says you should sit like this with crossed legs. Ciri said, sitting in the position she wanted Harry to mimic. Harry copied her easily and waited. Next, you need to open yourself to the magic of the world around you. Breathe in and out just like this, Ciri said, demonstrating. Harry copied her and breathed in slowly and then out. Hermione says magic can be felt through tranquility and becoming one with the world around you. He says this is a longer but safer way to do it. The other is usually linking the magic to extreme emotion, which he says can be powerful and quick but much harder to control. It took me forever to get him to teach me how to do this, so you better practice the safe way. Sounds like you've already done the emotional way anyway, Ciri commanded sternly. Harry nodded eagerly. He definitely wouldn't let her down. If he really did have magic, he would do whatever he could to access it. I won't, I promise. I'll make sure to find out if I have magic, even if it takes me years. Well, it hopefully shouldn't take that long, but Hermione said it could take weeks or months, even if you keep at it properly. So, be patient about it, I guess. She told him. Harry nodded, and then a thought struck him. Do you have magic too, Ciri? He asked her suddenly. I do, but Hermione says it's really chaotic and that I should wait till I am older to work on it to hopefully have it settle a bit. Besides, most people don't start learning until they're mid to late teens. That's likely when I will start, Ciri told him. Harry nodded, but he also frowned internally at that. He couldn't imagine knowing magic was real and then being told he couldn't use it. Though that might be because he hoped magic would help him feel safer in life with his relatives. That stinks, Harry said. Ciri shrugged and looked away. It's not too bad. Magic is cool, but I'm not that interested in it right now. I really want to learn how to use a sword, actually. Ciri told him with excitement. Sword fighting? Why do you want to learn that? Harry asked. Ciri glared at him. What? Don't think a girl can use a sword? She demanded. Harry scrambled a little at that. No. It's just, why do you want to learn how to use a sword? Isn't that a little old-fashioned? He asked her. What do you mean? She asked in confusion. Well, do you mean like fencing? He asked her. She only looked even more confused at that. What's fencing? Harry blinked at that, and it only made him more confused. Sword fighting wasn't something many people did except as a pastime. He didn't think even poorer countries still relied on sword fighting. Where was Ciri even supposed to be from? It's a pastime some people do where they engage in sword fighting duels in padded clothes. You need to poke the other person and get a point. Whoever gets a certain amount of points first wins, I think. I think it's a very popular pastime though. I don't know anyone who does it. Harry explained to her as best as he could. No, I'm not trying to play with swords. I mean actual sword fighting. Ciri replied. Harry scrunched his brow. I've never heard of anyone who still actually sword fights. Harry said, thinking out loud. Still? What do you mean? What do your people use for combat? She asked. Well, guns, I suppose. And missiles and bombs too sometimes, I think. What's a gun? She asked. You don't know what a gun is? Harry couldn't help but try and confirm.
No.
What is it? Well, it's this thing that shoots out metal pellets really fast and is used to kill other people. Like a crossbow? Kind of, but like way more advanced. For one, it can hold multiple pellets to shoot many before reloading. And reloading only takes a moment. Also, the speed at which it moves is so quick you can't even see it. It's faster than almost anything else humans can make. Moves like 100 times faster than a crossbow bolt. It's the main weapon of war. Swords haven't been the main weapon to fight with for at least, like 500 years. That's when the first type of guns came about, I think. Harry told her, trying really hard to think back to some of his history classes. Ciri blinked at him but said nothing for a moment. I don't think we're from the same time, Harry. She finally said. Harry just looked confused at that. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. I think my world and yours are going through different time periods. Yours sounds like it's a lot more advanced than mine. She told him. Harry processed that for a moment before deciding what to say next. So, you're like from some medieval time period? He asked her. What's your medieval time period like? She asked. Well, lots of kingdoms and castles, and keeps everywhere with lords and ladies ruling the working class peasants. There were knights and stuff too. Harry explained. Ciri nodded. Yeah, that sounds more like my world. How long ago was that from your time? Around 1,000 years ago, I think. He replied quietly, not sure what to do with this new information. Ciri's mouth seemed to form an O shape at that. I see. Yeah, well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. It's not like it changes anything. She finally said. Harry nodded slowly. I suppose you're right. You'll still be my friend, right? He asked. Obviously, and you'll still be mine, right? She asked. Forever. He promised. And he meant it too. Even if Ciri wasn't real and was just a figment of his imagination like he originally thought, he would always count her as his first real friend and treat her as such. She deserved that much at least, although he had to admit, this was one crazy story to wrap his head around. I mean, why would he dream up a girl from a different time and world to be his friend? That seemed like such a hassle when there was much more easier paths to make up. Or maybe he thought if the girl was normal, she wouldn't want to be his friend like all the others? Thinking about it too much hurt his head, so he pushed it away for now. Thank you. I must admit, it's nice having someone who's my friend and can't benefit from my position. There's a lot less questions to think about, she told him softly. He tilted his head in confusion at that. What do you mean? Well, most of my friends back at home, I'm never really sure if they're actually my friends or just acting like it because I am the princess and they hope to get something from me. I want to believe they're my actual friends, but I get the feeling that if I wasn't the princess, they wouldn't be. She told him. Harry frowned. That sounds dumb. Even if you weren't a princess, why would anyone not want to be friends with you? I mean, you're so nice, he exclaimed. As far as he was concerned, she was the nicest person he had ever met. The only one who ever took the time to speak with him without it being some kind of chore or because they wanted to hurt him. She could tell him she was an angel from heaven itself at this point and he'd probably believe her. Thanks, Harry. And it doesn't matter. I'm a child of surprise and one day my Witcher is going to come and get me and teach me how to sword fight and do a whole bunch of other fun stuff. She said with happiness leaking out of her. What's a Witcher? Harry asked, not recognizing the term other than it sounded like a witch. It's a person trained to hunt monsters. And why would one come and get you? Well, it's complicated. It has to do with a bunch of stuff that happened when I was born. Ciri tried. Harry just nodded as if he understood, but he did not. Okay. And you're happy about being taken by this person? Well, yeah. Can you imagine hunting monsters for a living? That sounds way better than getting married to some old fart, going to boring private parts, and constantly having to wear stupid dresses. Ciri told him, almost pouting. I suppose. It sounds dangerous though. I'm not sure if I would want to do that for a living. Perhaps I am just braver than you then, Ciri said proudly. Harry nodded in agreement. She very likely was in fact braver than him. Probably. Well, I mean, if you're happy and want to do that, it's good, I suppose. When does he come for you? I'm not really sure. When I'm old enough, I suppose. My grandmother doesn't like anyone talking to me about it though. One of my maids used to tell me stories, but grandmother found out and fired her. Grandfather also tried to speak on it once, but he also got in trouble for it. I suppose I never thought about it, but is your grandmother the queen? Yes. And she's in charge opposed to your grandfather? Is that so strange? I'm not sure. I don't think it was as common for queens to be in charge over kings unless the king was dead. There's a word for it, I think, but I can't remember what it is. Matri something or another. I suppose it's not really common here either, but grandmother is super tough and she wouldn't let anyone, king or not, tell her what to do. Grandfather is fine with that though because he cares more about grandmother than being king. Ciri explained. Wow, it sounds like he really loves her. That's nice. Harry smiled. He does. He says it all the time. Sometimes to the point where it's gross. Ciri said with a small scowl. For a moment she looked lost in a thought she didn't find pleasant. Harry didn't really know what to say to that, so he just defaulted into nodding in agreement as he usually did. Well, it could be worse. They could hate each other. He tried pointing out. I suppose you're right. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to what we were speaking of. You said your world doesn't use swords anymore as weapons. But you also mentioned a pastime or something involving sword fighting, right? Yeah, fencing. Though it's a different type of sword fighting than used in medieval times, at least if your world follows mine. Do you use long swords and such? Yes, and great swords and claymores and a bunch of other stuff. Do you recognize all those? Yeah, I think so. Why? Then you have to learn it and teach me. What? It's only fair. I'll teach you more about magic and you teach me more about sword fighting. You can look up how to do it. We don't really have swords anymore, right? I figured that out myself. I just mean go read about it or something and see what you can pick up and then tell me so I can practice it. Wouldn't it be better to learn this from someone on your world where sword fighting is actually still around? Yes, but as a princess and with my grandmother, I'll be lucky if I even touch a blade for another 10 years at least. Come on, I really want to learn. You'll do it for me, won't you? You're the only hope I have. Ciri finished before sticking out her bottom lip and staring him in the eyes. It even looked like her eyes were starting to water as she continued to look at him. Harry wasn't sure why, but he suddenly felt very bad for not immediately agreeing to his friend's request. Okay, I'll try to learn what I can about sword fighting. Though I can't guarantee the quality of knowledge I give you, but I'll try my best. Promise. Harry tried to reassure her. It was like a flip had been switched and her face immediately changed to a beaming smile. It happened so fast it almost gave Harry whiplash. He blinked as he suddenly felt arms wrapped around him. Thank you so much, Harry. Yeah, of course. Harry said, slowly wrapping his arms around her and trying to make sure he didn't squeeze back to hard or soft. They stayed that way for a moment before Ciri pulled away and Harry immediately dropped his arms to let her. We will have to continue to work on that. But don't worry, you'll get used to it in no time, Ciri told him, patting his head. Harry felt heat rush to his cheeks at the thought of them continue to practice hugging. Sure, he said back. Not sure what else to say to that. He wasn't sure why his response was funny, but Ciri started to laugh. You're so funny, Harry, Ciri told him. That's good. Harry replied, still a little confused by her response, but not actually too upset about the head pats. They kind of felt reassuring, not as much as a hug, but still nice. They stayed that way for a while and simply relaxed for a moment. He got so lost in the comfort and peace of the moment that he almost missed it when Ciri stopped petting his head, but he did indeed notice. He looked up and felt his eyes widened as he saw Ciri looking at her own hand that was slowly disappearing. Ciri, well, it looks like it's time for us to go. Shame. I was actually enjoying spending time here. At least we now know that we're likely to meet up here again. How long was it for you the last time we met? She asked. A few weeks, I think. Harry responded back sadly. It was the same for me. Well, hopefully it'll be a shorter wait than it was last time. I wonder if there was some sort of trigger that allowed us to meet. Did you notice anything about this time and last time that may have been a reason for coming? Ciri asked. Harry tried to think and not pay attention to the fact that both of Ciri's arms were already gone. He thought for a moment, but nothing really came to mind.
No.
I don't really see any similarities in the nights. What about you? He asked. Nothing. Well, maybe we can figure it out the next time we meet. Make sure you pay attention to see if you notice anything. Remember to start practicing that technique to access your magic, and remember to look up sword techniques for me, please? Promise. I won't forget, Ciri. I hope I'll see you soon, Ciri. Me too, Harry. I'll make sure to learn more about magic for you. Maybe when we meet next time, you'll already have it down. Ciri cheered. At this point, her legs and torso were almost completely gone. I'll try my best. If I can, I'll have it mastered, Harry said with determination. He wouldn't disappoint her. Good. I'll see you soon, Harry. Goodbye, Ciri said as she faded completely, the last to go being her smile towards him. Goodbye, Ciri, he said to the now empty space. Surrey, 1988. Harry awoke once more suddenly. His heart rate was racing and his eyes scrambled to everything around him to confirm his surroundings. Once he figured out he was back in his cupboard, he felt himself calm down. He took a moment until his heart rate joined his mindset and his breathing returned to normal. He looked out through the cracks and saw it was already starting to get light out. He pressed open his door and looked around for a moment. It was still very early, probably close to 5 in the morning. He sighed before closing the door. He had an hour and a half before he needed to get up and prepare for the day and make breakfast. As he thought of that, he remembered what Ciri had told him. Perhaps he could start practicing right now? He got into the sitting position on top of the small mattress he slept on. He had to be careful to not hit his head on the roof of the room. With that, he closed his eyes and started breathing like Ciri had told him to do. He knew it would likely take a while, but Ciri seemed to think he likely had a lot of magic. There was also the point that if this worked, it would prove that what Ciri was teaching him was real, which would have to mean that Ciri herself was also real. As exciting as magic itself would be, he truthfully would be happier just to prove that she wasn't just some figment of his imagination. He breathed in and out slowly and did his best to clear his mind. It actually was rather easy considering he had lots of practice doing this before he fell asleep most nights. Especially with how often he had to do it through the pain of wounds he occasionally sustained from dealing with his relatives. It didn't take long before he felt his mind start to drift. Instead of leaving it in such a way, he tried to open himself up to his other senses. He wasn't really sure what that meant, but he just tried to keep his mind from cluttering with thoughts and focus on everything else. He didn't know how long he stayed that way, but it must have been quite a while. After a bit, it was easy to not think and simply concentrate on his own feelings of everything else. As Harry started to decide to call it quits today, he started concentrating less on the different feelings and pull back into full consciousness. However, as he did so, he felt something different. It was like when your foot fell asleep without you noticing it. Then, when you move it, you notice how strange it felt and you slowly felt the feeling return to your leg. Instead of his leg though, it was something else. He wasn't sure what exactly it was, but it felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Like when you saw a stranger's face on the street and you could have sworn you met them before but weren't quite sure where. There was a new sort of feeling on it. Harry frowned and concentrated instead of on all the feelings, just on the one strange one in particular. This may have been a mistake, for as soon as he did so, he felt a warmth spread across his entire body. It got hotter and hotter, causing him to panic before settling at a point that was still barely tolerable. It was then that he felt not only heat within him but all around him. Even further, it was like the heat in him was almost seeming to merge or intermingle with the heat around him. Almost like he was a source of heat within an area already encompassed with its own heat. The feeling was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Could this be it? Could this be the magic Ciri spoke of? Wasn't it too easy? She had told him it would possibly take weeks before he was able to access the magic within him through the slow method. Had he accidentally used emotion to cheat through the faster method? No, that shouldn't be possible. She had told him it would need to be extreme emotion, and he would have certainly noticed if he was feeling extreme about something. There was only one way to find out if this was indeed magic. He would need to do something with it. He moved his thoughts on to where his heat seemed to start to mingle with the outside heat all around him. He wasn't sure what to do since he wasn't physically moving, but he concentrated on seeing if he could maybe order it to do something. Magic! If this is truly what you are, I order you to show yourself to me. Harry commanded mentally and with all the concentration he could muster. He felt silly almost as soon as the thought finished, but the embarrassment only lasted for a moment before panic started setting in. Harry was suddenly moving. Not just a little bit either. His whole body was shaking, and it was getting stronger. He reached out and touched a wall to steady himself, only to find the whole house was shaking too. The shaking got more and more violent, and as it continued, he felt himself get more and more tired. The heat within him seemed to be growing colder at a rapid pace, which only caused him to panic further. What happened if the source went out completely? He started to hear yelling from outside his home and likely from the neighbors, as well as car alarms starting to go off nearby. He didn't know what to do, so he closed his eyes and started to cry out internally. Stop! I order you to stop what you are doing. Listen to me. Harry thought as hard as he could, trying desperately to will the shaking to end. Again, as soon as the thought finished, the shaking all around him seemed to noticeably slow and subside until it was nothing more than a vibration and then gone entirely. Harry held his breath as he continued to look around to see if the shaking would pick up again. After a moment with nothing happening, he took a deep sigh of relief. Duddekins! Duddekins, are you okay, sweetie? He heard the muffled voice of his aunt yell from somewhere upstairs. He heard rapid footsteps followed by slower but louder ones moving about upstairs. It seemed his relatives had awoken. Oh God! If they found out that he did this, they were going to kill him. This thought rampaged through his mind for injure moments, causing his breathing to pick up again before it calmed as another thought entered his mind. I have magic, Harry said slowly and quietly to himself as it finally hit him what he had just done. He had found the magic within him and had even managed to command it into action. And when it got too much, he had managed to stop it as well. Sure, he was extremely tired from doing so. Actually, he felt almost sick to his stomach and like he was going to pass out. But he had still done it. He had magic. And if magic was real, then that meant CIRI was too. CIRI was real. Chapter 3. CIRI. November 1988. Harry sighed as he stepped away from the public library once again. It had been 2 weeks since he had last seen CIRI, and he had come to the library every day after school to look up books on sword fighting. He hadn't really found any, to be honest, on how to actually sword fight. There were some on the weapons of the Middle Ages and some on the armor as well, none on how to fight, which made sense, of course. He had asked the librarian about it, and she said that there likely wouldn't be books on the subject, but she would reach out and see if she could see if any of the other nearby libraries had any. If not, then she could see about maybe ordering one. In the meantime, she had recommended I look into finding classes that might teach it. He had tried to look into it in other places and actually had found a class at a studio that taught sword fighting, seemingly for things like theater and movies. It was supposed to be actual sword fighting taught though, although the swords were made from wood, which was probably safer anyways. Unfortunately, he didn't exactly have money to take part in the lessons, though maybe he could just watch the class if he talked to the instructor. The next issue was that the class was in London, which meant he would have to travel to it. He wasn't sure how he could travel there and then get back home without his relatives noticing. It was hard enough to sneak off to the library without getting caught. He stopped his thoughts right there. He couldn't give up though. CIRI was counting on him. He just needed to figure out a way to get to that studio. Perhaps he should simply take the possible beating his relatives would give him. It would hurt, but he would likely heal from it in one night, so it would be worth it. Though how many days could he deal with it? He likely would have to go to multiple classes, which could possibly mean multiple beatings. He shook his head and cleared his thoughts for now. He needed to get back home and practice his attunement with his magic. Thank God. His relatives hadn't blamed him for massive shaking that had hit their whole block and some other nearby ones as well. It was simply viewed as some sort of strange earthquake. His relatives had some of the things in their house damaged, but they luckily hadn't taken it out on him, and that's all that mattered. As he arrived back at his home, he quietly entered through the back door and went straight to his cupboard. "Boy!" Harry flinched and turned to his uncle, who was sitting in their living room with his aunt. His aunt glared at him while seemingly knitting something that would surely turn out terrible looking. "Yes, uncle?" he asked quietly. "Where have you been, boy?" his uncle demanded. "I was at the library. I was falling behind a bit in class and I didn't want to get in trouble." He responded quietly and looked down, making sure not to meet his uncle's eyes.
Fine.
"Get dinner started. I'm already feeling peckish. And you better not overcook or burn my steak, otherwise there will be hell to pay. Do I make myself clear, boy?" his Uncle Vernon told him. "Yes, Uncle Vernon. I'll get right on it," he replied before going into the kitchen and got started on the dinner for his family. It was something tasty, so he knew he would not be able to have any of it. An hour later he closed the door to his cupboard after finishing setting the table and laying out the food spread. He breathed a sigh of relief at finally being alone. He then got into his crossed-legged position and started his meditation. At this point, he could easily reach out and grab his magic. The heat he had first felt was so familiar to him now. He almost felt it to some degree at almost all times of the day, though much more muted compared to when he fully concentrated on it, like in these moments. Though there was one small problem. Harry physically grimaced as he heard a small crackling noise, causing him to open his eyes. He looked to his right and saw another small crack on his wall that wasn't there a moment ago. He sighed and closed his eyes again. It seemed no matter how hard he tried to control his magic, it would always seemingly slip through his fingers and cause some form of damage. He tried to concentrate on intricate things, but for some reason, it just wouldn't work. He managed to prevent himself from almost destroying his house, though he hadn't made much progress besides that. He was hoping to see Ciri soon and see if she could give him some more advice. If the schedule followed the last time, though, he still wouldn't see her for another week. It was so frustrating. He spent what was probably another couple of hours before he finally called it quits and sighed at another day of little progress. He wouldn't let it get to him, though. He promised Ciri that he would be patient and he wouldn't go back on that promise. Though he wouldn't lie that it was somewhat disheartening to unlock this power and not be able to actually do anything with it besides break things around him. Then again, he did unlock it at what seemed like insane speed. Maybe this was good, so he still had to learn patience after all. He shook the thoughts away once more before closing his eyes and concentrating once more on sleep. Like usual, it didn't take him that long to finally drift off to sleep as usual. It didn't take him long to once more open his eyes to darkness. It then took him another moment to realize where he was once again. He hopped up in excitement and immediately started to look around. "Ciri?" he called out. "Harry." He turned and saw her. She wasn't wearing a dress or a nightgown this time. It looked like some pants, trousers, or something similar. She was wearing a white blouse sort of shirt on top of it and had her hair tied up at the top of her head. "What are you wearing?" "Oh, this is something I wear when I go out into the city to play with some of the other children. It's to help people not recognize me. What do you think?" she asked, doing a spin. Harry looked at the clothes, then looked at her face. "I mean, it looks cool, but your hair is almost white. Doesn't that make you still stand out a little?" Harry asked her. She just rolled her eyes at that.
I vero hot doimi.
"I just took it off before going to bed," she told him. Harry nodded, finally understanding. "Oh, that makes sense, I suppose. So, do you normally just fall asleep in whatever you wore for the day? I thought you said you normally got into a nightgown before going to bed?" Harry asked. Ciri's face lit up red at his words. "Well, shut up. Putting on night clothes is a hassle, all right? Who cares what I'm wearing to sleep? I'm just sleeping. It's not even doing anything. I should be able to wear whatever I want," Ciri yelled while pacing back and forth. Harry stepped back for a moment as she did this and simply watched for a moment. He tried to keep his face blank, but he could feel the pressure building up inside him. He could only hold it in for a few more moments before it exploded out of him. He laughed. He couldn't help it, no matter how much he wanted it to stop, he couldn't. He knew it was probably wrong to laugh at his friends, but how could he stop when Ciri looked so funny, acting serious and stomping around the room about having to put on what were basically pajamas? A legitimate princess was yelling about putting on pajamas. There was no way that wasn't funny. He tried to open his eyes to look at her, and when he managed to do so, he saw her glaring at him and pouting. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she reminded him almost of a squirrel or a chipmunk. This unfortunately caused him to laugh even harder. He felt something hit his chest and opened his eyes to see Ciri pounding her fist onto his chest. It didn't hurt, but it did cause him to stop laughing. "It's not funny," she shouted, still looking extremely red. Harry nodded slowly.
I'm sorry.
"You just looked so cute. Couldn't help it," Harry told her, looking down, feeling a little guilty for laughing at her. Don't stop saying stuff like that." "Like what? You can't call me cute." Why not? It's suggestive. People will get the wrong sort of idea." "What people? We're the only ones here. And how is it suggestive?" "I mean, you are cute, so," he insisted. Did Ciri think she was ugly? He would have to make sure she knew that she wasn't. MRGH. Ciri tried, but looked like she was trying hard to swallow something. Finally, she seemed to calm down and rubbed the bridge of her nose for a second. "You are clueless. Is that bad?" Harry asked. "Well, I guess not. It would be worse if you knew why it was suggestive and did it anyway. That would mean you were purposefully trying to embarrass me, which would be worse. I guess it doesn't matter. Here, give me a hug already," Ciri said, opening her arms. Harry eagerly came over and did the same before wrapping her in his arms. He smiled into her hair as he hugged her and lost himself once more into the feeling. They stayed like that for a moment before Ciri pulled away again. "Well, how was it that time?" Ciri asked him. "I enjoyed it, thank you." Harry smiled at her. She nodded at that. "Good. So, has it only been 2 weeks since we last met for you too?" she asked. "Yeah." "Did you notice anything different? I still haven't figured it out on my end."
No.
"Wait, actually, there may be one thing. Every time I meet with you, it's always if I go to bed near the same time. Usually about an hour or so after sundown. Maybe that has something to do with it," Ciri said. "An hour after sundown, that's around 8 o'clock. That's when I go to bed every day." Harry commented, trying to think about that. "So maybe there's a correlation there. Maybe we can only meet if I go to bed around that time? How strange." "Well, maybe it's not about the time." "What do you mean?" "Well, it seems strange that it would be that specific time, right?" "Why would it be that specifically?" Harry asked her. "Maybe the walls between worlds are thinner at that certain time, allowing us to meet?" Ciri suggested. "Well, I still don't know a lot about magic, but if that were the case, wouldn't that mean they get thicker again after 8? And wouldn't that then kick us out of the dream as soon as it begins?" Harry asked. Ciri made a sound at that as she thought about what he said. "I'm not versed enough in magic or worlds to know either. Did you have another theory?" "Well, what if it wasn't about the time? What if it was just about us?" "What do you mean?" "Well, like, what if it was just when we went to sleep at similar times, our minds kind of drift off to the same place or something, you know?" Harry asked. Ciri tilted her head in further thought at that. "Well, I suppose that could be possible too. At least as possible as any other theory. Maybe we should try it tomorrow. We plan to go to sleep at the same time and see if we can meet up again. What do you think?" she asked. "I think it's worth a try. We don't have anything to lose after all," Harry pointed out. "Then it's settled, we will try that tomorrow. In the meantime, we still have quite a bit, I think, until this ends. So what do you want to talk about until then?" "Well, we can talk about magic," Harry suggested. Ciri didn't seem to have an issue with that and nodded in agreement. "Sure, that's fine. Have you made any progress since we last met? I know it hasn't been quite as long, so it's understandable if you didn't. Have any results?" Well, you see, I did have some results. Pretty immediate results, actually." "Oh, that's impressive. Were you able to feel the magic in yourself and the world around you?" Sort of. So, after I woke up from our last meeting, I decided to get some practice in before starting school. Within half an hour, I found the magic within me and then the magic around me. It wasn't too hard," Harry told her. "Wow, that's really impressive, Harry. You must have a crazy high magical sensitivity or something. Hermione never mentioned anyone doing it that fast." "Yeah, well, that's the thing. You see, when I first accessed my magic, I kind of almost destroyed my house," Harry squeaked out. Ciri didn't immediately respond to that. Instead, she just looked at him with a blank expression, as if she couldn't comprehend what he had just said. What? Yeah, I kind of tried to make my magic do something, and it kind started an earthquake all around me that got super strong. It was so strong it felt like my house was going to collapse on top of me. Harry told her. So, on top of being extremely magically sensitive, you're also super powerful too? Maybe. I don't really know how to rank myself since I have nothing to compare me to. I know the shaking I caused reached injured streets away from me and caused a minor panic in my entire neighborhood. Although, I was really tired after that, and could barely keep myself from falling asleep the rest of the day. He told her, you must have used up all your reserves and it wiped you out. Be careful, Harry. If you use up all of your magic, it'll use like your life force instead and can kill you. It's like the first thing anyone teaches about magic here. Don't use anywhere near your full reserve if you can help it. Ciri told him sternly. Harry gulped at that and nodded. It was easy to promise not to do something that would likely get him killed. Good. Now, it does sound like you're really powerful, but I suppose you now need to practice control. Sorcerers use mostly their own magical reserves to make things happen. Druids like Hermione use their magic to intermingle with the world's own magic to allow them to then influence the world around them. It is less taxing for things like making small storms or super windy, or conjuring lightning. That being said, he told me they have trouble using more complex spells that don't involve nature. I would recommend practicing with your own magic exclusively first before intermingling it with the world around you. You said I am powerful. Do you think that is why the reaction was so strong then? I used a lot of my bigger reserves to have a lot of influence over the world around me instead of a little? I suspect that is the case, but I'm no expert. I'm just repeating the things Hermione has told me. Ciri told him. Harry nodded slowly at that. It's okay. I know you're doing everything you can to help me, and I appreciate all the help you give me. I mean, I wouldn't even have known magic existed without you. So you've already helped me a lot more than anyone else. Harry said, trying to cheer her up a bit. Ciri smiled at that, so Harry calmed a bit. Thanks, Harry. Can you access magic here? Ciri asked. Harry frowned at that. He hadn't thought about it. I don't know. Let me try it. Give me a second. Harry replied. He sat down and sat cross-legged as he usually did. He then closed his eyes and reached out as he had practiced doing in the last couple of weeks. He could immediately feel something different as he tried to his magic to him. For one, it felt like his magic was much farther or perhaps deeper inside of him. Even more, as he did call it forward, it responded much more sluggishly than it normally did. Normally it felt like the magic in him was almost too eager to come out, like it hardly even waited enough time to hear what he wanted. This time it felt like it couldn't come out fast enough. Is something wrong? I'm not sure. My magic is responding and coming to me, but it seems to be moving very slowly for some reason, and it feels harder to reach than normal. Perhaps that is just because we're in some sort of dream and not in the real world. Maybe. I've not experienced it before, so I guess we will have to assume that is the case. Harry answered, Okay, I think I got it. I'm not really sure what to do with it though. There's no magic around to intermingle it with. That's what I normally try to do before trying to control it. You shouldn't need to mingle it, that's only what druids do. Sorcerers just use their own magic mostly. Oh, well, what would you suggest I do then? Maybe try making a light. I don't think that's too hard to make from what I understand. Ciri responded. Harry nodded slowly. Okay, magic, make a light. Harry tried. He felt his hands get warm and then nothing happened. He frowned in annoyance. It's not working. I tried to command it to make a light and I felt the magic move to my hands where I wanted the light to come from, but nothing happened. Harry told her. Maybe you did it wrong? Ciri asked/suggested. What do you mean? How else would I do it? Harry asked back. Well, maybe just commanding it isn't enough. You should try to visualize it as well. I've heard that's an important part. Ciri said. Harry thought about that before nodding. Okay, I'll try that. Harry replied as he thought about what she said. He first thought about a light bulb, a bright one like the ones in the kitchen of where he lived. As he thought of that and the brightness it produced, he then tried to modify the image in his He took away the bulb part and just tried to imagine the light that the bulb produced. He focused in on just the light as hard as he could and once more reached for his magic. When he was sure he had a firm grasp on both the image and the magic, he once more tried to force the magic to obey his mental command to produce said image. He opened his eyes and there it was. A small floating light that produced a steady source of brightness throughout the entire room, which still seemed to be made of darkness. It seemed to reflect of the black all around them, as if it were a metal or a liquid shining the light around them brighter than it probably should have been. Harry was about to say something before he grunted as the air was knocked out of him and the light in his palm was cut. He suddenly realized that Ciri had seemingly crashed into him and wrapped her arms around him again in another hug. He was a little confused by the action but decided to take advantage of the presented opportunity and just enjoy it. He wrapped his arm around her and held her again, once more basking in the gentle warmth. Ciri pulled away after a moment and smiled. "You did it, Harry." "Oh, I'm so proud of you. That was really impressive." Thank you," Harry said, feeling his cheeks warm up at all the praise from his friend. "Here, do it again," she commanded as she backed away and looked at his hands. Harry nodded and concentrated once more on the image he had thought of. Soon the light was once more back in his palm and illuminating the space all around them. "It was beautiful, almost like looking at a miniature sun," she commented, seemingly mesmerized by the sight in front of her. Harry couldn't help but agree as he continued to observe the light. He did his best to monitor the drain on his magic the little light caused, but it seemed to be almost nothing. Nevertheless, he would still keep an eye on it. He didn't want to die from inattentiveness after all. Suddenly, though, the light in his hands started to flicker rapidly, causing Harry to start panicking. He felt for his magic and noticed it was seemingly moving and fluctuating without his say-so. A moment later, the light exploded in his hands, returning the room to the strange blackness they were used to. "What happened? I'm not sure. All of a sudden, it felt like my magic was spiking and dipping rapidly, and it was like I could no longer control the light. Then it went out," Harry said in confusion and a little sadness over the fact that he couldn't maintain the light. That might be normal, I think. Magic, at least here, in humans takes a while to sort of stabilize. They don't really even start teaching students until they're in their mid to late teens. Since you're still really young, your magic probably isn't as stable as it will come to be one day. I guess I will have to make sure to be careful then. Maybe if I practice, I can stop it from doing that as much, or maybe reduce how bad the weird spikes are. It's worth a shot. It would suck to have to wait years to do it when you can already access your magic to such a level. Nothing to do about it now, though. True. So, did you figure out anything on sword fighting? Ciri asked. Harry winced at the question. Well, no, not really. I went to my local library, but they didn't have any books on how to sword fight, just books about swords themselves and other medieval things. I did find out that there is a class in London that apparently teaches legitimate sword fighting. London is a city, right? Is it close? I suppose so, but I would have to take a bus to get there and back. What's a bus? Imagine like a carriage that is both taller and like 3 or 4 times longer. And it was filled with seats on the inside that goes along a route with specifically picked out stops for people to get on and off at. Harry tried to explain. Does that cost a lot? Well, no, not really. But I am still a child, so I don't exactly have a way to make money. I will have to steal some from my relatives, Harry admitted. Even the thought of doing so was already giving him anxiety. He knew he could do it. Dudley was always leaving money all over the place because he knew his parents would always just give him more. But if he was caught with it, he would be in for a world of hurt. That doesn't sound like a good plan, Ciri observed with a frown. Harry shrugged. Well, outside of a book, there was never going to be an easy way to learn how to do it, so that's the best I can come up with. Harry told her. Then maybe you shouldn't do it. I didn't want you to get hurt trying to do this for me, Ciri suggested, seemingly growing more and more worried. It's fine, I promise. I won't get hurt. I'll make sure to be extremely careful when I figure it all out. Okay. Harry tried to reassure. This was the only thing Ciri had asked for in return for what she had given him. He would do anything to not let down the trust she had placed in him. Well, fine. But you better not get hurt, Harry, or I won't forgive you. Do you understand? she said sternly as she looked him in the eye. Harry felt himself wilt away a little at the look, but he made sure to nod nonetheless. Good. Well, what else? What other things is magic used for where you come from? He asked her. A lot of things, I suppose. Healing, curses, protections, illusions, combat. It can be used for pretty much anything as long as you know how to do it. She told him. That's so interesting. I hope to one day learn all from each branch. They all sound useful. How do illusions work? He asked, picking one of the categories she mentioned that sounded more interesting to him. Well, again, I only have a limited understanding myself, so don't take it as fact what I say. As far as I know, illusions are just using magic to trick the sense of other beings. Which senses? All of them potentially, but the most common is sight, and I think it's usually the easiest. She told him. So, you trick people into seeing something that's not really there? That could be very useful. Yeah, though it usually only works well on those who can't use magic themselves, since most other magic users can sense illusions and dispel them pretty easily. Still, as far as I know, there are no other magic users here, so illusions would still be rather helpful. Do you know how to cast them? Not really. I know there are two types though, static and complex. She told him. What's the difference between the two? Static is like illusions, basic ones that you put on stuff to hide it. It reacts the same way to everyone, I think. Complex are a little more complicated, but Hermione knows some, so he's mentioned that complex are for like tricking specific people with specific types of things. Ugh, I don't think I'm explaining it right. Like, if I wanted to make an illusion that specifically tricked a person into thinking the color blue was actually green or something. Usually, you need to know spells to cast them, but I doubt Hermione would tell them to me. Although you can likely make them yourself in your own world. Ciri told him. Harry frowned at that. What do you mean? Well, spells are usually just words you say to produce a specific effect with magic. But someone had to make them do that at one point. They had to assign the magic to the words. And different worlds all have different spells. So, technically, you should be able to make your own spells too if none exist in your world naturally. Ciri told him. I guess I can try, though I bet it's harder than it sounds. Still, it's another project I can work on. Being able to cast illusions on the Dursleys would really help me out, well, I guess on anyone. It would help keep me out of trouble in general. Harry mumbled as he got lost in his own thoughts. A moment later he felt something hit his head, and he dragged himself out of his thoughts to see that Ciri had just flicked him. Don't go abusing your powers just because you're the only one who has them, Harry. Of course not. I wouldn't take advantage of people or anything. I just meant to stay out of trouble and make sure people leave me alone and stuff. Harry reassured. Make sure it stays that way, sir. Promise. With that, they continued to slip into easy conversation with each other. Harry listened to her talk about some of the things she had to do recently as the princess. It was all rather interesting to him, though she seemed to find it all boring and was probably just using him at the moment to vent.
I suppose, I shouldn't complain.
I know there's a lot of people out there with even worse lives who have actual things to complain about, like not being able to eat and such. Ciri trailed off as she gave a side glance to him. Harry couldn't help but feel she also considered him as someone who was less fortunate than her, which, to be fair, he was. I don't mind. One of my teachers once told me that everyone struggles with their own battles, and that it's unfair to pass judgment on someone unless you've walked a mile in their shoes and know their struggle too. Harry recited. A strange saying, but I believe I understand its meaning. I suppose that's probably a good outlook to have. It does explain quite a bit about you. How so? I don't know. You're so passive, I guess. Like you never really want to fight for anything not worth your time. You don't even want to fight your relatives, and they treat you like horse dung. Ciri pointed out. Harry thought over that before reluctantly nodding in agreement. I suppose you're right. I've never been a fan of conflict. Maybe because I'm usually the loser in them. Well, you need to think about the future, Harry. Soon you'll probably be able to win a lot of the conflicts you get into very easily. It'll likely be you as the top dog, and you need to be careful that it doesn't go to your head. I'm not saying don't smack around your relatives a bit as a little payback, just don't let how easy it is to teach people a lesson make you think you always need to teach people a lesson who cross you. I'll make sure to keep that in mind, but I don't think it'll be a problem. I can't imagine myself as someone who would willingly go looking for fights. Not now, but power can do bad things to people, Harry. I'm just saying to watch out is all. Ciri finished. I will, he promised before going silent. For a while after that, they just sat in a comfortable silence while leaning on each other. It was quite odd. Harry realized how quick Ciri seemed to worm her presence under his skin. In the outside world, he hadn't changed much. He didn't like speaking with people and didn't like it when they tried to speak with him. There was a constant feeling in the back of his head that he could not trust anyone and that anything he said or did might result in a punishment. Perhaps that was why it was so easy to hang around Ciri. With her, there was no pressure around him. He didn't have to worry about her telling the Dursleys anything or that she would try to hurt him. Sure, she was sometimes a little rough with him, but even that had faded from concern by their second meeting, as he was able to tell she meant him no harm. She was a true friend to him, giving him both knowledge and constantly worrying about his well-being, even though she could do nothing to change it. She gave him hugs, which he quite enjoyed. He could recognize why others liked them so much, as they were such a pleasant, warm experience. He truly hoped that their theory on meeting up was accurate, as there was nothing more that he wanted to do than spend even more time with her. He wanted it even more than he wanted to learn about his own magic. If he was offered Ciri's friendship forever in exchange for his magic, he would gladly take such a deal. Oh bother, it looks like it's time to wake up, Ciri told him, holding up her hand, which was now fading, to inspect. Harry held up one of his own and saw it was doing something similar as well. So it seems, he said back sadly. He had a feeling that leaving this private oasis would continue to be one of the bigger disappointments in his life. Well, if all goes well, I will see you tomorrow, won't I? Ciri said with some nervousness in her voice. Harry nodded anyway though. I hope we will. If we don't, then I hope to see you as soon as possible, he told her. With that, Ciri came in and gave him another hug. Harry, as always, returned it immediately. This time, however, there was no pulling away. They remained that way until they both faded from their own small paradise. The next day, Harry looked at the clock carefully as he counted down the seconds until that night. He had just finished eating his dinner and had quietly cleaned his dishes before putting them away. He could hear his relatives watching TV in the living room as they ate in front of it. He made the obvious choice not to go in there. Instead, he thought of Ciri. He still had some time until they were supposed to meet, but perhaps he could get some practice in. He went to his cupboard and closed the door behind him before getting into his practiced crossed-legged position. He began his meditation and began to reach out with his magic. As soon as he began to feel the flow, he did everything in his power to shut out the magic from the world around him and not let it mingle with the magic within him. It felt almost unnatural at this point, but that just may have been because that was the only way he had done it up until then. He waited patiently before feeling it sort of begin to get more under control. He held out his hands and pictured the light he had created in his dream world last night. Unlike his previous attempts, without the world magic around him interfering, it almost immediately popped into existence. Harry smiled as he looked at the small private parts of light that had suddenly sprang to life. That hadn't been too hard at all, actually. He hadn't thought about it much, but magic actually felt pretty nice. In a way, the warmth it gave would have been unplaceable if not for Ciri. Luckily, he knew because of her that the warmth he felt from it reminded him almost like her hug. He wasn't sure, but it wasn't just the warmth from it either. It was the feeling behind the warmth that was the same, almost like it was trying to reassure him that everything was going to be all right. If he had nothing to do, he could see himself simply sitting here and almost basking in the feeling it gave to him. He wondered then why exactly it gave off such feelings. Was magic alive somehow? He could see that, especially since it seemed that his magic had seemingly taken care of him even when he didn't know it was there. Even if that wasn't true, the thought made him feel nice inside, like someone had been secretly watching over him. Thank you. Harry sent a silent prayer to the force that had been taking care of him. He may have imagined it, but he could have sworn he felt a small pulse go through him after he sent it, but it was gone as soon as it came. I wonder what else I can do with magic? Ciri told me about those two types of illusions. Maybe I should try that, he thought to himself. Ciri had mentioned that the easier type of illusion to make was apparently the static one. The one that you apparently put on stuff that didn't really change but just made people who encountered it think it had changed. Siri herself had admitted she wasn't sure how reliable her information was, but it was also all he had to work with. Harry looked at his door, which now had a few cracks in it from the last couple of weeks. He could start there maybe. He could try to cast some sort of illusion on the door and see if he could cover up the cracks he had accidentally placed. Okay, let's see. Magic, hide the cracks, Harry commanded as he concentrated hard on the cracks. It was strange, he could feel the magic in his body move from it after he gave the command, but when it tried to leave his hand and touch the door, nothing happened. It almost seemed to hover around it for a moment before seeming to simply disappear. He frowned in confusion at feeling that. Had he done something wrong? Was this like with the light? Did he need to try and visualize the door without any cracks for it to work? Why did his magic sometimes work at his command and other times seemingly just act on its own? It was so strange. Either way, he decided to try and see if visualizing it helped. He closed his eyes and tried to picture what he wanted to happen. How did an illusion even work? They weren't real, he knew that. It was more like hiding something real with something fake, right? So maybe it was like covering over something, like when you painted a wall a different color to hide the original color, perhaps? So maybe he should try to layer the cracks with his magic with almost a fake wall to hide them? Alright, magic. Coat the cracks on the wall and make it look like the rest of the door that's uncracked. Harry commanded as he thought about the uncracked part of the door that he wanted it to mimic. Once more, he could feel the magic seemingly coming from his fingertips until it went into the door. He kept his eyes closed and kept visualizing as hard as he could for a little longer, hoping it would help his efforts. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes once more and looked at the door. He was surprised for a moment at what he saw. The cracks were still on the door and could be seen, but they also seemed much more faded than they originally appeared to be. There almost also seemed to be a strange shimmer over them, something you wouldn't notice without looking hard at them. Harry smiled at the cracks. Sure, they were still there, but at least he had made some actual progress. He wasn't sure if magic was supposed to be this easy or not, but he was enjoying the progress he had been continuing to make. Despite his success, though, the use of magic combined with how late in the day it was had made him quite tired. Luckily, it was about time for him to go to bed, since he needed to see if his theory was finally correct. He felt a lump in his stomach from nervousness as he laid down in his bed. I can't wait to tell Siri about this. She mentioned spell words too. Maybe I should try and turn my illusion into a spell. She said I should maybe be able to just make it up myself. How about Miran, because it kind of reminds me of a mirage. Harry thought as he drifted off to sleep. Within a few moments, he felt his eyes blink before realizing he was looking at a black empty room. He felt his heart begin to soar at that. Siri, he called out into the darkness. He had no time to look around before he felt something jump onto his back and wrap around his neck. He froze before realizing it was arms and that there was a head next to his. Harry, it worked. Do you know what this means? Siri said as she hugged him from behind. What? We can meet every day. Isn't that great? Siri cheered. Harry smiled and felt the warmth that only Siri and magic seemed to cause within him. The feeling, though, seemed to spread throughout his whole body from the top of his head to the tip of his toes. For some reason, he could feel something change. He wasn't sure what it was exactly, but he could tell that this was a changing point for him, like his whole life just got shifted into an entirely different direction. He smiled as he felt his eyes strangely feel like they were watering up. It really is. Chapter 4. CIRI. May 1989. Harry stared directly at his uncle, who sat across the table from him. The man was eating and talking animatedly with his wife about a possible promotion he wanted to go for at work. Dudley sat to the man's left and was stuffing his face as usual, and not a single one paid any mind to him sitting and eating the same delicious meal at a table with them. He continued to slowly and silently eat his food as he watched his relatives eat with an almost rabid fascination. As the meal went on, not once did they look over to him or address him in any way, which was a good thing because it meant the illusion he had finally attempted on them was working. As far as they were concerned, their nephew was not sitting at the table with them, eating the same food. To them, Harry was already in his cupboard where he was being as quiet as a mouse. This was his first success when it had come to a complex illusion. It had taken him 2 months to move on from a static illusion into what he was currently using, yet all that work had been completely worth it considering the position he was now in. As far as complex illusions went, this one wasn't terribly complicated. It only had 2 purposes, and that was to hide any sight and sound of him for the first one, and to have an illusionary version of Harry that only they saw go about his normal activities. He flinched for a second as he felt the familiar stutter that ran through his magic that had caused him so many problems, but as he watched his relatives, it seemed they still couldn't see through the illusion. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. To have the illusion go through a stress test, as it were, was the last step to declaring it a success. He had stronger control over his magic than he had when he first unlocked it for use, but even with all his progress it still had those weird stutters. There were less, and the stutters seemed to have decreased in size, but they still existed. Something like a complex illusion needed quite a bit of control though. Not perfect, but a lot. Especially since the spell was a passive one, which means he didn't need to constantly concentrate on it to keep it going. As an illusion though, it didn't take much magic to perform. In fact, he seemingly gained magic twice as fast as the illusion took magic from him. Harry just sat and continued eating the meal he had made for another 5 minutes until he was finished. With that, he brought his utensils into the kitchen, cleaned them and put them away. He then made his way to his cupboard and entered it quietly. He sighed in relief as he waited patiently for it to close in on 8 for the next half hour. After waiting for a sufficient amount of time, he closed his eyes and started clearing his mind and waiting for sleep to fully take him. A moment later and he was within the room. He didn't even have time to turn around before he felt someone wrap him up from behind. 2 arms encircled around his neck and he felt something press against the side of his face. "Hello, Harry." Ciri greeted cheerily from right next to his ear. He nudged her with his head with a smile. "Ciri, how was your day?" "Boring as usual. And yours?" "How did the experiment go?" Ciri asked him. "It worked. The illusion took, and the stutters I experience are no longer strong enough to disrupt the illusions I placed on them. The amount of magic I lose from maintaining the illusion is only around half the amount I naturally recover over time, so I could maintain it for a while, I think." Harry told her. "So, that's it then, right? They won't be able to hurt you anymore, right?" Ciri asked him with excitement. "They shouldn't be able to, no. Even if the current illusion on them fails, I should be able to recast it on them fast enough to stop them from hurting me." Harry told her. "Finally. That's the best news I've heard in a while. That means you can do whatever you want now, right?" "I suppose so. You know what that means as well? I can finally go to those sword classes and hopefully start teaching you some new stuff," Harry told her with a smile. Ciri beamed at him and tightened her hold around his neck. Not enough to choke him, but enough to show how happy she was at the news. "Oh, I can't wait. What do you think they'll teach you first? Maybe how to cut someone in half?" "I'm gonna go ahead and assume that they probably won't teach me that at all, but we'll see." Harry laughed at her question. "I hear witchers are strong enough to cut people in half." "They're supposed to be really strong," Ciri cheered. Harry rose an eyebrow at that. Didn't you tell me that was because of some sort of mutations that they undergo?" "I thought they were super dangerous?" Harry asked, feeling a little nervous. He loved his friend, but he knew enough about her at this point to know she didn't sometimes think about decisions she made. "Well, yes. Don't do anything that can put you in needless danger, Ciri," he warned while giving her a look. She simply unwrapped herself from around him and stuck her tongue out at him. "I won't. Still, it sounds cool is all," Ciri murmured before looking out in thought. Harry looked at her before sighing and shaking his head. Well, is anything else going on? Didn't you say things were getting a little heated where you live?" Harry asked with some concern. "I think so. I'm not really sure because everyone tries to keep me out of it, but I think it has to do with Nilfgaard," Ciri told him with a frown. "Nilfgaard? That's a kingdom to the south of you, correct?" Harry asked. Ciri nodded. "They recently went through a violent change in power, and the new person in charge is believed to be getting ready for aggressive expansion," Ciri explained. "Aggressive expansion. That's a nice way of saying going to war with their neighbors, right?" Harry asked with concern. "Basically, Grandmother said that Nilfgaard used to be a pretty weak kingdom, but they've become more of a threat recently. Grandmother tries to hide it, but she is concerned. We may go to war soon," Ciri told him. The mere words caused Harry's heart rate to spike. He felt his teeth clench nervously. Will you be okay? Harry asked with concern. I think so. Grandmother and grandfather are very tough and Sintra has a pretty strong army. We're a strong kingdom, so it should be all right. Ciri told him. Do you have a plan in case the worst should happen? Harry asked. What do you mean? Ciri asked. Well, I know the hope is your kingdom wins, but if it doesn't then, well, do you have a plan if your kingdom can't push back an invasion? Harry asked. I guess not. Why, do you have a suggestion? Not really. I'm not familiar with Sintra like you are, but maybe you should investigate into secret ways out of the city. Maybe you should talk to Hermione or your grandmother about possible escape routes. Then you need to make plans on how to get out of the kingdom to safe land, right? Maybe figure out where to go and the safest way to get there. Harry asked. Safest way to get there? Yeah, well, if they get close enough to invade then that probably means that the main roads around the kingdom will be dangerous to traverse. You should figure out the terrain around where you live and a safe way to travel through it that will reduce your chance of being discovered. Harry told her. It had been some time since Harry had first met Ciri, almost a year and a half to be exact. He had researched medieval kingdoms and topics related to them to help him better understand topics she might bring up and possible solutions to her problems that may not have been known yet. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt to be prepared, Ciri said back. Harry nodded at that. He was rather frustrated that he couldn't directly give her any sort of help to protect her, right? Maybe see if Hermione can give you some sort of enchanted object or something. Harry suggested. Harry, calm down, it's going to be all right. Ciri told him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Harry took a few deep breaths at that and nodded. You're right, it's just, I wish I could be there. I hate not being able to help in any way. Harry told her. Ciri patted him on the head in response. It's fine, Harry. I'm probably one of the most protected people in the kingdom. Even if we did lose, they probably wouldn't kill me or anything. Ciri tried to reassure him. To be honest, it did not. It just made him more worried, but he tried not to let it show in front of Ciri. You're probably right. I hope I'm just worrying about nothing. Exactly. Well, now that you've calmed a bit, have you figured out what field in magic you're going to study next? She asked. Well, I wanted to go into healing next, but I think I need to learn about medicine before doing that. So, while studying up on that, I guess I can focus on protections. What can you tell me about that? Harry asked her. Protections, like it suggests, is about keeping things safe. You can mix your illusions and stuff with them. Wards are the more powerful protections but usually require power stones or such to keep them powered. They're a pretty big drain on your magic, although maybe less so for you. Ciri told him. Harry thought about that. Protections could come in handy, though possibly less so than illusions. He would have to think of ways to create and implement them. It would be annoying to come up with new spell names though. When creating static illusions, it was rather easy. One spell could be used for pretty much any of them. He had called the spell Miran, after the word mirage. It basically projected an illusion of whatever he was thinking about when he cast it onto something. It was rather simplistic and was only used to hide things in plain sight. Complex spells were much harder since they each did specific things, so he needed to make each one a chain of words that combine for the desired effect or make a new spell word for each complex illusion. For the one he put on the Dursleys, he had decided with just making a spell word. The one he had created for that was docilitin, after the word docile. An illusion designed to have a fake version of himself simply do whatever would keep the target the calmest while also hiding the real him from them. At least creating spell words had turned out to be rather easy. As soon as he chose what word he wanted, he simply had to shape the magic in the way he wanted the spell to do. After that, he simply did it over and over again until the spell word and the magical action was interchangeable in his head. Finding that out, of course, had taken him nearly 3 months, but now that he knew it, it wasn't such a big deal. That sounds less helpful than illusions and healing in my situation, but I suppose I could give it a shot. Harry finally answered. Don't you think you ought to learn how to start fighting with magic? Ciri asked. Harry looked at her. Why? If I can always use illusions to get people to avoid fighting with me, then why do I also need to learn how to fight with magic? Because that's the best part. I think we have different thoughts when it comes to the best things magic can provide. Harry teased, causing Siri to scowl and punch him in the arm. I'm serious, Harry. Everyone should learn how to fight even if they plan to never fight. You need to be prepared for anything. What if you run into someone else with magic? That's true, though. I have never encountered someone who could use magic or had magic inside them anywhere close to my level. Harry pointed out. Yes, but you never really left your neighborhood, right? The world's a big place, you know. There could be more out there that you've just never encountered. I see your point. Alright, how about this? After I learn protections, I'll start to focus on combat. How does that sound? Better, but I would feel even more so if you learned a few things as soon as possible so I would know you're not totally defenseless. I'm not the one who's about to be in the middle of a war. Harry pointed out sternly. Siri rolled her eyes at that before tootaying at him. Don't change the subject. Learn some magic for some self-defense, Harry. I don't want you to be defenseless if you get attacked. I'm only thinking about your well-being, Siri said softly. Harry frowned. That was the voice Siri used when she really wanted him to do something. She used it because she knew that it worked. Harry knew if he didn't cave into the voice, she would then use the water eyes trick on him, and there was no way he could stand up to that. Yes, Siri, he finally just said. He felt a smack on the back of his head, and he simply sighed and smiled a bit at the scowl he saw on her face. She said while looking away and going back to pouting. Harry smiled even wider at seeing it before shrugging and looking away. Hey, you know, I was thinking about something, Siri started. Harry rose an eyebrow. Okay, you know, sorcerers who specialize in illusions, if they get good enough with them, can even make illusions that are so powerful that the illusions can even become their own reality. Siri told him. Harry blinked at that. What do you mean? Well, I was asking Hermione and he mentioned illusions by a sorcerer he knew that was so powerful he could even make a hidden illusionary world that he could go into and he could interact with the world like it was a real world. Siri told him. At that, Harry felt himself stiffen and pay more attention to what Siri was saying. Did he say or possibly give a hint on how to do so? Harry asked quickly. Siri frowned and looked up in thought. I'm not sure exactly. I also think it depends if you use a focal point or not. It has something to do with layering, I believe. Layering? How? Harry pushed but not too much, not wanting to sound impatient with his friend. Like, layering the reality you create over the current reality? I don't know more than that though, and it's kind of hard to explain. Hermione said it wasn't really his field of expertise, so even he wasn't wholly sure on the specifics himself. Siri admitted. I see. Well, I'll see if I can figure something out with that then. Harry mumbled as he tried to decipher what Siri told him. He wasn't sure himself what it all meant, but it sounded like it was going to be complicated. It might be extremely worth it if he could, in fact, figure it out though. Anyway, the reason I bring it up is, well, you know how you can use magic here? Yes? Well, I was thinking, why don't you try to cast a static illusion on this room we're in? See if you can maybe change the scenery we're in instead of just being surrounded by pitch black all the time. Siri suggested. Harry blinked at the suggestion. That was actually not a bad idea. Okay, I'll see if I can think of something. Give me a moment, he said as he closed his eyes and concentrated. He needed to focus on a place he knew well that wasn't where he lived. He didn't think he was ready to show Siri his own personal hell quite yet. Another place came to mind though. Okay, I have a place in mind. I will use a simple illusion this time to see if it works. If it does, I will see if next time I can set up a more complex one that focuses on more than just vision. Harry told her as he kept his concentration on the image. Well, let's see it then. Siri replied. Harry grunted as he felt the power build up, albeit slowly. When he felt the correct amount, he cast the spell. Miron, Harry whispered. He felt the magic sluggishly leave his body and then enter the environment around them. He opened his eyes as the dark room around them started to shimmer. Then, slowly, everything around them began to change. The blackness faded into different shades of color and suddenly grew stronger and formed into shapes all around them. Under their feet, grass appeared. Around them, trees started to appear, and even further away, some benches and sidewalks cut through the park and led off into the distance. It looks like it worked, Siri said, looking around at what was once a room of blackness. So it seems. This is certainly a nicer sight than what we've had to deal with up until now. Harry said, looking out around them. Where are we? Ciri asked. This is a park near my house. I used to walk around it a lot when I wanted to avoid going home when I was younger. Harry told her as he looked around at the image easily. There was no sound, but if you looked at the illusion, the trees were moving as Harry remembered watching them do so often when he was younger. A park? A small piece of nature that sits inside of a city or town where people can relax and hang out in nature without leaving the city limits. Harry explained to her. That's rather strange. Your world looks so interesting. Are those the houses over there? She asked while pointing in a direction. Harry looked over and saw some of the houses of CIRI in the distance. Yes, indeed. That's similar to what the house I live in looks like. Harry told her. Ciri nodded as seemed to squint her eyes to get a better look at them. They all look exactly the same. Ciri commented blandly. Harry nodded. Indeed. It's one of the points my relatives like the most about the neighborhood. How everything is so uniform and alike. It makes them think that it's more normal. It's not how all neighborhoods in the UK look, and certainly not in the world. Harry tried to explain her. Ciri nodded slowly in understanding at that. I don't like it, she said bluntly. Harry chuckled at that. I'd have to agree, although I admit that may simply be how few good memories I have with this place. Harry admitted sadly as he looked at his neighborhood in the distance with sadness. He truly wished he could leave Surrey. I can certainly understand that. How long until you can move out and live by yourself? Ciri asked. Not soon enough, maybe around 6 to 8 years maybe. It's fine though. At least they won't be able to hurt me anymore. Harry responded. Good. I wish I could stick them with a sword and watch them squirm all over the floor in front of me. Ciri said with venom in her voice. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course you do, you little warrior princess. Harry teased. One day I will be, she said back with conviction. I know you will, especially since the first class I will be attending for sword fighting will be tomorrow. Harry told her. Ciri's head snapped towards him and her eyes looked to almost be sparkling. Really? You found a way to go visit the studio? It's pretty easy now that I can just put my relatives in an illusion. I'll just do it for the day. The only issue is that since I'll be gone, they won't be eating actual food for dinner. The dinner would simply be part of the illusion. Luckily, the class is only once a week. My relatives can survive without eating dinner once a week. I can then use illusions on the bus to get to London for free. Once I get to the studio, I can continue using the illusion to follow the class without being bothered. Harry explained to her. You're sure you will be okay doing that? What if something happens and the illusion on your relatives fails while you are gone? Ciri asked him, looking more concerned suddenly. It's no issue, even if it fails while I am gone. I can just cast it on them again when I get back before they can do anything. They'll smack around the illusion and call it a day. I shouldn't be in any danger though. Harry explained to her to calm her down. He didn't want her to panic about this. There was likely nothing to worry about. Well, you're sure? I'm sure. Tomorrow I'll have gone on to my first lesson. Harry told her. Ciri nodded and finally started smiling again. Oh, I can't wait. Do you have any idea how long I have wanted to sword fight? Ciri asked in excitement. Harry chuckled. If you are to be believed, then ever since you were born. Harry replied. Ciri nodded rapidly. Yes. Do you think you can make some sort of illusion that allows us to practice with real swords? Not by tomorrow, but maybe in a couple of weeks. I'll need to figure out how all the senses would normally interact when in an actual sword fight if I want to copy it in an illusion. Harry told her. Oh, but you can do it eventually? Yeah. Depending on how long it takes. Could be after 1 session or 5. Harry told her. Ciri nodded but seemed more subdued than it was a moment ago. Okay. Well, at least I'm finally going to be able to learn it. That's all that matters. Ciri said happily once more. Harry nodded. I'll make sure you can start practicing as soon as possible. Promise. Harry told her. I trust you. You don't need to go that far, Harry. Ciri said to him before patting his head in a comforting gesture. Was all Harry said back, not saying whether or not he would take it less seriously. Siri scoffed, showing it had not gone over her head that he hadn't agreed to change what he said. As usual, they experienced a lull in their conversation and simply sat comfortably together. The difference was that now they got to look at a sunset together. It was much more calming than when they simply sat together in a black room. Maybe if he could find a way to make the advanced illusion Siri had mentioned earlier, he could make an actual place for them to sit rather than on the floor. They continued to sit like that, with Harry simply looking out and Siri running one of her hands through his hair. He wasn't sure when she had gotten into the habit of doing this while they sat like this, but she seemed to enjoy it. He had asked her about it once, and she simply said it was enjoyable and that she liked how soft his hair felt. He didn't really understand what the fascination was. I mean, sure, he liked her hair quite a bit, but he didn't see what was so enjoyable about it. "Hey, Siri? Can I run my hand through your hair?" He finally managed to ask, feeling a little embarrassed about it. "Sure, I guess that's only fair," she answered. She reached up and pulled her hair out of the messy bun it was in at the back of her head, leading it to fall to the middle of her back. He reached out with one hand and started at the top of her head and slowly brought his hand down through her hair all the way down to her back, using his fingers almost like a comb. Harry looked at his hands running through her hair and simply watched his hand as it did so. It was strange. The action wasn't unpleasant. Her hair was actually quite soft, almost silky feeling. It wasn't an amazing feeling though, just a pleasant feeling around his fingers. Yet, the more he did it, the more calm he felt. There was something in the monotony of continuously stroking the soft hair of his friend. The more he did it, the more he felt his mind seemed to calm. The longer he continued to do it, the more pleasant he felt. Or maybe not pleasant, but perhaps maybe a sort of content feeling? He couldn't describe it, but he knew he wanted to keep doing it. "You like it?" she asked. "Yeah, I think I do. It's so peaceful, right? It's almost like petting a cat or something." "How's my hair feel?" "We don't bathe as often as you do here," Siri pointed out. Harry shrugged. "It's soft. Very soft. It almost feels like silk. Or actually, it feels like when you run your hand through a source of running water without all the wetness." Harry tried to explain the feeling. Maybe this place brings it to its best form?" Siri suggested calmly, the whole time not stopping her hands from stroking his hair. Maybe." Harry muttered, not paying attention and simply lost in the feeling of the hair. Darn, looks like it's time to wake up," Siri said, though Harry didn't need her to tell him that this time, since he was looking at his own hands when they started to fade. "Same time tomorrow then?" Siri asked jokingly. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." Harry joked right back. "You bet. I'll see you tomorrow, Harry. Don't forget to go to the lessons. I'll be eagerly waiting for tomorrow." "I won't forget. I promised after all. I'll see you tomorrow," Harry said back as they both faded completely. Next day, 1989, Harry sat at the studio holding a wooden sword as he looked around at everyone else in the room. Everyone was getting ready and getting into pairs to start practicing some of the basic moves that the instructor had just shown. Harry was hidden behind an illusion and had been mimicking the movements so far. To be honest, though, he wanted to try and spar with somebody so he could feel more of what an actual fight was. He saw 3 people who had yet to find a partner, 2 boys and 1 girl. He waited and saw the boys apparently looking to partner up with each other. Since that was the case, he walked over to the girl. He paused for a moment and altered the illusion to encompass both of them so they wouldn't be seen temporarily. "Excuse me," Harry said politely to the girl. She looked to be a little older than him, but probably not by much. She was a brunette with her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. She wore a black shirt with matching black pants. Her eyes, though, were blue, which seemed a little strange since he had only ever seen blue eyes on a blonde before. "Yes?" she asked steadily. Harry noticed her accent was more refined than the normal English accent, marking her as probably coming from a rich family. "Sorry to bother you. I'm a new student and I was wondering if you wouldn't mind being my partner? I'm not sure if I have all the moves down, and I believe I heard you were a returning student. Would you mind looking over my form?" Harry asked as respectfully as he could. At this point, she was the only one available, so he wouldn't have a chance to spar with anyone if she said no. It would be annoying, but not the end of the world. "I suppose that would be fine," Here, let's move a little more over by the wall so we have more room. She answered with a smile. Harry nodded and gave her a smile in return, trying to hide the nervousness. He felt it talking to someone who wasn't Ciri. Together, they moved over to where she had gestured, and she held up her sword and the basic form that their instructor had shown them earlier. So, just copy this position. Make sure you keep your feet a certain distance apart. She told him sternly. Harry nodded and tried to copy the position she was in. Keep your feet pointed straight. She reminded him. Harry nodded before fixing the position. She nodded and then held her wooden sword up. Harry copied her, and she didn't seem to have any issue with the way he held the sword. Good. Now, copy the swing right here and I can tell you if you do it right or wrong. She told him. Harry did as he was told. He lifted the sword above his head and brought it down in front of him. He flinched at the weight of the sword. Are you okay? She asked after a few practice swings he did. He nodded slowly. I don't think I have enough strength yet to do this with the ease you manage. Harry replied to her with a sigh. He knew he wasn't that strong. He had a chance now to start eating better, but he hadn't begun that long enough ago to start seeing results. Well, if you keep at it, you're bound to get better. Your form isn't terrible until you start to run out of stamina, it looks like. Here, why don't we start on some of the other swings? That way you will at least know the proper way to do them so you can continue practicing at home. She suggested to him. That sounds like a good idea. Would you mind continuing to go through them with me? I'm sorry. I don't think I asked your name. Harry said to her, trying to prompt her to give it to him. It's all right. My name is Olivia. What is yours? Harry. Nice to meet you, Olivia. Shall we continue? Harry asked politely, feeling some tension leave him a little. This Olivia seemed nice enough even if they had only met today. Sounds good to me. Now, for the horizontal cut, pay attention to how your arms extend as you move them across your body. If it wavers, it can throw you off balance. They continued like that for the rest of the class until its end, with Olivia explaining how to do the moves and making sure Harry could perform them to an acceptable level. When the class came to its end, Harry retreated and altered the illusion once more until it was back to just hiding him again. As the instructor congratulated them on a class well done, he saw Olivia looking around the class, seemingly confused, likely on where he had gone. He waited though. He wasn't technically part of this class, and until he could perform a more complex illusion on the instructor to not be bothered by his presence, this would have to do. Unfortunately, that did seem to cause some stress to his sparring partner, but that would have to remain the case for now. Harry waited until the class was dismissed and moved outside of the building. As they did, Harry left the wooden sword in the classroom and moved outside where he finally dropped the illusion. He then approached Olivia, who was standing next to an older woman who looked similar to her. He assumed it must be her mom. He moved in close to them before making his presence known by clearing his throat. Excuse me, Olivia? Harry called. Olivia spun around and looked at him. Harry, where did you go at the end of the lesson? I was just in the back. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you for all the help you gave me today. I truly appreciate it. Harry thanked her politely. He knew that when someone did something nice for you, it was polite to thank them and perhaps offer something in return. Oh, it was no trouble. I don't usually have a partner since there are not that many people near our age except for 2 other boys, and they usually partner with each other. It was nice to not practice alone. She told him with a smile. Olivia, who is your little friend? The older woman asked, looking down at Harry with a polite smile. Harry looked the woman in the eye as best she could and could immediately feel the tension fill his body once again. He did not like adults, whether they seemed nice or mean. They always seemed to disappoint him at best and inadvertently caused him pain at worst. Oh, Mom, this is Harry. He's new to the class and he was my partner for the day. Olivia told her mom. Harry simply waited patiently. The mother held out her hand for him to take. He did so stiffly and shook it politely.
Hello, Mom.
He forced himself to say as politely as possible. What got you into this side activity, Harry? Well, the truth is I'm not actually too interested in sword fighting myself. Harry admitted. You're not? But you seemed really into it today. Olivia pointed out in confusion. Harry nodded. Yes, well, I am learning sword fighting to teach it to a friend of mine. Her family does not wish her to learn sword fighting and refuses to teach her themselves. I promised her then that I would learn it so I could teach it to her. Harry explained. He saw no issue telling the truth. It's not like these people would be able to do anything about it. Oh, that's so sad to hear. You must be a very nice young man to do an activity you dislike just to help out your friend. The mom told him with sympathy. My friend has done a lot for me and this is the only thing she has ever asked for in return. So, I'm going to make sure to do it as best I can. Harry answered politely. That's really sweet, Harry. Olivia told him while patting him on the shoulder. The action made him a little uncomfortable, but he tried not to show it. From their faces, neither of them seemed to notice. Well, we must get home for dinner. Do you need a ride home, Harry? We would be more than happy to give you one. Oh no, that's quite all right. I have my own arrangements to get home. Thank you for the kind offer though. Olivia, thank you again for helping me learn. I hope to see you at next week's lesson as well. Definitely. I'll see you next week. Have a good week, she said as both she and her mother started to walk away. Goodbye. Harry called out to them. He watched them leave before heading to the nearest bus station so he could make his way home. He needed to make sure to get there soon as it was already 7 and he was sure Ciri would want to know about this lesson. Chapter 5, September 1989. 4 months later, Harry stood across from Ciri, holding out his wooden sword as they circled one another slowly. Harry knew he could just wait patiently because Ciri was the opposite and couldn't wait long before lashing out. Sure enough, Ciri moved forward and swung her blade down on him. Instead of him trying to take the strike head-on, he used his own blade to deflect it by almost gently swatting it away. He tried to take a few steps back to put some room between them, but Ciri wouldn't let up as she moved in quickly and tried to cut at him. This time, he dodged back before immediately going forward and trying to stab at her while she was still slowing the force behind the cut. He managed to get the stab to connect and a red glowing dot appeared on her where he made contact. 1 point for me, Harry called out as she scowled at him but moved back into their starting position across from him. It'll be the only one you get, she called back. We'll see, Harry said with a playful smile before getting back into position. They stood across from each other in silence before once more trying to circle each other. Harry moved his sword up and by his right shoulder while still keeping the point aimed at Ciri. He waited for a moment to see if she would do something he could take advantage of, but nothing appeared. It was Ciri who was once again lunging first. This time she came at him with injure cut. He dodged the first and moved back, but she kept pushing forward. When the cut missed him, she immediately curved it back around to come at him from the opposite direction, saving time in not having to stop the force from the previous cut and saving some of the force to bring into the next cut. Harry couldn't move fast enough to dodge the second one, so moved his sword in to block it instead. He felt Ciri's sword smash into his and felt himself wince at the power of it. His arms were already whining at him, and when Ciri pulled away, the pain caused him to be too slow to raise his blade to deflect the stab she had coming towards him, which hit directly into his chest. He looked down and grimaced at the sword that was now partially buried in his chest but looked more like it had simply phased right through it. As she pulled it out, a glowing red dot appeared where it had struck. I believe this round goes to me then, which means next round wins, Ciri said with a smug grin as she moved back into their original position. Harry sighed before shaking his head and doing the same. Yeah, you're not going to get me this time though, Harry said determinedly. We'll see. She parroted back his early words to him with a smile. Harry rolled his eyes before growing serious once more and getting into position. Then once more, the dance begun and they started circling each other. Harry, this time, kept the blade in front of his chest as he waited for Ciri to decide the attack. She did the same, which meant any move she did, she would have to pull it back into position before she could bring it down on him, which would telegraph how she was trying to hit him. Hopefully. They waited for a moment as they once again evaluated each other. This time though, as soon as Ciri moved to prepare for a strike, Harry zoomed in to close the distance between the two of them and moved to make a cut. Ciri managed to recover awkwardly just in time to smack his sword away, but Harry knew she would and brought the blade back quickly and over his head to come with a downward cut at the girl. Ciri met him head-on and moved her sword in a horizontal defensive position over her head. The two swords clashed, but Harry wasted no time as he brought it back again and made to cut at her. Ciri met his attack with her own, causing their blades to cross between them, where she moved her sword up along the length of his blade with reflexes and speed he couldn't match. As she made it to top, the hilts of both their sword were now next to each other. She lifted her hilt up a little as if to pull away from the block before smashing her hilt down on his hands, causing him to drop his sword. Before he could react, a sword came rushing right into the side of his neck and went all the way through in a maneuver that would have easily beheaded him in real life. As soon as it finished going through, a horn went off from nowhere, signaling the end of match. Harry sighed as the two swords they were using faded into nothing right before his eyes. He reluctantly looked up into the Cheshire-like grin on Ciri's face. He rolled his eyes as he saw it before holding out his hand for her. She took it happily and shook it. It was a good fight, he begrudgingly said to her. It was indeed a good fight. You did pretty good, you even got me on the first one, Ciri told him. He shrugged. Only because you weren't fully ready since it was our first round of the match. You really need to stop rushing in right away. It's not rushing. I'm trying to hit you so fast and hard that you can't respond. That's being smart. She insisted. It is if you had done so by waiting for an actual opening rather than simply attacking me while I'm in a solid defensive position. Maybe try to draw the opponent away from such a stance with a few basic strikes before going hard into some more complicated ones to overwhelm them. But you have to draw them out from their protection first. Harry told her, repeating the words he had heard the teacher in class give almost verbatim. He found it strange that he was basically giving her advice on how to best beat him more efficiently. I'll keep that in mind. That was a pretty impressive move you pulled in the last round. I didn't expect you to move in like that. It really caught me off guard for a moment. Ciri praised. Harry shrugged in response as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah, well, you're the one who told me I need to be more assertive in combat and can't always just wait for my opponents to do what they want and respond, right? Harry shot back. Ciri nodded proudly. And you listened, and it almost worked. Had you been a little faster, it probably would have worked too, Ciri pointed out. It wasn't a secret that Ciri was actually both faster and stronger than Harry was. It wasn't his fault, of course. He had been malnourished for most of his life until relatively recently. While, after 4 months, he was much healthier, he still wasn't at the level of Ciri, who had been healthy her whole life. Even ignoring that fact, Ciri's battle sense also seemed to trump Harry's easily. The only way that Harry ever won was when he caught her off guard or by surprise. Even then, it usually wouldn't work a second time within the same match. Ciri was quick to learn and adapt to best her opponents. That was a good move you pulled at the end with hitting my hands with your hilt to cause me to drop my sword, Harry brought up. The way his illusion worked, the swords only interacted with each other and simply phased through the people in the illusion. The only part this wasn't true for was the hilt of the blade which they grabbed onto. So, it was actually rather ingenious to use that loophole against him. I thought of it in the moment. You were really going at me hard and I could only manage to block your hits. It was actually more luck that I thought of it than anything, Ciri told him. That's still good. You think of things on the fly, which is probably good for fights. I don't think I'm nearly as good at that, Harry admitted. You need to trust your instincts more. I figured that, but it's hard. Like, when I'm with other people, I still tense up and feel my body telling me to run away. I have to fight to make sure to stay calm all the time. So when I get into these actual fights, it still feels natural to fight my initial feelings because I usually have to normally. Harry explained to her softly. Ciri nodded, looking down at the explanation. I guess I get that. And I'm sure it's easy to tell yourself to just do your best to move past it and a lot harder to actually do it. Well, as long as you keep on working on it, that's all that can be done. Ciri finished. Harry nodded slowly in agreement. So, anything new in your life? Ciri asked him, clearly wanting to change the subject. Not really. I'm still just working on protections and improving on my illusions. Based on the illusion we're in now, I would say you're improving. Have you had any luck with finding on making an illusion so complex it becomes real? She asked him.
No.
I've tried a few things, but so far, none have worked. You would think it wouldn't be that hard. I mean, the swords you made felt pretty real. Ciri pointed out. I don't think they're anything alike. The sword is not actually there, as you know. I am just tricking our senses into thinking that it is there. Our brain sees it and can feel it and therefore it thinks it real. But it's really just a trick. To make an illusion that is so complicated that it becomes real means that the feeling is not fake and that everything your senses perceive must be real to some degree. Harry told her. She gave him a funny look when he was done. That sounded very complicated. Did you make that explanation up on your own? She asked. Well, no. I was trying to read up about such things at a library and a man was there who gave me some help. Although he wasn't talking about illusions, he was talking about something called virtual reality, which he believes will be a huge deal someday. Virtual reality? She asked. It's kind of like illusions but made with technology instead of magic, I guess. Anyway, he was trying to explain the differences between the virtual world and the real one and how interactions in the virtual world would likely one day progress to the point where you could touch and feel things as if they were real. I asked him then what the difference would then be between that and the real world. He then gave me the explanation about tricking the senses and making something that was pretty much real. It sounds complicated. It is. He talked to me for over an hour and I still don't understand a lot of what he was saying. Harry said. He would like to think he was rather smart for his age. Especially because he didn't have to sabotage his own grades anymore, but he was still only a 9, almost 10-year-old. So no luck then. You're getting better at making complex illusions, though, right? Yeah. I made a new one. It's my most complicated one and certainly one I'll likely be using the most in the future. Harry explained. Ciri rose an eyebrow. Really, what is it? Ciri asked. The spell is Miron Tez. It's a combination of Miron and Docilitan. Miron because it puts the target in an illusionary environment, either one that looks like where they already are or anywhere else I want them to see. The second part is to then have the environment react like they expect it to. It works similar to how my Docilitan works as well. So, it can basically be used for anything then? Pretty much. That being said, it can't be used indefinitely like my other spells because it requires too much magic to use. Although, I could probably keep it up for a long time with no issue. Harry told her. Nice job. Well, what about protections then? She asked as she moved over to sit next to him. Harry winced. That's going less well. I have only managed to make one type of protection. It's a basic shield that I can have appear around me. I believe it would block physical damage, but I can't be sure unless something attacks me. Even further, the shield is mobile, which is useful, but I want to put it stationary on a location like I do with Miron. I'm having some trouble with that part, Harry told her. Well, I can't do anything about the stationary thing, but I can help with seeing if it can block attacks. Why don't you make it here and I'll see if I can get through? Ciri suggested while hopping up. Harry thought for a moment before nodding. Sure, I guess that can work. Harry said as he joined her standing. How far away do I need to be? She asked. Just like 5 feet. The shield can change size, but I'm only going to have it be around my body. Harry said. Do you have a spell word for it yet?
No.
It's pretty simple. It's just magic hardened in a shell around me. I can pull it out pretty fast even without a word, so I don't really feel the need to assign a spell name to it. I'll do that for something a little more complex in design. Harry told her as he held up a hand and summoned the shield. It was a transparent light blue in appearance and seemed to have a hexagonal pattern on it. He wasn't sure why that was the case, but as long as it didn't affect it, he didn't mind. Well, it looks pretty cool at least, Ciri told him. Harry gave a small smile at where her priorities seemed to lie. I'm glad you think it looks cool. You ready to try and attack it? Harry asked. Sure. Should I just punch it then? Yeah, I guess that'll work. I'll see how this works. The shield is still connected to me, so I assume it'll use my magic to keep up its health to protect me. Go ahead. Harry called out. Ciri nodded from outside his little bubble. She balled up her fist and slammed it against the shield. She then pulled it back and looked at her hand with confusion. Something wrong? He called out. That didn't hurt. Should it have? I punched it with all my strength, so yes. I felt my fist connect, but as soon as it did, it felt like all the power behind it just disappeared. Did the shield take any damage? She asked back. Harry shrugged. Couldn't tell. Why don't you hit it a few more times and I'll see if I can notice any change. he called out to her. She nodded and did exactly that as she started to wail on his shield. Harry simply sat back and tried to see if the magic was draining. Took a few minutes, but Harry finally noticed something. Okay, that's enough. Well, you're doing damage but barely any. It took a while before you did enough damage for me to even notice the amount of magic it would drain, and that was because of how tiny it was, Harry said, finally dropping the shield. I wonder if it has to do with the way it seemed to absorb the power behind my attacks. Could very well be. I will need to test it against other things, but it may be difficult. I could possibly pick a fight with my uncle and get him to try and hit me for practice. I also still need to figure out a way to make it stationary. I'm sure you'll get it. You're pretty smart, and I think you're a quick learner when it comes to magic. She told him encouragingly, like you're a quick learner when it comes to beating people up? He teased. He got a solid punch in his arm for that comment, causing him to flinch in pain. Oh, Harry, don't you know? The only person I beat up is you. Don't you feel special? She asked in an overly sweet tone. Oh yes, very lucky Princess Cirilla. Forgive my tongue. Harry replied back as he rubbed his sore arm. Call me Cirilla again and I'll make sure your eye matches your arm. She hissed. Harry just nodded, not trusting himself not to push his luck. Good. So what else do you want to do today? Harry finally asked. More sword fighting? Siri suggested with excitement. Harry sighed before recasting the illusion for the sword fighting lessons. Yes. A couple of hours later, Harry sat once more on the ground and sighed as the swords seemed to dispel around them. Harry was happy he could help Siri get better at sword fighting, but he didn't really consider that meant that he would also have to get really good at sword fighting too. Well, he knew he would on a logical level, but that was different from actually having to do it. Siri had made him do 20 matches with her. 20 matches. Before today, he hadn't even known it was possible in this dream world to feel tired. Harry sighed as he laid down on the ground and untensed his body to relax. He was stopped from doing so, however, when something heavy landed on top of him, knocking the air right out of him. He gasped for a moment before looking what had landed on him. Siri was looking down on him from on top of his chest. She started laughing as she looked down on his stressed face. She rolled herself off of him and laid on the ground next to him. She continued to laugh at him for like a solid minute before calming herself down. You really enjoyed that, didn't you? Harry glared. Siri looked at him and smiled. I did very much. Thank you for asking. Siri told him. Pain? Harry said back to her before calming down and actually relaxing now that there was nobody to fall down on top of him. Today was a fun day. Siri said calmly from next to him as she put her hands behind her head as she gazed up at the fake afternoon sky. Fun for who exactly? Harry said back rhetorically. Me, of course. And that's all that matters. To you maybe. I suppose it wasn't such a bad day. I got to hang out with you and I guess that's all that matters. Harry said forlornly as he thought back to the time before he had Siri in his life. We've been friends for quite a while at this point. Still not tired of me, huh? Siri teased. I could never be tired of you, Siri. You are the best thing in my life. I would give up everything, including magic, if I knew it would mean I could continue this friendship for the rest of my life. Harry told her seriously. Siri's face became bright red and she looked away from him. It had been a while since that had happened. And here I thought you had finally gotten better at not saying things like. Siri murmured. I still don't know what you mean when you say that. Harry pointed out. He was just being honest. And if he couldn't be honest with Siri, then he couldn't be honest with anyone. Oh yeah, well what about Olivia? Siri pushed. Harry just raised an eyebrow at the mention of his sword fighting partner. He still saw her about once a week or so, except when she didn't come for one reason or another. They got along well enough, though he hesitated to call her a friend. What about her? Harry asked. What if being my friend meant you had to give up your friendship with her? Do you not want me to be friends with Olivia? Harry asked curiously. It wasn't the first time he had that thought. Siri didn't seem to like Olivia. She had tried to hide it from him, but he had noticed. He just wasn't sure why was all. No, that's not what I meant. I just mean if you had to make a choice, then I would choose you, Harry said easily. Siri's face went red again as she buried it in his shoulder, so he wouldn't be able to see it. He just watched her do it, still not quite understanding her reactions. Why what? Why would you choose me? She lives in the same world as you. You can actually do stuff with her outside of this room. She doesn't bother you about things or hit you when you say stupid things but she's not you. She's not my first and best friend. I like Olivia. She's nice and doesn't judge me or ask me questions I don't want to answer or anything like that. But she's not you and she never will be. She hasn't done half the things you have for me. I mean, you taught me about magic and gave me a way to not get hit by my relatives and so many other things. Sure, I don't care for sword fighting nearly as much as you, but I would become a sword master if I knew it would make you happy. As far as I am concerned, you're the only thing I need. You're my world. Harry told her earnestly. He didn't know why Ciri was asking him such strange things, but he wanted her to understand how much she meant to him. You big idiot. She muttered at him, though he didn't hear any heat in her voice, so he assumed she was saying it just to say it. Okay, don't just agree with me because I say it. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Though you're probably right. I feel like I don't understand a lot of things still. Everyone and everything around me often seem confusing. Harry admitted. You understand magic. Ciri pointed out. Well, that's because magic makes sense. It responds to my thoughts and is pretty much just energy I push in different ways. Harry said back. Ciri chuckled at that. Well, you understand me, don't you? Is that a joke? I still don't understand half the things you do or say. I just go along with it. Harry said back with a smile. Ciri smirked at him. Well, boys are pretty dumb and you being friends with me doesn't seem to make you an exception. Ciri told him while she poked him injured times in the chest. Harry said nothing at that, seeing as she had calmed down. They relaxed like that way for a while again in the silence. It would be nice to have some place to sit in here, Ciri commented. Harry chuckled at that. Yes, it would indeed. He agreed. You want to get on that? Ciri pressed. I'll do my best, Ciri. He answered passively. Ciri stared down at him for injure minutes. After the first minute, though, Harry closed his eyes, so he didn't have to keep staring at her deadpan expression. Injure hours later, Harry opened his eyes and looked up in his cupboard before sighing in annoyance. He moved his head and lifted himself into a sitting position. The first few moments after coming back to reality were always the hardest. Mentally realizing he was back in this awful place instead of with Ciri always did a number on him. He sighed one more time, before pushing the cupboard door open and exiting his small little room. Once out, he quietly moved to the kitchen and got to work on cleaning the dishes of the previous night's meal. He did the task with a practiced and bored ease from years of having to do it almost every day. When it was done, he got started on cooking breakfast. A simple meal of eggs, ham, and toast. It didn't take long, which was good since it sounded like his uncle was on his way down the stairs a little early today. He put the food onto 4 different plates before moving them on to the dining table at each place where they normally sat. He then silently sat down and began to eat his food as he waited. His uncle was in the living room and it sounded like he was watching some TV while he waited for the rest of the family to come down. Harry ate slowly as he didn't have anything to do except take a shower before eventually leaving to school. Boy, what do you think you're doing? A voice yelled loudly. Harry felt every cell in his body freeze as he recognized that tone. He looked up with fear and saw his aunt staring down and scowling at him. He looked down again at his almost empty plate that sat on the table. He forgot he needed to reapply the illusion before they saw him for the day. There goes that. Vernon, get in here. The freak is eating at the table. His aunt yelled into the other room. What? He heard someone yell back from the living room. He suddenly heard loud stomping approaching before his uncle suddenly appeared in the doorway looking red-faced and furious. What the hell do you think you're doing, boy? Vernon cried out at him. He felt himself shrink into his seat as he looked at his towering uncle. Then a thought struck him. A thought he had never had before. A thought that felt so foreign in his head that it felt almost wrong to even think it. As he looked at his uncle, he felt himself still and become calm as a single thought pressed forward. Why was he concerned about this? His uncle could literally only hit him if he let him do it. Even further, he had injure ways he could deal with the man. He could put him in illusion where he beat up a fake Harry. He could put him in an illusion where he was actually getting beaten himself and feel as helpless as he made Harry feel like. Or, he could use this opportunity to practice his new protection magic. Well, if he was going to do that, he might as well make sure his uncle was really going to go at him. "Uncle, why don't you like magic?" Harry asked as calmly as he could manage. He knew any use of the M-word was instant trouble. It seemed to work too as his aunt gasped and his uncle's face was now resembling a tomato. "What did you say?" Vernon finally managed to get out, though he looked to be wheezing. "Why don't you like magic? Every time it's brought up you get extremely angry." "I was simply wondering why." Harry pushed. He already had the magic shaped at this point, he just needed to cast it. He would wait though, since the shield was pretty noticeable. "That does it," his Uncle Vernon yelled as he charged at Harry. As soon as he did, Harry finally cast the spell and a blue shield sprang up around him. Harry sat silently as Vernon slammed in the shield and got knocked to the ground. "Vernon!" His aunt yelled in shock as she moved to her fallen husband, trying and struggling to get the hefty man to his feet. Harry simply sat within the shield awkwardly as he watched the scene. Not sure what else he should do, he started picking at the remainders of what was left of his food. He still had some ham left and he decided to eat that while he waited. He just realized that with his relatives now knowing about his magic, they could try to tell somebody. Though that seemed dumb. What could they possibly tell someone to convince them that he had actual magic? He could always just use illusions to make anyone think that the Dursleys were crazy. And he wouldn't lie, some part of him, some small part, wanted to get back at them. He wanted them to pay for making him suffer for so long. He shouldn't have to hide the fact that he was getting proper nourishment or that he got better grades than his cousin. He wanted them to leave him alone without having to cast an illusion on them. "You freak! What the hell have you done? Get rid of this thing now," Vernon demanded as he finally got to his feet and started pounding on the shield. Harry simply watched him do it and noticed that despite their difference in strength, his uncle also couldn't seem to make a scratch on his shield.
No.
"If I did, you would just try to hit me," Harry pointed out. The more he watched his uncle get worked up by slamming on his shield, the more he no longer felt afraid of this man. He just kept pounding, and at some point, Harry idly noticed his cousin had come down the stairs and was staring with confusion at him. He stared back at the boy for a moment before looking back at his uncle, who was breathing hard and had his hands on his knees. "Are you done?" Harry asked, still keeping the shield up. "This is impossible. It's too early. This shouldn't have happened for another year or two at least." His aunt seemed to be muttering to herself as she paced back and forth with noticeable fear. Harry frowned at hearing her say that and diverted all his attention to her. "What do you mean by that? Did you expect me to start gaining powers at some point?" he questioned. His aunt turned and just glared at him, though there was some other feeling in his eyes. One he didn't recognize and hadn't seen on her face before. "I don't have to tell you anything," she yelled back at him. Harry debated it. He really didn't want to hurt his aunt in any way despite his dislike for her. Perhaps he should employ something instead that CIRI had taught him about. Something those in politics would sometimes do, a bluff. "You just saw me make a shield of pure energy. Do you truly want to witness what else I can do?" Harry asked. As he finished his sentence, he held up his hand and silently thought the word Moran on the spot just above his hand. A flame suddenly appeared to almost be hovering above it that all in the house could suddenly see. Harry didn't bother to look though. Instead, he didn't break eye contact with his aunt. Suddenly, that strange look in her eyes grew until it dominated them. Her face all seemed to go slack and her eyes couldn't seem to leave the fake fire hovering in his hands. It was then that Harry recognized what it was in her eyes. Fear. His aunt feared him. Despite how nice it should be to finally be the one in power, seeing that look in her eyes only made him feel like a monster. There are more like you," his aunt finally said. His eyes widened as he processed those words. "More like me? What do you mean?" He couldn't help but demand. "More people who can use that freakish magic. It appears in children when they're young, and when they're 11 they go to school to learn how to use it," she told him, still not looking anywhere but at the flame. "Tunia, don't tell the little freak anymore," Vernon yelled, though Harry looked at the man and thought, Miran Taz. Suddenly a glossy look came over his uncle and he went both quiet and still. His aunt saw this and it seemed to snap her out of her mesmerized look. She rushed to her husband's side and knelt on the ground by his unresponsive body. Vernon! Vernon, answer me! What did you do? She yelled as she looked at him with even more fear. Harry frowned at seeing it, but he would soldier through. Nothing harmful yet, though. If you don't tell me what I want, that could very easily change, he said, trying to sound menacing, though he had to admit, with his young voice, even to himself it sounds bad. Luckily, he had just effectively knocked out the woman's husband with just a look, so he still managed to come off as plenty intimidating. All right, just please don't hurt him. She started crying. Harry simply waited as he looked at her to continue. They have their own society hidden away so us normal people can't find it. There's thousands of them, she finally said. Harry felt his blood go cold at that. Thousands? There were thousands of magic users and he hadn't noticed yet? He had been casting magic around thinking himself invincible, and yet there was apparently a whole society out there with people who were probably a lot stronger than him and he hadn't even noticed. This was a nightmare. Then he blinked and looked at his aunt. How do you know all this? He asked her. She suddenly looked like Harry had forced her to swallow a lemon. How? He demanded, no longer having patience to let this be a long process. He was possibly in very real danger. My sister was one of them. She got a letter after she turned 11 and she went away to that freak school and left her family behind. She married your father right after school ended and was soon knocked up with you. A whole family of freaks. His aunt spit out. Harry blinked at that. Why did she get one and you didn't? Harry asked with confusion. Now it looked like the woman wanted to bite her own tongue. I didn't have any magic, his aunt finally said. Harry blinked at her for a moment. He felt something in his head click and it finally felt like he had discovered some long-lost ancient secret. You were jealous. That's what this has all been about, hasn't it? You were jealous that she had magic and you didn't, so you decided to hate her. That's why you hate me too, isn't it? Because you knew that someday I would also be able to use magic, Harry accused as he looked down at his aunt. She cowered at his words, which was all the confirmation he needed. It's true. I should have known. I can't believe you. Of all the reasons I could think of for why you hated me all this time, she left us. She betrayed all of us to go run off in her little fairy world. She had no problem forgetting about us. All she cared about were her freak friends and her freak school. She forgot about us and then got herself killed. She yelled at him. Harry felt something warm and wet near his eyes and he could feel his hands starting to shake as he became hung up on one particular thing she mentioned. She died. How did she die? Harry whispered as he looked at his aunt. He was always told his parents died in a drunk driving accident. His aunt just stared at him but said nothing. At this point he stood up and stared at her. He could feel heat all around him and it almost felt suffocating. Answer me, Harry yelled at his aunt. She and your father were killed by some sort of dark wizard, she finally said while looking down. Harry felt like he had just been slapped in the face as he fell back in his chair and reeled from the information he just received. He had spent years, believing that his parents had died from being drunks, only to learn this. And all this because his aunt had grown to hate her sister out of jealousy. I hate you, Harry whispered as he shut his eyes tightly, trying to get the raging inferno that was begging to be released all around him under control. It wasn't working too well. He looked up directly at his aunt. It wasn't so long ago that he hated his uncle the most, but compared to how he now felt about his aunt, he might as well have mildly disliked his uncle this whole time. As he looked at her, all he could see was red in his vision, and it was growing stronger by the second. All he could think of was how much he wanted her to pay. I hate you. 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 God, I hate you, he cried out. As he finished, injured ceramics and glasses near him seemed to explode, though he barely noticed. I curse you. I curse you from the bottom of my heart. I want you to pay for everything you ever did. I hope you rot and suffer and lose everything you care about. I hope you're alone until your last day. I hope for every beautiful thing my mother brought to this earth that it does something to you to balance it out. I curse you, Petunia Dursley, to the very depths of hell where you belong. he told her through gritted teeth. In truth, he didn't even know what he was saying. All he knew right now was anger and a heat that felt like it was trying to consume him. And suddenly, as soon as he finished his last word, it vanished. The haze around his mind and the magic building up around him disappeared. His vision returned to normal, and all he could see in front of him was a frightened middle-aged woman who thought she was about to die. And once more, Harry felt like he was a monster. He walked slowly past her, not even sparing her a look. As he went through the doorway, he saw his cousin now hiding by the stairs looking terrified. With everything that had happened, he hadn't even thought of the boy after first seeing him. As he got to the door though, he stopped. "I'm leaving. As of today, you're not my family, though I guess you never really were. You're just the people who harsh treatment me for years. I pray I never see you again, because if I do, I don't think I'll be able to stop myself from killing you," Harry admitted before walking forward again and opening the front door. He walked through it and closed it behind him. As he did so, he couldn't help but look up into the morning sky. Today was going to be a long one. Chapter 6, 1989. Harry shivered as he continued walking through the streets of London. Why was he having such amount of trouble with this? In pop culture, there were abandoned buildings for orphaned kids to move into all over the place. Yet, now that he was out in the world, there were none anywhere it seemed. Harry sighed as he moved forward before an idea hit him. Perhaps he could instead go to an apartment complex. He could hide a room behind an illusion and live there for a while. He hadn't really thought about it until now, but he was probably going to have to steal some things too. He didn't know much about it, but he was pretty sure he had to pay for things like water and electricity. He sighed once more but pushed on into downtown London. Might as well make sure the place he was going to be in was nice. He looked at the different buildings and looked for ones that had balconies on the building, as he hoped they would be the correct types. There were actually injure of such buildings and all of them looked nice. He picked one at random before trying to go into the lobby of the nearest building. As soon as he did, he saw someone who looked up at him. As he made eye contact with a woman, he immediately cast an illusion on her. Instead of a child entering her building, the woman now saw a man who looked just like his uncle. "Greetings. My name is Nathaniel, and I was wondering if you had any apartments available?" he asked her. The woman looked confused for a moment as she stood up, likely from seeing a man appear where she had thought she saw a child. Of course, sir. Let me just check our files for a moment," she told him before going to a file cabinet and opening it. She looked through it for a moment before pulling out injure folders. "Okay, let's see. We have 6 different apartments available, currently starting at £1,600 a month. Utilities are not included," she told him politely. Harry looked over the injure files she brought out. There was a lot of writing on them that he didn't really understand. He did see injure blueprint-looking papers that gave him the layout of the room. "And do they all have furniture and everything already in place?" Harry asked awkwardly, not sure if he was acting correctly. "Oh, you wanted one that was already furnished? Okay, well then, we only have 2 of those available. These ones right here. The starting price for those is £2,000, not including utilities," she told him, taking the 6 folders back and putting them away. Instead, she brought back another 2. He looked at them and he couldn't really tell what its actual size was though. "Would it be possible to see this one?" Harry asked as he pointed to the one that looked like it had more rooms and was hopefully bigger. "Of course, sir. One moment, let me put this away and grab the key." The woman smiled before putting the documents away and grabbing a key that was inside the folder. She then stood and gestured for him to follow him. He nodded and did so. She led him to an elevator and they both got in. She clicked on a button that labeled it as the 17th floor, which was the second highest on this building. The elevator ride felt strange since they didn't say anything to each other, but Harry just tried to ignore the feeling. Finally, the elevator came to a stop and the doors opened. The woman exited first and it looked like they were in a hallway that was painted a soft white color. "This way, it's up here on the right," the woman told him, holding her hand up and gesturing towards the end of the hallway. Harry nodded as he saw it was a corner room, which meant it was the last one at the end of the hallway. "All right, here we are. Let me just open it up for you. There we go. Do you want me to show you around, or would you like to do so yourself?" she asked him. No, I think I can do it myself. Thank you. Just give me a moment. Harry replied. That's no problem. I'll just wait here for you, she said with a polite smile. Harry nodded before entering the apartment. He breathed a sigh of relief as the door closed behind him. This was going well so far. If he did this right, he could get the apartment and even get the utilities felt drawn. He just needed to time this right. Harry walked around the apartment. The kitchen in it was nice and spacious, which was important since he would need the room to kick. He then looked at the living room. It had a simple white couch that had a nice soft cushion when he sat on it. There was a TV as well, though he wasn't sure how often he would be using it. He then checked out the bedrooms. There were 2 of them and they seemed to be an equal size. They both had an attached bathroom with shower/bath combos. The last room was an office with just a desk, a chair, and an empty bookshelf. It all looked like it would suit him just fine. He nodded, then headed out of the apartment. He went out and saw that the woman was still outside waiting for him patiently. She straightened up when she saw him again. Well, sir, what did you think? It looked very nice. How soon would I be able to move into it? Harry asked, trying to contain his excitement. Well, it's ready as soon as you want it. As soon as you are willing to put down a deposit and the first month of rent. Of course, a background check is necessary and proof of income, so that can be done today? Harry asked her. She looked surprised. You wish to move in that fast? She asked. If possible, I just moved back to the U.K., so I have to stay in a hotel until I get my own place. Harry tried to explain. Her eyes lit up and she nodded in understanding. Of course, well, if we can go back down, we can get you all set up, sir. With that, they made their way back down to the first floor and made it back to her desk. She pulled out injure papers and showed them to him. All right, sir, I just need you to sign here and here. Then we'll need £2,550. This will include your deposit, your first month of rent, and the cost to felt drawn your utilities. She explained. Harry looked her in the eyes and thought Mirantaz, casting his current most intricate illusion on her. The woman's eyes began to lose focus. In her mind, he just gave her all the money she asked for and signed the contract. She then continued on in her mind with whatever she needed to make sure to do before giving the apartment to him. Once she did that, the illusion ended and she looked back up and smiled at him. The background check could wait but would need to be completed within 2 days. Well, that'll be all, sir. We hope you enjoying staying here. Your lease is a 12-month one. Here are the keys, the maintenance number if something needs fixing in your apartment, and this is your parking slot in our underground garage. I will have your utilities up and working in less than half an hour. Thank you so much. I'll need to call my wife about this and have her start coming over. I'll be back soon, Harry said to the woman, taking all the papers and keys he had just been given. He then said his goodbyes and headed out of the building. He then went down the street to a nearby department store. It looked to be called Marks and Spencer. He entered and started looking around. He grabbed a cart and then moved to the clothes section and started looking around. He chose some basic clothes with no designs on them since those were the cheapest. Even though he had to steal, he would only try and take the cheapest things to hopefully not to hurt the companies too much. He grabbed enough clothes for about a week. He then went to the food section of the store. He looked around and started grabbing some of the basics. Eggs, steak, cheese, etc. After that, he just grabbed a few things like a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a few other things. After that, he went to the cashier and easily placed an illusion on the cashier when he got up to the cash register. The man looked so bored he could barely tell when the man went under the illusion. He took the fake money and bagged his items for Harry before giving him his items silently. Harry took them in the same way, silently, before heading out of the store. Luckily, this was only 2 blocks from his apartment. He easily walked back to the apartment complex. As he entered, he saw the woman who he could see was actually named Janet based on the nameplate on her desk. She looked up and smiled at him. Hello, Mr. Dudley. Your utilities should be on by now. Janet told him happily. Right? I actually have a problem. My wife just informed me that we are actually not staying in the U.K. after all. So I want to go ahead and cancel my contract. Harry told her, casting his illusion on her once more. This time, she would cancel his contract, take the fee for canceling, and then put his apartment back into the open apartment cabinet. She would then take the keys back from Harry and turn off the utilities. After this was done, she would exit the illusion. That way, his apartment would still be marked as taken, so she wouldn't put it up when someone asked. He would still have the keys for the apartment and the utilities would still be on. After that, he would cast an illusion over his apartment door so it could not be found. Actually, he should probably also take the file altogether so it could not be found at all. He could hide it in a static illusion, but the more illusions he had, the less stable overall they were. It also meant they were more susceptible to being disturbed by his disruptions. Since the lady was still in the illusion, he walked behind her into the cabinet he had seen her put his file away in and reached to grab it. He then made his way to the elevator and went up while the illusion continued on the woman. Once it was finished, it would come to a natural end without him having to do anything. Hours later, Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he sat down on his new bed. His day had certainly been a long one. He ran away from his relative's house, wandered the streets, tricked a lady into giving him a free apartment, and then moved into said apartment. What a terrifying yet exciting day. He would probably still have things to do. The complex would likely notice the price went up for the utilities and might investigate why. He'd have until the end of the month, he was pretty sure, until he needed a solution to hide that. He would likely have to make another complex illusion. He needed to find a way to make someone not want to do certain things, or convince them to do certain things. Is that possible? It should be. Illusions could influence people's senses. Then there should be some way to make them feel like not doing or doing something. It was all in their head, right? So, maybe he could make it that whenever they were supposed to do something that he didn't want them to do, they would simply lose all their motivation to do it. He was sure it should be possible, he just needed to figure out how to do it. He sighed again as he looked at the time. It was almost 8 and he needed to get to sleep to meet up with Siri. He looked at the big king-sized bed with some apprehension. He hadn't ever slept on a bed even half this size before. He went over to his bags that had his recent purchases in it before picking out some pajamas to sleep in. It was a simple matching shirt and pants made from cotton, but it was the first pajamas he had ever owned before. He then looked at the bed and threw the covers back and climbed in. He then reached over and turned off the light before settling down fully. He then tried to get comfortable in bed, which should have been quite easy considering how soft the bed felt. It was strange. The bed was actually very comfortable. He had room to move and everything just felt so soft. Yet, no matter what position he got in, he couldn't seem to quiet his mind. It felt like his mind was analyzing everything around him for some reason. It was setting him on edge and he just couldn't figure out what the issue was. He looked over to a clock on his night dresser and saw it was already 7:50 p.m. He needed to get to sleep soon. He sat up and looked around the room. He then got fully out of the bed and brought some covers down to the floor. Maybe it was just the bed was too soft for him? As he laid on the floor though, he still felt the same prickling feeling all around him, like he was being watched or something. He stood up again and looked around. He couldn't see anything strange, but he couldn't help the feeling of unease. Harry moved around to injure places in his room within injure minutes, and he still couldn't find some place where he felt comfortable. After basically trying to sleep around the whole room, he was about to give up when he noticed one of the doors in his room and he remembered something. He blinked as he slowly approached it. He opened the door and looked inside. It was a closet. A walk-in closet, which was apparently a nice feature, though one he didn't really care about. He looked around it and noticed how much bigger this closet was than his closet back at the Dursleys. He closed the door behind him and laid down on the ground. He looked around at the 4 walls encompassing him and closed his eyes. Finally, the feeling of unease and prickliness on his skin wasn't there. His mind had finally seemed to calm down. He wasn't exactly sure what it meant that he only seemed to be comfortable sleeping in a closet. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think about it now. He was already running late as it were, and if he didn't show up, Siri might freak out. He finally felt his consciousness fading and he embraced the feeling wholeheartedly. He finally had managed to get to sleep. Harry blinked and then blinked again as he tried to get the sleep out of his eyes. He was surrounded by darkness for the most part, but there was also a source of light which shouldn't have been there. He turned his head and looked directly at a straight line of light that seemed to fill his vision. He looked at it confused for a moment before he realized what he was seeing and bolted upright. He looked around confused and saw that he was still the closet he had fell asleep in. He panicked as he got up and opened the door only to see that there was daylight streaming into his bedroom windows. He felt his heartbeat almost seem to stutter as he looked out into the morning sky outside his windows. He felt his heart drop as he realized that he must have missed the deadline to meet with Ciri the night before. He grit his teeth in anger at that. If only he hadn't taken so long to fall asleep, he would have made it in time. This was the first time that he had missed a rendezvous in a year when they first discovered how to make sure that they could meet every night. What would she think must have happened to him? He growled in annoyance before taking a breath and calming himself down. It wasn't such a big problem, just an annoying one. He could still see Ciri tonight after all, but he was still upset about missing last night's meeting. Rather than focusing on something he could no longer do anything about, he decided instead to get ready for the day. He shed his pajamas and moved to grab his day clothes. He pulled out a gray shirt and jeans which he immediately put on with some excitement. This was his first set of his own clothes he had actually been able to wear. Even more, that fit him. He went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror to see how he looked. He twirled for a moment before nodding to himself in happiness. He thought he looked rather good. With that done, he moved to brush his teeth in the bathroom and plan out the rest of his day. He wanted to go to a library and possibly looking up some things on magic. Even if the books weren't real, he could always get ideas from the books. From his experience, magic seemed to be a strange combination of freedom of one's imagination and a bunch of rules to contain and use it. He needed to improve on so many things now, and it looked like he would need to up the importance of combat, especially with other magic users being around. He finished brushing his teeth and finally washed out his mouth before wiping it off. He then walked out of the bathroom and moved to the door to go to his living room. As soon as he did so though, he felt himself freeze as he saw what was waiting on the other side. There was a man in his apartment. An older man that was wearing very strange and colorful robes and a big hat that was probably pointy at one point but now had a tip that drooped down and behind the man's head. The man himself also wore half-moon-shaped glasses and had a long and white-shaped beard that probably made it all the way down to his belly button. And to tie all this up, he was sitting at Harry's dining table and drinking what appeared to be tea. Despite the fear he felt at someone managing to get past his illusions and into his temporary home, he couldn't also help the confusion he also felt at seeing the strange man as well. For a moment he felt so much confusion that it even overwhelmed the fear. Hello, young Harry. It's good to see you are up and about. I hope you don't mind, but I brewed up some tea in your kitchen. Would you like a cup? The old man asked him with a genial smile. Harry blinked at the words and then the question directed at him. Sure, excellent, the man said before moving over to the kettle and fixing another cup of tea. Once poured, he placed it in front of an empty chair that was next to his. He then gestured for Harry to sit in said chair. Harry, despite not wanting, felt his feet seemingly moving towards the chair for him. He still did so at a slow pace though, which the man seemed to notice. The old man gave a soft chuckle at seeing it. I mean, you no harm, Harry. If I wanted to hurt you, I could have done so while you slept in the closet. I certainly wouldn't have made tea for us and waited patiently for you to wake up. The old man pointed out to him. Harry could see the logic in that, so he sat down, but he was still very wary of this man. He could feel all his senses cried out at him that this man was, in fact, very dangerous. Good. Now, I suppose you have many questions and I am going to answer as many of them as I can. Is there one you wish to be answered first? Who are you? Harry started with immediately. I suspected that would be your first. To answer your question, my name is Albus Dumbledore. I am a professor at a school known as Hogwarts. The man told him easily. Harry frowned though. He didn't recognize the name of the man or the school. Why are you here and how did you find me? Harry decided to ask next. Right down to the nitty-gritty then. Well, I suppose I should give you more than the simple explanation. To put it simply, I am, or rather was, a dear friend to your mother and father. When they unfortunately passed on, I was left with the responsibility of your care. I decided then that the best place for you to be raised was with your maternal aunt and her husband. Albus Dumbledore told him. Harry blinked at that before he started feeling a familiar heat rise around him. You left me with the Dursleys? He asked/accused the man. At that, the man seemed to wilt a bit. Yes, I did. At the time, it seemed like a good choice. They were the only blood family that you had left, and I believed they would be the right ones to take care of you. Unfortunately, after a visit I was forced to take to your relative's house yesterday. I can see that I was mistaken in such a belief. Your aunt informed me you now know of the magical world, and, by those impressive illusions I saw when coming here, I would say she was telling the truth, am I correct? He asked, though as he said, the answer was rather obvious. Harry could only nod in confirmation as he realized now why the man seemed to register as so dangerous to him. He was a sorcerer from the hidden society his aunt had told him about, and now that he knew that, he opened his senses to the magic around him. With the man so close, it was impossible not to be bombarded by his sheer presence and power that exuded from him. So much so, that Harry flinched away for a moment before closing his senses once more. Ciri had told him he was quite powerful in magic, but he was a mere pond next to a lake compared to this man. The older man seemed to notice when he flinched as he gave him a curious look when he did so. Despite this, though, he seemed to say nothing about Harry's reaction and decided to continue on where they left off. As you have likely guessed, I am one such magic user. I am a wizard, Harry. And as I am sure you have also guessed, so are you. The man told him. Harry just blinked at the statement. A wizard, not a sorcerer? He couldn't help but ask. In Ciri's world, magic users were usually called sorcerers/sorceresses. Not quite, no. The man answered with a kind, amused smile. What's the difference? Harry asked, not being able to help himself. This was the first time he could truly discuss magic with anyone except Ciri, and he could already feel the excitement brimming. Well, that would depend on who you asked. Most people in our world today would tell you that they are the same thing and that the word sorcerer is just another word for a wizard that is older and has, for the most part, fallen out of use save for a few old titles it is part of. A few, however, will tell you that a sorcerer was a common term for magic users a couple of millennia ago that had a few notable differences from wizards, mainly that they used motions and gestures instead of wands and other focal points to use magic. Once wands became the norm, though, the term wizard was instead created and became the more common term. Soon sorcerers, as they were known, died out and the name simply became synonymous with wizard. The man explained to him with his soft smile still plastered on his face. If Harry doubted this man was a teacher before, he sure didn't now. It was quite obvious by the way the man spoke and the aura he gave off while doing so that he was someone with an education background. It was far from boring, though. In fact, he felt himself become even more interested. Was it in the medieval period when wands were introduced? Harry asked, unknowingly leaning forward towards the man. If we were in school right now, I would give you 10 points for such a deduction. Nonetheless, you are correct. Wands started becoming a common focus for magic users around the year 400 AD. By 650 AD, they were used by almost the entire Western civilized magical population for spellcasting. By 700 AD, there were only a handful of sorcerers left in Europe, the Mediterranean, or in Asia. In Africa and the Americas, many of the magic users already used staffs to perform magic, though they were still called sorcerers until nearly 1833 when the International Confederation of Wizards, or ICW, made a ruling that they were to be classified as wizards due to issues of tension built upon by the idea of superiority. Many, however, still do use staffs or other focuses to channel their magic rather than wands. Dumbledore finished explaining once more. Harry nodded along as paid rapt attention to what the man said. So, according to him, this planet had wands already in the medieval period, but for some reason, Ciri's world didn't. They had some other focuses, but they weren't nearly as common. I do believe we have gotten off track a bit, though I would be delighted to continue this conversation in more depth another time. We need to discuss your living arrangements, I believe. The professor aided. His words knocked the excitement right out of Harry and made him wary again. You're not going to try and send me back to the Dursleys again, are you? He couldn't help but ask. The professor frowned before shaking his head. No, I don't think there'd be much point in doing that now with the wards having been broken. Though I don't think it would have been a good idea even if they hadn't, from what I saw with your aunt and uncle. Would you mind telling me, though, what caused the argument that made you run away? Professor Dumbledore asked. Harry winced. I asked my uncle why he hated magic and he tried to hit me. Harry told him, leaving out a few details. And then you performed magic in front of him. On purpose, I believe, correct? Dumbledore asked him. Harry looked down but nodded at the question. Harry, I'm going to ask you a question and I want you to be perfectly honest with me. Can you do that? The man asked him. Harry nodded slowly though apprehensively. He hadn't a feeling he didn't really have a choice. Good. Harry, I need you to tell me, why did you curse your aunt? Dumbledore asked him. Harry blinked and stared blankly at the man. I didn't actually curse her. I just said I did because I was angry. Harry told him. Did you mean it? What? The words you said when you cursed her. Did you mean them? The man's stare, which had been so kind a minute ago, was now piercing into him. Harry felt frozen like a deer in headlights as he stared back. Well, at the time, I guess I did. I was so angry. It felt like a haze in my head, and all I could think of was how much she had hurt me and how much she lied to me just to make herself feel better. I wanted her to pay for that. To pay for hurting me and lying about my mother simply because she was jealous. By the end of his explanation, he was just whispering. Yet, the professor seemed to hear what he said just fine. The man continued to look at him, and despite wanting to, Harry couldn't seem to look away. His eyes seemed to be searching for something in Harry's own. After a few moments, he seemed satisfied and nodded. I believe you. I did what I could to undo it, but I must admit, it was quite powerful. I know some of it will continue to stick with her unless some counter can be found. Though she should at least not die from it. Dumbledore told him honestly. Harry looked down in shame. Sure, he had been mad, but he truly didn't want to kill his aunt. Though he did hate her. Will someone make a counter? Unlikely. I probably could, but I decided that with her behavior these past few years, young Petunia perhaps should learn to deal with the consequences of her own actions. Do not take that as to me condoning your actions though, Harry. We should never strive to lower ourselves to the level of our adversaries lest we become just as terrible as them. The man lectured. Harry just nodded in understanding at that. Good. I understand you seem able to perform your own magic. Are illusions the only thing you can do? Well, mostly. I can also form a protective shield around myself. That's pretty much it though. Harry admitted. Dumbledore nodded at that though looked curious. That is quite impressive, Harry. Illusions are an extremely uncommon field of magic to go into, most simply being integrated into already created spells. I have not seen an illusion on its own be this strong before. I dare say you should be quite proud of yourself. Dumbledore complimented. His words did perk Harry back up. Thank you, sir, he said back. Dumbledore simply waved the thanks off though. Well deserved. I have never seen a child with such control over their magic either. We normally don't start schooling until the age of 11 because that is when their magic has calmed down enough to start actively performing it. Harry couldn't help but nod at those words. Yeah, I had to practice a lot to get that under control. Do you care to explain? Well, what you just said. I mean, my magic used to shake and vibrate a lot, messing up my illusions. I couldn't count on them to not drop at random moments. But I practiced to get those under control until the shaking turned from making waves to simple stutters, and then they started happening less and less. They still happen, but they're not strong enough to break my illusions. Harry told the man. He felt a little more at ease knowing he wasn't going to be sent back to the Dursleys. Most impressive. I remember speculation that children, if pushed, could be capable of getting their magic under control earlier. However, when put into practice, many children didn't have the willpower to stick with the regime, and in some cases the children would become volatile. As such, it was made illegal to have them undergo such practices. The man replied, looking down on him. Harry blinked. Wait, I have been doing something illegal? Harry asked, panicking a bit. No, nothing of the sort. The illegal part comes from when parents or guardians try and force children into such a path. Even evidence of encouraging children to try and do it on their own is strictly forbidden and carries a mandatory sentence of 2 years in prison. Dumbledore told him. So, if I do it on my own, it's legal? Harry asked. Technically, yes. Though I cannot legally encourage you to continue. If you ever have any questions about magic, feel free to ask me," the professor said with a smile as the man gave him a wink. Harry blinked at that. He wasn't sure what that meant. "Okay. So, I assume I cannot stay here?" Harry asked quietly. "I am afraid not. Though I think I have in mind a place you could stay." "Oh, I don't mean to be rude, by the way, but do you have some sort of proof that you are in charge of me?" Harry finally asked. The old man seemed nice, he supposed, but that didn't mean he was just going to go with him. "Ah, I do have some paperwork saying such. If you wouldn't mind stepping back for a moment, I can go retrieve it to show you," the man said, straightening up. Harry looked confused for a moment but followed what the man said as he stepped back. He then saw the old man pull out a wooden stick from his sleeve. Harry's eyes lit up. "Is that your wand?" Harry asked. "It is indeed," Dumbledore said as he held the wand out so Harry could examine it. He looked at the stick. It was a dark wood and seemed to have injure beads going down it. "Do all wands look the same?" "No, they're quite unique. We can speak more on this. I will only be a moment. Would you mind staying put until I come back, Harry?" the man asked. Harry looked at him for a moment. "Since you most likely have ways to find me through magic, would it matter if I said no?" Harry asked politely. The man seemed to find the question amusing. "You're quite an intelligent young man. So, I suppose no, it wouldn't matter. But then, by that logic, what would be the point of proving to you that you are in fact my ward? I could simply take you and you could not technically stop me. Sometimes, it's simply about the principle and precedent of an action. You're trusting me to prove myself legitimate and I return that, but trusting you not to run away. That's okay. I shall wait here for you to return." "Thank you, Harry. I shall only be gone for a moment. Do not be alarmed by the noise. It is normal," the man said with a smile. Then, with a swift move his wand, the man seemed to disappear right before his eyes. It looked like the very air had sucked him into it and took him away with a loud crack. Harry stared for a moment at the spot before looking around. What in the world was that? Just as soon as he had disappeared, another loud crack sounded, and with it, bringing the man right back in front of him. Harry just looked at the man for a moment before shaking his head. "What just happened?" Harry asked. "I performed a magical technique known as apparition. It's the favored method of quick travel to faraway places for wizards," the professor explained to him. "That sounds extremely useful. Could you teach me?" Harry asked. "Cannot, unfortunately. It is required that apparition / only be taught to wizards who have reached adulthood at the age of 17. This is because the technique can prove dangerous and even fatal if performed incorrectly," the old man told him. "Dangerous how?" "Well, sometimes not all of your body goes with you when you use the technique. This results in some being left behind in a mishap known as splinching." "I don't think I want to learn that technique after all," Harry said with some nausea at the thought of what the man suggested. In Ciri's world they used portals, and she had told him the only real danger with them was you might end up in the wrong place. Yes, it might be best to wait on that. Anyway, here are the previously requested forms, the man told him while giving him injure papers. Harry looked down on them confused. The paper wasn't like normal paper, it was thicker and a slightly different color. "Why is the paper like this?" Harry asked. "In the magical world, we don't use normal paper. Instead, we use something called parchment, and since you will find out later, we also use quills and inkpots," Professor Dumbledore told him. Harry gave him a queer look at that. "Why? Aren't those much harder to use?" "Indeed they are. You will find that many things are rather old-fashioned and outdated. Many wizards look to hold on to tradition and don't want to use the more modern equivalents," Dumbledore explained to him. "That doesn't seem smart." "Yes, well, wizards like other people are varied, some are quite intelligent and some, well, aren't," Dumbledore tried to explain. Was the only noise Harry made to show how unimpressed he was by the man's words. In the meantime, he looked over the papers. He couldn't read it very well with the way the letters seemed to be made. He could identify his names in parts and Professor Dumbledore's. He saw some signatures as well at the bottom of the page of people who he didn't recognize. "I don't really understand what this says," Harry admitted. "Would you like me to explain?" "Well, if you wouldn't mind," Harry answered. These are the standard papers for a transfer of guardianship. Most of the first page list the responsibilities that I would have as your magical guardian. The next page goes on to any punishments I could incur should I abuse said position or mistreat you as my ward. The rest is basically forms from witnesses to the event. I have my name in injure places, of course. I then have a signature from the Minster of Magic at the time, as well as injure names of colleagues of mine here. Then, there is the signature from the Department of Child Welfare right here. Is that satisfactory, or would you like me to go more into detail? No, that's all right. Thank you. Well, I guess I can trust you, then. Harry said quietly as he handed back the papers to the man. Excellent. I'm truly glad to hear that. Now, maybe we should discuss your future living arrangements. Dumbledore suggested. Harry could feel some tension come upon him at those words. While he was happy he wasn't going back to the Dursleys, he didn't really want to be shipped off to live with anyone else either. I understand that your experience with the Dursleys was less than pleasant. For that, I wish to truly apologize, Harry. I want you to know I left you with your relatives for injure reasons, but most important was that I truly believed you would be the safest there. I had someone watching the house to make sure of it, and while they reported that you had some incidents of you and your cousin not getting along, they didn't know the true extent of what was happening inside the house. This was a failure on our part for not being more diligent in your protection and safety. Can you ever forgive me for my mistake, Harry? Dumbledore asked him with a bowed head as he got down on one knee to be at eye level with Harry. Harry frowned at the man's words. In truth, he didn't blame Dumbledore for his part at all. I mean, he wasn't dumb. He knew how other families acted with and treated their family. He knew that he was an outlier rather than the rule. He knew that logically. That being said, it did happen to him, and Dumbledore did leave him to his relatives without checking on him, at least not in person. He apparently had someone watching him, which was strange since he had never noticed anyone. Perhaps they used magic to hide from him. Still, Dumbledore hadn't made the Dursleys hurt him, and although he hadn't known the man long, he seemed honest and knowledgeable. He couldn't see the man acting deliberately malicious with him. Besides, what would be the point in the first place unless the man had some sort of grudge against him? It's okay. I can't blame you for the actions of my relatives. Though I have to ask, why didn't you just raise me yourself? Harry asked. A good question. There are injure reasons. The first and most important reason is that when your mother passed on, she activated a powerful magic that could be used to protect you. The magic is known as blood magic. Because your aunt was directly related to you by blood, I was able to extend the protection around you to around their whole home. Blood magic is extremely powerful, so powerful that even I cannot replicate its full effects, and I am quite experienced when it comes to such protections. Blood magic is often hidden in mystery. It is known about, but it rarely able to be performed because of how little is known about its creation, and, even further, it is outlawed as dark magic by our government. Dark magic? Yes. The term has two meanings. The one I am referring to at this moment means it is illegal. As I was saying, I wish to make use of the blood magic protecting you, and the best place to do that was with your aunt. Unfortunately, the wards around the house collapsed when you left. I assume you no longer considered the place your home, which was a requirement to sustain them. Dumbledore explained to him. Harry processed those words before nodding. He surprisingly understood what Dumbledore was saying. A magic user's blood as the catalyst for magic. I am surprised there is even a way to use that for protection in such a way. I would much more expect it to be used to curse others trying to hurt one and their family. Harry muttered to himself. He knew such a thing was possible in CIRI's world, and it was often used for powerful curses. How did you come to such a conclusion? Dumbledore asked. Harry frowned. Well, isn't it logical? Magic is inside everyone, and based on the way I can feel it move inside them, I would assume it is in their blood. Magic takes a lot to control in my experience, so blood magic must be extremely dangerous since it has magic, but it's already outside of you, meaning you're basically shaping it outside of your body. That means you're using blood for power and not precise results. It's likely pretty crazy in most cases, right? And you came to this conclusion on your own? Dumbledore asked him seriously. Harry nodded, which is technically true. Siri had only told him the results of blood magic. he had made the theory about it on his own. He assumed it was the same here. Interesting. Very interesting. You also say you can feel the flow of magic around you? Well, yes. It feels like this heat surrounding me and also inside of me. I then shape it and do what I want to make it cast into certain ways. If I try to mix it with the heat on the outside though, it gets pretty dangerous and I can't control it very well. How spectacular. I don't think I have ever met a child with such sensitivity to magic at such an early age. I dare say it surpasses even my own now, and I have been refining it for years. That, in combination with you above average magical reserves, I dare say you will grow up to be quite the powerful wizard, Harry. Quite powerful indeed. As far as your theory on blood magic, I would say, based on my own knowledge, that you are right. Blood magic takes extreme precision to control in any meaningful way. It's often used to curse because hate is such a powerful and easy emotion to draw upon. But you're also right in once cast, you don't have much control over it. It's more like a rabid animal that you let off a chain at your enemies. You know the animal is going to attack and try to kill your enemy, but you don't actually have control over it. Dumbledore suggested to him. Harry nodded slowly as he thought on the metaphor. You said my sensitivity to magic is extremely high. How high? Higher than any other I have met save for perhaps one man. The man grew up to be an extremely powerful wizard as well. Oh, how does that affect my education? Well, I imagine you will likely be able to pick up magic at a much faster rate than any of your peers. Even more so when you have the magic demonstrated for you firsthand, since you will be able to more easily mimic the way the magic acts to create spells. It would seem we have gotten quite off topic. Perhaps we can talk more about this some other time. In the meantime, let's get back to what we were talking about. Shall we? All right, good. Now, as to the second reason I did not raise you myself. It may not look it, but I am actually quite busy myself. I, in essence, hold three main positions of influence in our society. I hold a position of Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Headmaster of the School of Hogwarts. Two of those positions are governmental. One is part of the magical equivalent of the United Nations, the other is a high position in the magical Britain's government. The final is the leader of the only school in the whole British Isles. Dumbledore told him. Harry could already feel a headache coming just thinking about what the man had just told him. How could you possibly manage to do all that? Harry asked. Dumbledore chuckled softly but almost sadly at his words. You are one of the few to ever ask me that. In truth, the responsibilities weigh rather heavily on me and leave me with little free time. That being said, I do them because I believe myself, and I don't mean to sound arrogant, am the best person to do them. Dumbledore replied. Harry tilted his head. Why would you think that? Well, to put it simply, I am widely regarded as one of the most powerful and wisest wizards currently alive today. Although I maintain that it isn't true, I have even been compared to Merlin of old. Dumbledore told him with a chuckle. Harry blinked at that. You? Huh? Rather shocking, is it not? Don't let my old looks fool you though, my boy. I was quite the foe in my heyday. Dumbledore told him as he nudged his side as if they were in on some sort of joke. Harry was still shocked at the news, though it did mean he now had some sort of scale to compare wizards to. If Dumbledore was truly the most powerful, then perhaps he wasn't so far behind the average wizard. That was a comforting thought. I understand. And thank you for telling me. I am happy that you at least had a good reason not to raise me yourself. That is kind of you to say, but you could still be upset with me, Harry. You have every right to be. Do you want me to be upset with you? Harry asked finally. I do not, but I do wish to make sure that you are not simply bottling up your emotions to not hurt my feelings. It is okay and would even be expected for you to be angry in such a situation. I'm not angry at someone who didn't have any direct part in my pain. You even apologized already. That's already better than most adults that I know. Harry told him meaningfully. Dumbledore smiled at his words. That is a very mature outlook to have, young Harry. Since we have cleared that up, why don't we talk about where to go from here? You know, I thought quite a bit about where to place you after this whole mess. As you probably guessed, I still can't directly raise you myself. I had injured people I thought of who could be trusted to take care of you, but I have a feeling you'd prefer not to be placed with more new strange people. Is that correct? Dumbledore asked him. Harry nodded very quickly at that. The last thing he wanted was to be shipped off to some new people. Even if he knew there was a low chance of them being like the Dursleys, he just wasn't ready for that. I thought not. In close to a year and a half, you will be invited to attend Hogwarts as is custom. Since it is so close, I thought I would be open to allowing you to live on your own, at least partially. That being said, either I or someone I trust will come check on you throughout the week. From what I have seen, you seem to know how to take care of yourself adequately. Your family has a manor that I was hesitant to allow you to live in when you first came under my care. Its protections are strong, but its location was known, meaning an all-out assault could break through it, leaving you in danger. That being said, it is known you do not live there, so perhaps it could be safe to move you in. Really, you mean that? You'll let me stay on my own? There will be rules, of course. First, I will need to comb the house to make sure there is nothing dangerous to you inside of it. There are likely some book topics inside you are not ready for until you are a little older. It is all technically yours though, so the books will be returned at a later date, either when I believe you are mature enough to view them safely or when you reach magical maturity and become an adult, whichever happens first. Okay, that seems fair. Good, next, I will need you to allow me access to the house warding scheme. I will add some onto it for more protection as well as add some people to its access list. Is that acceptable? Well, I would like to meet the people you add before you add them. A compromise I can agree with. The last is one I already stated in that at least once a week, someone will come to check on your well-being. You will also be brought groceries and anything else you might need. Dumbledore explained. Yes, I agree. Harry replied back excitedly. He was going to be able to live in his own home and, wait, did you say my family owns a manor? Indeed. Potter Manor is one of the oldest family homes left in magical Britain. It is updated every 100 years or so, I believe. Your grandfather had it updated around 40 years ago or so. Dumbledore said easily. Wait, is my family rich? Well, yes. The Potters are one of the richest families in magical Britain. Your fortune has dwindled a bit since the death of your parents, but you're still quite up there. Dumbledore replied. Harry blinked and then he blinked again. Rich? He was rich? How was that even possible? How could he suddenly just become one of the richest people in Britain overnight? How much money does my family have exactly? Now, Harry, money can accomplish a lot, but you shouldn't let such things go to your head. Despite what some think, money does not make you any better than any of your peers. Dumbledore lectured. That's not it. I have literally no money, and now you're telling me I am one of the richest people in Britain. Ah, I see. Well, I have not seen your finances recently, but I would estimate your family's wealth around 15 to 20 million galleons. You also have quite the diverse stock portfolio and injure properties all over Europe. Dumbledore admitted. Harry felt his head swim for a moment and he reached out to the table to steady himself. He just heard a huge number. You mentioned a galleon. That is the largest magical currency and used as the standard. 1 galleon is the equivalent of 15 pounds, I believe. Dumbledore told him. Harry blinked as he tried to do the math in his head. He knew his multiplication tables already. You're saying I have a fortune worth 200 million pounds at minimum? Harry asked. Indeed. The magical economy is quite a bit smaller than the Muggle one, so that is quite the number. Your family has Muggle investments as well, though I am not sure what they are worth at the moment. Okay, I think I am ready now. Let me just go get my things, Harry said as he went back to the bedroom in a daze. As he put all his stuff into a bag, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he was apparently extremely rich. He was also apparently about to move into his own mansion. Already? The professor asked. Yes, I think so. What's going to happen to this place? Harry inquired. You don't have to worry about that. I have already taken care of it. Dumbledore stated to him. Harry just nodded. He shouldn't be surprised that she had already taken care of it. Now, why don't you grab my hand? I won't lie to you, the first time you side apparate, it'll likely feel very uncomfortable and make you feel nausea. Do you think you will be able to handle that? Dumbledore questioned. Harry nodded at that. In truth, he was really curious to feel what apparition felt like. All right, now, grab onto my arm if you would. Dumbledore told him as he held down his arm for Harry to grab onto. Harry took it easily enough. Prepare yourself, young Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and held his breath. The next thing Harry knew, he felt like his whole body was being squeezed through an extremely tight hole or a tube or something. He wasn't sure if it hurt or not, but it certainly didn't feel good. Just as suddenly as it started, though, it was over. Harry immediately collapsed and fell to his knees. He started breathing heavily as his body got reused to not being squeezed on all sides. He took a moment to get his breathing under control. Are you okay? Dumbledore asked politely. Harry shakily nodded as he got it under control and stood back up. He held his hands on his waist as he tried to maintain himself. You will be pleased to know that the first time is always the worst, and that the more you do it, the more used to it your body gets. Dumbledore explained. Thank God, was all Harry could say back. Well, what do you think of your new home, Harry? Dumbledore finally asked. Harry blinked and finally realized what was in front of him. His eyes widened as he looked at the beautiful structure before him. Welcome, young Harry, to Potter Manor. Chapter 7. October 1989. It was strange. Harry had been living on his own for a few weeks now, and he enjoyed it immensely. He loved not having to live with anyone, and he loved this home. Potter Manor was just so warm and comforting. So much so that it almost felt wrong. It felt like this house should have more people in it, like a whole family. Despite that, though, he still enjoyed it. His very favorite part about the home, though, was the library. The library in the home was huge. It was near the same size as the public library at CIRI. The difference is that almost every book had to deal with magic in one way or another. He had been researching wards recently and how other wizards had used and implemented them. Unfortunately, they seemed rather complicated. So, everything was going well, extremely well, which was why it was also strange that he had never been so miserable. He hadn't seen Siri in weeks. The first night when he had run away from home, he had thought it was his fault that he hadn't seen her. However, every night since then he had made sure to go to sleep at the correct time, and not once had he seen Siri. At this point, he was concerned that something must have happened to her. He knew that things in her kingdom were getting tense with the possibility of war against another kingdom. He was worried. She had assured him that even if war did begin, as a princess, she would likely be taken as a political prisoner instead of being harmed. He knew that logically, but it wasn't enough to make him calm down. He needed to know that she was okay. He hadn't been sleeping well for a while now as a result of the stress. If he didn't go to their joined place, he would wake up in the middle of the night and would take hours to get back to sleep. A problem that was now being noticed. Hello, Harry. You look quite tired, my boy, Dumbledore said as he entered the library. Harry blinked for a moment, looking up from his book. Hello, Mr. Dumbledore. Yes, I haven't been sleeping well. Harry trailed off. I believe you said that last week as well. Is there anything I can do to help? Is it this house? No to both, I am afraid. It is just something personal that'll hopefully resolve itself on its own. Thank you for asking, though. You're here earlier than usual. Is there something wrong? He asked. Oh no, nothing of the sort. I actually wanted to stop by and inform you I wish to have you meet someone who will sometimes come check on you when I do not. You said you wish to meet such people before allowing them access to your home. Oh, who is it? My colleague and deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. She was also a very good friend of your parents. She was actually one of the people who offered to raise you upon their deaths. She would have made quite the caregiver, but unfortunately such a choice was too obvious and could have put both you and her in danger. Dumbledore mentioned. Harry frowned. You keep mentioning that, the danger. What's this danger we are protecting me from exactly? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment before shaking his head. My apologies, Harry. I seem to be having what they call a senior moment. To me the answer is so obvious I completely forgot you. Wouldn't know. You see. In the magical world you are quite famous. What? Why? Well, a decade ago, the magical world was in the midst of a war with a Dark Lord who was terrorizing the UK and other parts of Europe. He was an international threat the likes of which hadn't been seen in decades. 8.5 years ago, however, he came to your house personally. As you know, he killed your parents. However, when he tried to kill you, the spell he used, considered to be unblockable and irreversible in its purpose to kill, reflected off of you and back at him. This killed him and ended his reign of terror. Because of this, you are widely held as a hero in magical Europe and known throughout the magical world. Dumbledore told him sitting in a cushioned chair that was near his own. Harry felt like he should be surprised, but honestly he wasn't. His life had turned upside down too much recently, and he was getting used to the random important bits of information he kept being told. Okay, so why does this put me in such danger? Well, while you killed the Dark Lord, he had many followers and many of them are part of high society and in high positions in government. They were able to use their positions to escape their punishments, which means they still walk free. Many of them blame you for their master death and would stop at nothing to bring harm to you. That is why it was important to make sure you were well protected. Dumbledore finished explaining. I see. I guess that means I should start focusing more on my combat abilities before going to Hogwarts. Harry said, almost to himself. You seem remarkably calm for being told that there are people out there trying to kill you. Well, I can't really do anything about it. And it seems like my life recently is just one thing after another. I feel like I can't be surprised by anything anymore. I hope that's not true. Surprises keep life interesting. Dumbledore told him with a smile before looking at the pile of books on the lamp table next to Harry's chair. I see you've been looking into wards and... Interesting, I don't think I have seen such books in a while. Dumbledore said as he pulled the 3 books at the bottom of his pile. Harry looked at them and instantly recognized the books. They were books that focused on the obscure topic of different worlds. Interesting reading choice indeed. I wasn't aware you held any interest on theories of multiworlds. Dumbledore commented. Harry nodded at that. Of course, he was interested in different worlds. Especially recently since he hadn't heard from CIRI in a while. He knew there had to be some ways worlds could connect. Their relationship was proof of that. Do you believe there is other worlds besides our own professor? I do, actually. The greatest evidence has to do with the disappearance of the higher races, millennia ago. I haven't read anything about that. Could you tell me about this disappearance? Well, we have some time, so I see no issue with that. There is evidence that 1,000 years ago humans lived along other races. The High Elves, the Dwarves, and the Fae to be specific. However, a disagreement caused the other races to leave. The Elves and Dwarves left together, but the Fae are believed to have created their own world after banding their power together. How interesting. And they have not been seen since? The High Elves and Dwarves have not, but every few centuries there is some rumor of someone contacting the Fae and making a deal. A deal? Oh yes. Fae were known as quite powerful and would often offer deals in exchange for something. However, they were notorious tricksters and would often betray the people they made deals with. Not always, of course, but it was still something they were known for. It's just rumors, though. I believe that at least some of the encounters are true. Dumbledore told him. Well, what about the evidence you mentioned for the other 2 races? Harry asked. Well, the elves were actually isolated for the most part but lived for long periods of time and were known for their great wisdom. Most of their ancient cities have been lost to time, but there is believed to be one still hidden to this very day under powerful protections and enchantments. If no one has seen it, then how do they know it exists? Who said nobody has seen it? Dumbledore asked with a sly smile. Harry blinked. So wait, if it has been found, why is there doubt in the validity of the story? Because it has never been found in one place or by one single person. There are occasions in history where a magic user will go missing for days or even weeks. When they return, they speak of a beautiful city that they had somehow got stuck in with no memory of how they got there. This has happened on numerous occasions and is usually dismissed as hallucinations when it happens, especially because it does not happen that often. However, there is one thing that connects each of these people's experiences. What is it? The way they describe the strange city they are transported to. They all describe it the same way. A beautiful city with gardens and ponds throughout it. The buildings are made from marble and gold with beautiful arches. One person who apparently went there even drew a painting of it. I have seen the picture and it is quite beautiful, yet the painter claimed it still could not touch the true beauty of the city he went to. Wow. I hope I can see that picture if possible. I wonder what those people had in common to apparently see the same place. Perhaps it wasn't the people at all. What do you mean? Harry asked. Well, what do you think about the city itself? Do you not find it strange, the story about it? Dumbledore asked him. That was the hint he needed. There was something in the story about the city. Well, Dumbledore had told him the elves had places magic around the city to hide it. But they had been gone for thousands of years. Must have been some crazy powerful. The protections. What did they use to power the protections? Harry asked. He had learned recently that the magic world here had runestones or wardstones to power the things they needed. They were similar to the power stones in Ciri's world. Very astute, Harry. You never fail to impress. Elves were certainly geniuses when it came to magic. They didn't have the raw power of the Fae, but their ability to craft magic to their will, as well as their believed close relationship with the dwarves, would have likely made them capable of creating their own power sources beyond even what we could produce in the modern day and age. But that's just a thought, right? Of course, it is only my own theory based on my own findings. I couldn't prove it to you or anything like that. I am simply giving food for thought, as it were. Well, if you are right, even if they had better sources to power their protections and they had amazingly powerful protections crafted with their combined genius, it still has been thousands of years, so whatever is powering those protections couldn't last forever, right? So, at some point, with no one monitoring them, the power will start to fail and the protections around the city with it. Exactly. A chink in the armor that grows bigger and bigger. Yet, why would it pull magical people into it? A good question. One I have thought long and hard about myself. I believe it is working as a failsafe of sorts. The city is actively trying to keep its protections up by bringing in people it is close to so they can somehow renew the protections. There was a similar spell known by the ancient Sumerians that did something similar, though it has been also lost to time. So, the city's protections are dying and it's trying to find someone to renew them for it. But why would it be grabbing people from all over the world? Another excellent question. Are you familiar with the story of the Isle of Avalon? I think vaguely. It's an island that appears in the story King Arthur. It has significance for both muggles and magicals alike. The point of it, however, was that it couldn't be found by normal means, and it was often reported in different locations as well. So, you think Avalon is the hidden elven city? No, I merely am using it as an example of possibility. You see, Avalon has never been found truly, and it is often believed that the reason for this is that it is not anchored to our world and actually lies within its own dimensional space. Dimensional space, sir? How to best explain it? A dimensional space is an empty space usually separated from whole dimensions. Our universe, for example, would count as the whole dimension we live on. Dimensional space is a small separated space outside of another dimension, though usually attached in some way. Still connected yet separate. Do you understand? I think so. It is okay if you don't, Harry. As I have told you, you are extremely intelligent for your age, but you are still only 9. It would be wrong to expect you to understand everything I speak on, especially since you seem to enjoy complex topics and theoretical knowledge. Alright, well, if I am honest, I think I have enough of a concept of what you mean, but I don't believe I have a grounded understanding. Harry admitted. Ha ha ha. You already speak like an adult. I am not sure if that is a good thing or not, Dumbledore said with a soft chuckle, though he sounded sadder than happy. Harry decided not to respond to that, as he wasn't sure what he could even say to such an accusation. Well, why don't we get back on topic? Avalon is believed to be in a separate dimensional space. It then partially exists such a dimensional space and appears on our world, but does so in sporadic locations because it is not directly attached. So, do you think the Elven City is like Avalon in that it is in a separate dimensional space most of the time? I believe it is a possibility. Did you know that, according to legends, Avalon was originally created by the Fae? I did not, but I'd believe it based on what you have told me so far. Well, as I said earlier, this is all an old man's thoughts on the subject. As I said earlier, I have no evidence of any of it, so don't take it as anything close to a certainty. Look into it more yourself and decide what you think. I believe I have a few books on the subject if you would be interested. Really? You would let me borrow them? I see no issue with it. Most speak on theory only, so they do not present any true danger. Dumbledore told him with a smile. Then I would appreciate that very much, Professor. Harry said back eagerly. Ah, please, young Harry. I am not yet your teacher. Outside of school, we are simple fellow explorers on the pursuit of knowledge and truth. You can simply call me Albus. The old man said simply. Harry blinked at that. He had never met an adult who wanted to be called their first name by him before. Are you sure? Isn't that disrespectful, sir? Harry asked. Not if the person gives you permission, which I have. Albus smiled at him as if they were sharing some inside joke. Harry nodded rapidly at that. "'Kay, Albus," he tried. The name felt strange to say and almost wrong. It would take some getting used to. "Thank you, Harry." I believe I just felt Minerva cross the ward lines. Shall we go greet her together? Albus asked him. Harry nodded slowly. It would be impolite not to, even if he was rather nervous to do so. He wasn't the biggest fan of meeting new people, adults especially. Then let us be off, Albus said as he stood, and Harry followed suit. He then followed the old wizard out the door and towards the front door. As soon as they entered the entrance hall, a knock was heard from the front door. Harry rose his eyebrow as he thought of the good timing they had. He then looked to the professor and briefly wondered if he had somehow timed it so they would be here right when his colleague knocked. He put the thought out of his head, though, as the professor reached out and opened the door. "Minerva, I'm glad you could join us. You took a little longer than I expected. Don't tell me you forgot where the house was located?" Albus said in almost teasing tone. Harry still couldn't see who he was talking to since he stood behind the professor. "Yes, well, it has been more than a decade since I was last here. I can be forgiven for not remembering quite exactly where it was. Besides, I was close, so I trust you were not waiting too long." An older female shot right back. "Not at all, Harry, and I used the time to speak on a few interesting topics. Didn't we, young Harry?" Dumbledore said, turning to address Harry, finally giving Harry his first look at the woman in front of him. She was an older woman, which he had already guessed based on her voice. She had a stern look on her face that looked like it couldn't be knocked if you tried. She was wearing clean black robes that he associated as the style for most magicals. They were certainly less eccentric than Albus's were. Like Albus, she also wore a pointed hat, though hers stood up straight instead of drooping like Albus's did. All in all, she presented herself as strict, no-nonsense type of woman. Yes, we did. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Harry," he told her before holding his hand to shake politely. "Oh, I certainly know who you are, Mr. Potter. I was there when you were born after all. Even after all these years, there's only two people I know with eyes as green as yours, and the other person was your mother. You likely do not remember me. My name is Minerva McGonagall. I was a good friend of your parents before they passed," she replied before taking his hand politely and shaking it. Harry had heard that this woman was a friend of his family's, but to hear she was even there for his birth was surprising. They must have been closer than he had first assumed. She so far seemed nice enough, though. "Hello, Ms. McGonagall. Pleasure to re-meet you," Harry finished after a brief pause. The woman's face seemed to soften at his words surprisingly, and he thought he saw the corners of her mouth twitch upwards. "You are quite the polite child. Professor Dumbledore tells me you're quite gifted in magic already and like learning about different topics. I look forward to the moment you come to Hogwarts and I can perhaps teach you about my subject," she told him. He perked up at that. "What subject do you teach, if you don't mind me asking?" "Not at all, I am the Transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts," she told him. His eyes widened at that. He had read about Transfiguration already, as it was considered one of the main branches of magic on this world. The thing that had him so interested in it was how similar it was to his illusions. Instead of making fake images, though, it made real things. Even further, while Transfiguration had spells for certain specific and popular transfiguration, like illusions, spell words were less of a requirement, and it was often viewed that a caster's imagination and willpower were most important. If that were true, then it worked similar to his illusions, which meant he would likely excel in it. Transfiguration? That's amazing. I've done some research on it since moving here, and I can't wait to try it myself. Is it true Transfiguration is really only limited by your imagination and power? Harry asked quickly. The woman's eyebrows both went up, and she looked surprised by his words before she schooled her features once more. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, that is correct. That being said, it is usually much harder for most to master than some other disciplines like charms. She told him. Harry scrunched his brow. I read that it changes things down to the molecular level, correct? If that is the case, do you think that the reason that it is so hard for many in Transfiguration to create things that don't normally exist, because they are essentially making a new molecular structure without considering if it will remain stable? Especially when it comes to creating complex transfigurations like living beings, Harry asked. It was a question that had been niggling in the back of his mind for days. Ms. McGonagall blinked at the question and said nothing for a moment. She then looked at Albus, who simply smiled back as if everything was completely normal, which to Harry it was. She then looked back at him. That's an interesting theory and one that's considered quite advanced. I remember reading about such in my days as an apprentice. Unfortunately, there is no correct answer as of yet, as there are only a handful of Transfiguration Masters and only a few of them bother to look into such a thing, while many work on the creations they at least know have the potential to be possible. I myself have not looked into such, though perhaps Professor Dumbledore could answer where I cannot. He was the Transfiguration teacher before me and is a Transfiguration Master himself, she told him. Harry blinked at that. He hadn't known that bit of knowledge. He looked over to Albus, who looked back at him. She is correct, Harry. In my youth, I actually once spent quite a bit of time trying to create something that did not exist to see if I could get past such a barrier. Did you have any success? I did actually, though not as much as I wished. That being said, it did seem to be as you suggest, in that when you are making something brand new, you need to find a way to make it stable, otherwise it falls apart. Another interesting theory for the day, Dumbledore answered with a smile. Harry frowned at the man's words. He was happy he had an answer, but it also meant that using transfiguration to create new things that didn't exist would likely remain out of his reach. Nevertheless, he nodded at the explanation. I see Albus was not lying or exaggerating on your intelligence. You are quite a bright child. I am happy to see. Ms. McGonagall told him, nodding in approval at him. Thank you, I enjoy learning about magic. Harry replied back. Well then, what do you think, Harry? Would you be amenable to sometimes being watched over by Minerva as well? Dumbledore asked him. Harry thought about it for a moment before nodding. Okay, I don't see any problems with it. Harry agreed easily enough. The woman seemed nice and he didn't think she would try anything to hurt him, despite seeming rather strict. Excellent. Well, why don't you get further acquainted while I go update the wards list? Albus said before walking away. Harry watched him go before looking at the other professor. He wasn't really sure what to say at this point. So, Albus says you're very interested in studying up on magic. Is there anything in particular you are studying right now? Perhaps I could assist you. The woman suggested. Harry thought for a moment on it and nodded in agreement. Okay. Should we go to the library then? I shall follow you there. Harry then led her to the room he had been in before she had arrived. He did notice that she seemed to be familiar with the manor, as she didn't seem to have an expression of seeing the layout for the first time. When they arrived, Harry took his previous seat while Ms. McGonagall took the one Albus had previously been in. He then picked up the books he had been looking at and handed her them. I have been trying to figure out how to make various protections, but am having little progress, Harry told her. She looked over the books and then back to him. Do you mean you are having understanding the material, or how one would take the information from the material and put it into practice? She asked him. The second one, I think. Most protections I see are spells, but I am having trouble mimicking them, Harry admitted. Well, that is because wards are usually advanced forms of charms that almost always require a wand due to their complexity and the way you constantly have to shift and shape your magic while making them. Jumping to them without an already firm understanding in charms is a little foolhardy. She told him, though she sounded like she was making a comment rather than admonishing him. Okay. You said your magic is constantly moving when doing it? Do you think you could show me how? Harry asked. Show you? Can you elaborate? Well, would you be able to make a ward right here and now and allow me to watch as you do so? Harry asked. The woman frowned and looked up in thought. I suppose that would be all right, though I shall tell you I only know some basic ward spells. As I said, it is quite an advanced form of charms, and anything too complicated is best left to professionals. Ms. McGonagall told him. Harry nodded eagerly, happy at her agreement. She then stood and reached into her own sleeve. She withdrew a wooden stick and Harry immediately assumed it must be her own wand. It was only the second he had ever seen and he noticed it looked quite different from Albus's wand. So they were likely each quite unique then. He then watched her start to move her wand in the air and slowly whisper out something. Her wand tipped glowed and Harry immediately started to pay attention to the magic around them to see how it moved. Upon the opening of such senses, he immediately took notice that Ms. McGonagall seemed to be quite powerful herself. She didn't have as much as Albus, but she certainly had much more than him. Next, he noticed how her wand seemed to be drawing magic from her with ease and a speed he likely wouldn't be able to match before it started shaping at the tip and getting released to the outside. He watched curiously as he could feel the way her magic seemed to almost go back and forth and layer itself onto the floor around her. The more her hands moved back and forth, the more condensed the magic seemed to get before she began to move in a circle and continuously repeating the motion all around her. He also couldn't help but notice the way her magic almost felt like it took shape after she had finished in a spot. The magic she seemed to leave seemed to have geometrical shaped patterns in it, which reminded him of the hexagonal pattern he saw in his basic shield that he could create. After another few moments, though, he saw that she was completely encased in an invisible wall of magic. She put down her wand and finally looked back at him. There we are. This is a basic ward. It just makes a physical wall around something preventing anyone or thing from entering, including magic. How interesting. I believe I understand now what you meant about the constant movement of magic. The amount of back and forth just to make sure it is sufficiently layered to remain in place would be difficult. I assume it takes a decent amount of magic to make any powerful wards. Powerful wards are often erected by teams of wizards rather than just one, so they can share the burden rather than have one person take all the strain. Can you see the ward? She asked curiously. Not really see, but I can feel that it's there. I don't really know how to explain it. I can feel it and even tell its shape and the way you formed it, but it's not like looking at it or a normal feeling of touching something. It feels almost like an extra sense that's a combination of other senses melded together, specifically allowing me feel the magic around me. Remarkable. Dumbledore mentioned your sensitivity was higher than normal, but I think he perhaps understated it. That will most certainly help you in the future when trying to learn magic, especially from others. Albus said the same thing to me. Albus? Oh, Professor Dumbledore said I may call him that since I am not yet a student and we were both just pursuers of knowledge and truth or something. Harry explained, feeling embarrassed. It didn't seem to bother her though, as a smile appeared on her face as she shook her head. That man. Well, in that case you may call me Minerva unless we are in a school setting. Minerva told him. Harry frowned at now having to get used to calling another adult by their first name but nodded nonetheless. Okay. Well, I want to see if now that I saw you do it, if I can improve my own. Harry said as he moved and stepped away from her. What do you mean? She asked him. Let me show you, just give me a minute. It takes me longer to get it built up to perform than you. Harry told her as he took a few steps away and closed her eyes before she could reply. He focused on building up his magic and couldn't help but notice how slow it was compared to Minerva with her wand. It definitely showed the advantages of having a wand. He wouldn't complain though. As long as he could perform magic, he was happy. He felt his brow furrow as he felt that he likely had enough magic built up to do what he wanted. He started to then have the magic leave him and move back and forth on top of itself, making it more and more layered. The movement took a lot longer as well than Minerva's with her wand, since he was basically forcing his magic to do it, whereas the wand almost seemed to do it for the caster. It took a minute or so before he believed the invisible wall he had created in front of him was concentrated enough to maintain itself without being directly connected to him. He slowly cut of the connection to it, see if he could notice any change like it falling apart. To his delight, it maintained itself and remained right where it was even once it was disconnected. He also noticed his seemed to be a little tighter bound maybe than the one Minerva made. Okay, I did it, though I only put it right in front of me. Thank you again for showing me how to do it. I think I see now why it would be so complicated. Even ignoring how much magic it took to place, this is a basic one that only physically stops things. I know the more complicated ones can have illusions, compulsions, and a whole host of other things added to them. With how tight the magic already is, I can see how it would be extremely difficult it would be to add such things without the precision a wand gives. Harry said as he couldn't take his eyes off the spot where he knew his ward was set up. I'm sorry, I am confused. What did you do? Minerva asked him. I made a ward, he said back simply as he pointed to where it was. You made a ward? Sure. You can't feel it? It's right between us? Why don't you try and walk forward? I think I did it right, so you should be able to feel it. Harry told her as he continued to point out where it was. Minerva's eyebrows scrunched as she looked at him with a look that may have been skepticism. She didn't call him out though, instead she took a few steps closer and reached out her hand. Harry watched as her hand made contact with the ward as if it was touching a wall of air. Her eyes widened in shock. It's here. Yep. I've never been able to make one that stays in place. It always just stays around me. I wouldn't have thought of the layering trick to stick it somewhere. Harry commented as he watched her pull out her wand once again and wave it in front of his ward. He could feel magic around the wand release and hit the ward. The magic simply splashed off however, and the ward stood as if nothing had happened. You actually made a ward without a wand. Well, I don't have a wand yet. Albus says I need to be 11 before I can get my own. Harry said back easily. Minerva just looked at him slowly, and he suddenly felt as if he were being eyed by a predator like a bunny in front of the eyes of an eagle. He felt himself shrink into himself at the look, but he didn't move. You can consciously perform wandless magic? Well, yes. Did Albus not tell you that? Harry asked as he squirmed at the scrutiny he was now being placed under. As a matter of fact, he did not. Did he tell you how rare that was? He mentioned how hard it was for kids to learn magic before 11 because it wasn't stable enough, and how methods to try and train them to do so were outlawed a long time ago for the danger and low success rate. He said it was fine if I already knew how to do it though, as no one had broken the law by training me to do it. Harry responded as best he could. I'm not speaking of just children, Harry. Even most adults cannot perform wandless magic. And the ones who can barely are able to manage a few basic spells. I myself only know a few tricks, and the person who I believe knows the most is Dumbledore. Even his ability in the field is quite limited. Being able to perform magic without a wand is an extremely special ability, she said, clearly doing her best to press the importance of it on him. Was all Harry could think to say back. Already, he felt his mind start thinking about possibilities on why it would be so hard for others to perform wandless magic. Why can't others perform wandless magic? Injure reasons. 1. Wandless magic takes more power and effort to use than magic with a wand. So, if a magically weaker person tried it, they could easily injure themselves. Next, most do not start to even begin to attempt to learn wandless magic until later in life, where they have already spent years using a wand. They are unused to shaping magic through simple force of will. So, a wand is like a crutch, can help you walk easier, but if you become too used to it, then you can't really walk without it. An excellent analogy, and yes, that is indeed how it is viewed. That being said, even if you didn't start with a wand, wandless magic is still hard to learn because most cannot feel how their magic is reacting and moving the way you can. Therefore, they often have to use a lot of trial and error to accomplish even the simplest tasks. But then, how did sorcerers manage to use it so easily so long ago? It is often believed that magicals used to have naturally higher sensitivity to magic, and that hundreds of years of relying on wands has naturally dulled our senses to it. McGonagall explained. Harry frowned. So, was he just lucky then to both have a high sensitivity to magic and large reserves right from childhood? That seemed strange to him. How is everyone getting along with each other? Dumbledore asked after finally re-entering the room. Harry looked over and a smile returned. Minerva taught me how to cast a ward. He answered back easily. Besides everything else, he was actually excited about that. Dumbledore rose an eyebrow at that and looked at the mentioned woman. Did she? Unknowingly, but yes. It would seem you forgot to mention a few capabilities of Mr. Potter here to me, Dumbledore. Things like wandless magic, perhaps. She almost seemed to growl. Harry took a step back unknowingly at the upset tone. Was Albus in trouble? Perhaps not, since he seemed to just laugh off the accusations. I thought it would be an interesting surprise for you. Yes, young Harry is already quite an accomplished wandless user. His repertoire is not yet that large but rather versatile if I do say so myself. I am pleased to hear he has had some success in expanding it even further, Albus said while stroking his beard. Minerva growled at the man's words again before just tooting to herself and shaking her head. Harry just watched the dynamic before his eyes lit up in understanding. This is just like how he and Ciri acted. They must actually be very good friends then. Now, I do believe it is time for us to leave Harry to his own devices. Harry, did you need anything further before we departed? No, I don't think so. Just needed more food as usual. Excellent. I took the liberty of leaving a potion for you on your kitchen counter known as dreamless sleep. If you find yourself continue having trouble sleeping, you could perhaps consider taking it. It will guarantee you some much needed sleep at least for one night. Dumbledore suggested. Thank you. I will keep it in mind. Harry told him, already knowing he had no intention of ever drinking it. He could not risk not seeing Ciri just so he could get one night of sleep. I am glad to hear that. Well, shall we be off, Minerva? Albus asked, turning to the woman in question. The other teacher nodded silently before turning to Harry. It was lovely to get reacquainted with you, Harry. I do hope we can continue to do so next time we meet, she said with a smile at him. Harry gave her a tentative smile back. I agree. I enjoyed speaking with and learning from you. I hope we can continue to do so in the future. Have a good rest of your day, Harry told her as he held out his hand for her to shake, which she took easily. With that, both of them departed together to leave the grounds so they could apparate back to wherever they had come from. Harry didn't walk them out though. He simply sat in the library and looked at his ward. He eyed it before reaching his magic to it once more. As soon as it connected, he commanded it to dispel and watched it do so with ease. That was nice. With that done, he decided to go look around for some more books for reading. Hours later, Harry blinked for a moment as he saw a familiar blackness greet his vision. He simply sat staring in confusion for a moment before bolting upright in realization. Ciri, he immediately called out as he started to look around wildly. For a moment, he could see no one else here with him and he felt the panic in him start to rise. Then he saw a flash of white in the corner of his vision and his head snapped, almost painfully, in the direction of it. And there she was. She must have been 20 feet from him, but he was to her in almost an instant with his arms wrapped as tightly around her as he could manage, as if to assure himself. She was really there. Ciri, I missed you so much, Harry told her before drawing away for a moment to look at her. He immediately frowned as he took in her appearance. She was wearing clothes that were extremely dirty and even torn in some places. They were clearly meant for traveling of some sort. Her hair, which was usually in some fancy hairstyle or another, was dirty and looked like it had physical dirt clumps in it. The thing that most took his attention, though, was her face. Like the rest of her, it was covered in a layer of dirt. This helped him easily spot what were clearly dried-up tear tracks that had gone down her face. Her eyes, which had always seemed so bright to him, now seemed dull and almost lifeless. Her lips, which were almost always turned up in a smile or mischievous smirk, was now seemingly stuck in a straight line. She looked absolutely terrible. What happened? He immediately asked as finished taking in her appearance. They attacked us. Nilfgaard attacked us. Grandmother and grandfather. Her eyes started to water and her lips quivered. Harry saw what was happening and drew her into another hug. It's okay. You don't have to say it. Just, let's stay like this for a while, Harry told her before silently holding her. It seemed his worst fears had been realized. With this, Ciri was now an orphan, and considering her condition, her status as princess had not helped her. He could feel her shudder and shake slightly and felt as she cried into the crook of his neck. He let her with no issue. He could do nothing else but hold her and do his best to comfort her. He had never felt so helpless and angry with himself than in that moment. Ciri was in trouble and he couldn't do anything to help her. He couldn't swoop in and come to the rescue. He couldn't give her any helpful advice. All he could do for her was hold her as she sobbed her heart out, and such a realization pierced his heart like a knife. They sat like that for what felt like hours, and they had moved to the ground but hadn't broken away from each other. He wasn't sure when, but at some point, he had noticed Ciri had stopped crying, but he hadn't said anything. He just kept holding her as close as he could. After a while, though, he decided he should probably try speaking to her. "Ciri, would you be okay if I asked you some questions?" He asked as gently and quietly as he could. She didn't say anything, but he could feel her nod into him. "Okay. Are you somewhere safe in your world?" he asked her. She didn't answer for a moment, causing some tension to rise in Harry. Calmed, though, when he finally felt her nod again. He sighed in relief at that as he held her tighter again in relief. Good. Is there anything I can do?" He tried, though he could already feel defeat in knowing her answer.
"No."
Ciri answered, speaking for the first time since they had first entered. He knew it already, but he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger at his lack of ability. "I swear to you, I'll find a way to reach you, Ciri. I'll find a way to come protect you and help you, and you won't have to be worried ever again." Chapter 8, April 1990. "Harry, I must admit, I am becoming quite worried." Harry blinked and looked up from his book to see Albus sitting across from him once more. He hadn't even realized the man was here. "I'm sorry, Albus, what did you say?" Harry asked as his eyes flickered back to the book he was reading. "I said I was becoming quite worried about you. Recently you seem to have become obsessed with the topic of multi-world theories. I must ask, what has you so focused on this in particular?" Albus asked him. Harry blinked at him. It was strange, but his head felt rather fuzzy. He was quite sure he wasn't thinking straight at the moment, but so hard, Albus. It feels like every step forward is 2 steps back. Why is it so hard to figure out? Every time I think I understand something, I run into a new problem that can take weeks to get past. It's all about power. It has to be about the power, right? I mean, to make a bridge across worlds would mean basically making a hole in ours and in theirs and stepping through it without dying. Harry kept talking, not even really sure why anymore, just that he couldn't seem to stop himself. "What do you mean, Harry? Look, Albus, it's all here. Every incident and talking point that I could find in this library, I mapped them all out. Almost all of them happened by accident. The doorway always seems to open by accident. But there are no accidents, right? There's simply things that we know why happened and things we don't know why happened." Harry continued as he picked injure papers he had been writing on and threw them into the man's lap before going over to another paper that had a sketch on it. "It doesn't make sense. There has to be holes somewhere, places of magical outburst that ripped open holes that never quite closed, right? Yet the high races found a way to do it. The Fae is understandable, but the elves and dwarves? No, there must be an equation that I am missing. I have searched every arithmancy book in this place, and no matter what, not a single one has anything about it." Harry groaned as he gripped his hair so hard. He idly wondered if he would pull it out. "Harry, what are you saying? You're not making any sense." "Sense? You want sense? None of this makes any sense, Albus. Don't you see, we have all the pieces, yet we still haven't gotten it. No one has in thousands of years, but the answer is out there, and I need to find it, and I need to find it now. God damn it, I need to find it now." Harry hadn't even noticed he had started cried out. All he knew was that he was looking down at his paper, and he couldn't even be sure if what was written on it made sense or if it was just random jumbles he had put onto it. Then his whole world went black. Harry didn't know what happened when he next opened his eyes. All he knew was that his head felt clearer than it had in a long time, and that he was somewhere that he did not recognize. He blinked as he looked around and tried to get his bearings. He was in some sort of large room that looked to be inside of a stone structure. All along the walls were beds that had curtains placed between them. Perhaps some sort of hospital? "Don't you even think about getting up?" A voice snapped, causing him no small amount of fright. His eyes jumped to an older woman in an old-fashioned nurse's outfit glaring as she rapidly approached him. As she reached him, she pulled out a wand and started casting spells. He felt the magic touch him, but it didn't seem harmful, so he tried not to panic. "Where am I?" he finally asked as she continued to cast. "You're in the infirmary wing at Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore brought you here 2 days ago. You were suffering from extreme exhaustion and some malnourishment, showing you hadn't been eating for injured days," she said with a look of annoyance as she said it. Harry just blinked at the response. He knew what Hogwarts was, but everything else was a surprise to him. 2 days? Ciri was probably worried about him. Even more so than she had been recently. I see. When can I leave? He asked. When Headmaster Dumbledore says you can. He has already been informed you have woken up. Now, you just continue to lay there and sit still, young man. The nurse told him before walking away. Harry watched her leave before sighing and letting his head drop to the pillow. He waited a while before he saw Dumbledore come into the room. He leaned up and moved himself into a sitting position with a back against his headboard. As Dumbledore sat down next to him, Harry couldn't help but feel sad at seeing the disappointed look on the man's face. Harry, how are you feeling? Better? A lot better. What happened? My head was kind of fuzzy, it feels like. I was hoping you could tell me. You seem to have become obsessed with what we spoke about on multi-world theories. I had noticed you had been acting strangely for a few months, but when I arrived it was like you were an entirely different person. It looked like you barely recognized me and you were going on and on without making any sense. I am afraid. I was forced to stun you and immediately brought you here. You were given dreamless sleep to make sure you stayed under enough to recuperate. Dumbledore told him. Harry wilted at that. He hadn't meant to cause such problems with his research. He had perhaps gone a little too far, though.
I'm sorry.
I hadn't meant for it to get that far. Harry tried. Harry, I think you're quite an intelligent young man. So, I want to believe you didn't just foolishly almost exhaust yourself to death just because you randomly became obsessed with an obscure magical set of theories. Please explain to me why this was so important to you. If you can't give me a good enough reason, I may not deem it safe for you to live on your own anymore. Dumbledore told him seriously. Harry felt some nervous energy invade his entire body at those words.
No.
I promise this won't happen again. I just lost control this once. I realize now the danger of doing so, and I'll make sure I don't go that far again. Harry tried to say. Dumbledore looked at him sternly for a moment in silence. I want you to make me understand, Harry. I can tell you haven't told me something. Please explain to me why this happened. Dumbledore finally said. Harry felt conflicted at that. Just thinking about talking about Ciri made him feel uncomfortable. He knew it was wrong to feel that way, but Ciri had always been just his. A little secret that no one else knew about. Then again, he knew Dumbledore to be an extremely wise wizard. He was likely one of the wisest on the planet if Minerva was to be believed. If he revealed the truth about Ciri to him, the man might be able to help him. He wasn't even sure how far he had gotten in the last 6 months at finding a solution, especially with how there were so many spots in his memory from when he had been too tired to think straight. Did he not owe it to Ciri to try everything possible to get to her? Okay, I am going to tell you something, and it might sound impossible, but I just want you to know I am telling the truth. Harry started as he looked at Dumbledore to try and gauge his reaction. The man sat a little straighter at his words before leaning forward. I shall endeavor to keep an open mind with whatever you tell me, Dumbledore assured. Harry hesitantly nodded at that before taking a deep breath and beginning. I have this friend that I haven't ever told you about. Or anyone else, I guess. Harry began. Immediately, Dumbledore's expression seemed to turn to stone, but he said nothing, waiting for Harry to continue. The thing is, this friend, well, they live in a different world from ours, Harry finally said. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly at that. Can you elaborate? How do you know this person is from a different world? Well, at first I wasn't. We actually could only meet in our dreams. Our first meetings were sporadic, but we found out if we fell asleep near the same time, our conscience would seem to connect when we slept. Harry said to him, this friend, did they have anything to do with you learning how to perform magic? Dumbledore questioned. Harry blinked at the man. If he didn't know any better, he would almost say he looked suspicious. Well, yes, actually. That's how I confirmed that they were actually real. They told me that magic was quite common in their own world and seemed to believe that all worlds that had living beings on it should have magic of some sort. It was then that they gave me a meditation technique to help me reach out to my magic and start to use it. Harry continued, this person, if you don't mind, would you describe him to me? Dumbledore said seriously. Harry thought the question a little odd but nodded nonetheless. Well, first off, they're a girl, not a boy. Secondly, wait, your friend is a female? Dumbledore interrupted. Yes, her name is Ciri. Harry told him, looking at the man in bewilderment. At this, Dumbledore stopped looking so serious and instead looked somewhat perplexed. He seemed to get lost in thought. Do you still wish for me to describe her? Harry finally asked. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to refocus on him, as if he was jogged out of a thought or memory. Apologies, yes. Please continue, Harry. Right. Well, Ciri is a girl that's around my age. She has pale skin and green eyes that are a different shade than my own. She also has hair that almost looks white in color. It used to be slightly blonder in appearance, but it's becoming lighter and lighter. Soon it'll be completely white, I think. Harry described. I see. What about her personality? I think she is what people would call a tomboy. She's a princess? Or was one, but she always liked the simpler things and to play rough. She's always wanted to learn how to fight too. Remember I told you how I took sword lessons? Well, she is why. After she gave me tips on magic, she asked if I could learn and then teach her sword fighting. She couldn't learn it herself at the time because her grandmother was against it. Harry explained. Dumbledore seemed to lean back in his chair more and more with every word. His face looked completely confused for a moment before schooling itself. She sounds like an interesting young girl. So, you meet this girl every night in your dreams? Well, unless something gets in the way of us not falling asleep at nearly the same time, but usually. And what do you usually do together? It depends, I guess. Sometimes we talk about our days and what we did. Sometimes we practice with me helping her learn sword fighting and her helping me practice or theorize on magic. Sometimes we just sit together in silence. I usually cast illusions in our dream space because if I don't it looks like an empty pitch-black room, Harry told him. Dumbledore looked like he was deep in thought once more. In truth, I have never heard of such a thing before. And you're sure she is actually from a different world? As positive as I can be without actually going to it. When we first met, we discovered our worlds have very different geography and many different names for countries and such. Her world is also still in the medieval period. I think it's 1260-something for them. Harry revealed. Most interesting indeed. And this girl. She's the reason you were working yourself so hard? Because you wish to meet her in person? Dumbledore asked carefully. Harry wilted at the question.
No.
Well, not exactly. I told you Ciri is a princess. Well, when she was really young, her mother and father died out at sea. So, ever since, she had been living with her grandmother and grandfather who were the king and queen of her kingdom, Cintra. Around 6 months ago, though, Cintra was invaded by another kingdom and her grandmother and grandfather were killed. Ciri was almost captured and only made it away from the city by luck. I didn't see her for almost a month because her sleep was sporadic as she tried to get to safety. When I did see her, she looked terrible. She looked like she was broken. Harry revealed, feeling a hatred boil up inside of him at the memory. I'm sorry to hear that. I remember that she said almost nothing that night. I just held her. She cried into me before going silent. She was in so much pain. Her entire world had been flipped upside down and all I could do was hold her as tight as I could. I felt so helpless in that moment. I promised her that I would find a way to bridge the gap between our worlds and that one day I would come for her. Harry, I know it wasn't smart and that no one has ever been known to do such a thing before, but what choice did I have? My best friend was suffering beyond anything I could imagine and I couldn't do anything about it. I just sat there helplessly as she cried. Albus, all I could think was that I needed this to work. I needed to find some way to reach her and I needed to do it as fast as possible. Harry, but I couldn't do it. I've been working 6 months using every bit of strength I have. I crammed so much knowledge in my head. I can't even remember it all, and for what? Nothing. That's what. This was the one thing that was actually important, the one thing that I couldn't afford to fail at, and I couldn't even get close. I failed Albus. I tried everything I could think of. Looked up absolutely everything I could and I failed. I mean, it's not like I wanted to cure cancer or stop people from dying, I just wanted to help my friend. My best friend, my only friend, and He didn't know when it happened, but he suddenly realized his whole body was shaking and he couldn't seem to stop it. His entire face felt hot and wet and his vision seemed blurry. His hands were balled into fists so tightly that he was pretty sure he saw some bright red falling from them through his blurry vision. His throat was so choked up that he couldn't even continue talking. All that was left for him was to weep. Weep at how he had failed Ciri despite the promise he had made to her. Weep at how so much work and research had yielded nothing to him that brought him a step closer to getting to her. Weep with anger and frustration at how much of a failure he was. All he could do was cry, and he hated himself for that. He didn't know how long he sat in that position just crying, but he did notice it when something was laid gently on his head. He looked up and barely saw through his blurred vision that Dumbledore had moved closer and laid a gentle hand on his head. It was strange to think, but it actually felt nice, almost comforting in a way. Not as nice as when Ciri would run her hand through his hair, but still. He almost laughed at the absurdity of the situation as he raised his bed comforter up and used it to wipe off his eyes and dry the rest of his face. He did notice his hands still had blood on them, and they seemed to stain the sheets, which he did feel a little bad about it. Without him noticing, Dumbledore had removed his wand and waved it over Harry's hands. In a moment, the nail wounds from where he dug them into his palm receded, and the skin seemed to almost stitched itself back together. "Thank you," Harry said as he finally managed to regain his voice. "You are most welcome. Do you feel any better now?" Dumbledore asked gently. Harry did manage a raspy chuckle at that. "I don't know if better is the word I would use, but different. That is a start, I suppose. You know, Harry, I have lived an incredibly long time, and during that time I too have lost many, many friends along the way. Some to wars, some to illness and accidents, and some simply to age. I can't tell you how many times I would blame myself for a death or an unfortunate accident of a friend. People say I am one of the most powerful wizards alive, and while they may not be wrong necessarily, all that power means nothing if I can't even use it to do what matters most. I have found that no matter how many times people tell you that it's not your fault, when you take on a responsibility or make a promise, there's no simply banishing away the feelings associated with it when you cannot live up it. But I can assure you that those who care will not hold it against you should you fail. Those who truly care will be the ones who understand it is not only in the result that worth is found, but in the effort as well. Does young Ciri know of how hard you have been pushing yourself for her sake?"
No.
I told her I would find a way, and I would sometimes give her progress updates, but she began to worry about the condition I would come to our shared place in. I tried to drop the subject and simply tell her I had other things going on. I won't worry her with this. She has had enough on her plate recently, and I don't want her to start worrying for me too. Harry admitted softly. It sounds like you already know what her response would be to your recent actions. Then she'd be furious. She'd probably punch my nose so hard it would break if it could there. Harry said with a hearty chuckle, finally regaining some actual warmth. Then it sounds like she would appreciate the effort, but would likely prefer her friend not to tear himself to pieces for her. I know she would. It's just so hard. I know it is, Harry, I know. I am not saying you should give up on your endeavor, but you need to pace yourself. If you drive yourself into an early grave with this, then all your work would truly be for nothing. I understand, Harry said back. And he did. He didn't like it, but he certainly understood it. He would need to scale back his research to a more normal level, even if the thought of such made him upset. I am glad. And I am glad you decided to trust me with this, even if it was under such strenuous circumstances. Dumbledore told him back with a smile. So, you believe me then? Well, I will admit it does seem far-fetched, but I trust your judgment, and if you say you believe it to be real, then I will continue under the assumption that you are right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Harry told him with a grateful smile. Well then, I suppose since we have some time we can speak on what you were researching. Dumbledore said lightly. Harry immediately perked up at that. Had the man found something? Dumbledore indeed reached into his robes and pulled out Injure papers that Harry vaguely recognized. Yesterday, I gathered up everything you had been poring over in the library. These are the papers I had found you had written on yourself. I also took a look through Injure of the books during my free time as well, even recognized Injure. You were quite thorough in finding references to separate worlds. I am impressed you were able to manage to do so while in such a unstable state. Dumbledore commented as he handed Harry the papers. Harry took the papers and looked through them. Most of them he didn't even remember writing. Some did actually look like they had real notes and even some equations on them though. Other papers looked like they were a mix of something that had started with making sense before devolving into absolute nonsense. One paper just had the number 7 scribbled on it hundreds of times, covering almost every square inch of paper save for the bottom where it looked like he scribbled, "Is it 7 plus 7 or 7 times 7? He just blinked at that before sliding it away in embarrassment. Well, I suppose I will simply have to start over from scratch, Harry said dejectedly at looking at the papers. He could try and salvage some of this and see if he had been on to anything, but he didn't have much hope. Well, not necessarily, Dumbledore said suggestively. Harry looked at him. What do you mean? Well, I noticed you mentioned something in Injure of your notes and theories that you seem to keep coming back to. At first I was under the impression that you simply were having some sort of memory lapse, but then I read through one of the books you had pulled out. It was an old diary by one of your ancestors, a man by the name of Julius Potter. He lived in the 1400s, I believe. Does that ring any bells? Dumbledore questioned. As a matter of fact, it did. If his spotty memory was correct, he had continuously returned to that book and more than that, had come back to a particular passage. I think so. Something he mentioned offhandedly about a Vila conclave? Quite right. One thing I noticed about the man Julius Potter was that he wasn't very good about writing a diary. His updates seem sporadic and his details leave much to be desired, but one thing I believe you and I both noticed was the strangeness of a particular passage. To re-jog your memory, Julius was trying to craft a powerful spell to be used in war. One that could destroy entire armies if performed correctly. Unfortunately for him, yet perhaps fortunately for the rest of the world, it did not work, and he said that instead, it transported him to what he believed was some sort of strange Vila conclave. Yes, I remember that. He said the women were strange because they seemed to be painted red, but they had a similar allure to Vila, which is why he believed them to be such. He thought they must have been in the middle of sort of strange ceremony. Correct again. Yes, that is what the man seemed to think. And I cannot blame him for this. Vila were much less understood back then, and many of the things they did, including some of their rituals, were often thought of as strange. However, looking back at the passage with a more modern perspective, Vila do not have any known ritual where they paint themselves up red. None of their rituals are even close to similar to that. Harry finished. Flashes of thoughts he must have once had at some point suddenly assaulted his brain from some time in the previous 6 months. He remembered having to look up what a Vila was and then looked up what was known about them after that. A conclusion I also came to. My next conclusion was the one I believe you reached as well, which caused you to spiral. Julius didn't transport himself to a Vila conclave. He accidentally transported himself to a different world and met the people that resided there. Indeed, a most curious finding, and yet it makes sense why it was unknown till this point. Julius makes mention that he discarded the spell after using it to return to his home. By coincidence, or perhaps the spell always sends its sender to its original space. I have no idea. Either way, the spell was lost and Julius would die 26 years later from the dragonpox, almost completely unremarkably. Either way, you seem to work under the assumption that your findings would lead to some sort of powerful spell that could help you go to a different world. That is why you spoke of massive energy requirements and nothing seemingly making any sense. Dumbledore finished. Harry nodded at that, though his memory of what Dumbledore was talking about was still very spotty. He would simply take the man's word for it. Well, what do you think? I was pretty off my rocker, I believe. Do you think my theory was right? I believe it has promise and is worth looking into. I do believe that you have still a long way to go though, Harry. Spell creation on what you're talking about is more than just shaping magic and using your imagination. It will require advanced knowledge in arithmancy as well as an intricate knowledge of how magic reacts with itself. It may take you years, maybe longer. Do you understand?
Ido.
And I am ready to put in the work. I promise I won't go overboard this time, Harry told him. Considering how seriously I now know you take promises, I will have no choice but to believe you. Thank you, Albus. Oh, I almost forgot. Dear Minerva would like me to inform you that you are grounded. What? And you will have no access to the Potter Library for a minimum of 2 weeks. Harry opened his eyes and saw 2 similar ones staring right back at him. Hello? Is there a reason you are standing over me? You look different. You look much better than when I last saw you. Ciri said almost accusingly. Harry looked her over for a moment as she said it. I could say the same about you. Did something good happen to you? Did something good happen with the family you've been staying with? Harry asked. At his question, Ciri suddenly beamed at him. Harry had not seen her do that since before she had told him about the death of her grandparents. It was so shocking that he didn't even hear what she said. It took him a moment to realize she was looking at him expectantly. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? He asked politely. She rolled her eyes but complied. I said, Gerald came for me. She almost yelled. Harry looked at her owlishly. He knew who Gerald was. He was the Witcher that Ciri was supposed to go live with due to some strange thing called the Law of Surprise in her world. Ciri had spoken of Gerald ever since they had met 2 years ago. She couldn't wait to go with him one day. Congratulations, Ciri. I am happy to hear that. How does he seem? Do you think you will get along? Harry asked. Ciri nodded. He's very nice. He tries to act all calm and collected even when he's uncomfortable with things. He also clearly has no idea how to raise a child, which is amusing to watch. But he's really nice too. I said I was hungry at one point and he didn't look upset or anything. He just got off his horse and caught us injured rabbits. He then skinned and cooked them right there. It was amazing. He was so good at it. We then continued on the road after that. He taught me how to make a campfire tonight. I got it in like 2 tries. He said I did a good job. Ciri continued babbling on about the man and her first full day with him on the road. Harry couldn't help but find it amusing that she already seemed to idolize him. He knew it was likely coming, but still, seeing her this animated about something, it brought back better times in his mind. When Ciri had not been so subdued and unhappy as she had been these last few months, he was truly glad for his friend. He even said he would teach me how to sword fight when we got to Kaer Morhen. I showed him some of the stances I already knew and he said he was impressed. Can you believe that? Those were stances you taught me and he thought they were impressive. Sorry, I'm babbling on, aren't I? You look a lot better. Did something good happen with you as well? I was worried when I hadn't seen you. She told him, looking at him with concern. I did something dumb and was pushing myself too hard on a project of mine. I kind of snapped and went a little crazy, so my guardian knocked me out and took me to an infirmary to heal up. They left me asleep for a while because of how exhausted they found me. Harry admitted, knowing that lying would just make his punishment worse. Don't tell me this is because of that promise you made? Ciri growled at him. It was almost ridiculous how intimidating a young girl could look before him. Well, I mean, not exactly. He couldn't finish his thought though, as he felt a hand smash against the top of his head repeatedly. Getting hurt in this shared dreamland was much harder than in the outside world. But it was still possible, as Ciri was now proving. Ow! Ciri, wait! Stop!
I'm sorry.
Wait, not the face. Despite his pleas for mercy, she was undeterred from extracting her pound of flesh from him as she continued to wail on him. What did I tell you about that? She demanded not to go too far. And what did you do? She asked rhetorically. He looked down. I went too far. He mumbled back. She finally stopped hitting him, but she did continue to glare to make her displeasure known.
I'm sorry.
He tried to tell her, though her glare did not change. Would it help if I said I wouldn't do it again? For some reason, I don't believe you. Look, Harry, I don't want you to think I don't appreciate what you're trying to do, especially because it is for me, but if you got yourself killed doing this because you weren't careful, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. You understand that, right? She said, her tone changing into a much softer one. Harry now felt even worse for worrying her.
Ido.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to help so bad. You seemed so upset and I just felt like I couldn't do anything to help you. I was just angry with myself. I'm sorry I let that get to me. Harry told her honestly. She sighed before reaching around his neck and forcefully pulling him into a hug. You're a good person, Harry. Never change. Do you hear me? Just don't be an idiot about it and I won't have to punish you for it, Ciri said to him. Harry just nodded his head knowing she'd be able to feel it. He felt her pat his back reassuringly. Good. Now what else did you want to do today? Chapter 9, November 1990. Harry looked at the fireball that sat in his hands as he looked at it in wonder. It was near the size of a tennis private parts and had little embers coming up off of it. Was it as easy as you thought it would be? Minerva asked him as she slowly circled him and watched him like a hawk. Yes, it's actually easier than I thought. In truth, it's actually more difficult to keep magic around my palms to protect me from the heat, though both together aren't hard. Fire is so relatively simple it's almost surprising, Harry said, still somewhat mesmerized by the little flame. Would you be able to make it bigger carefully? Minerva asked with a small glare at the end. Harry laughed a little at that. I think I can manage, Harry said as he concentrated on feeding it. Almost immediately, the flaming private parts started expanding rapidly, to his shock. He tried to pull back a little and frowned at how eagerly the fire seemed to soak up his magic and become stronger. Unfortunately, as it grew to the size of a watermelon, he needed to put up a basic shield around not only his hands but the rest of his body to protect himself from the heat. Is that the biggest you can make it then? Just give me a moment, please, Harry replied as he tried not to distract himself. Considering how much it seemed the fire wanted to push beyond his limits, he needed to make sure he was properly protected. Once his new shield was up, he continued to feed more and more magic into the fireball. It got so hot that he had to hold his palms away from him to let it expand further. After a few more moments, he stopped feeding it and once more noticed an unusual amount of difficulty cutting the connection. It wasn't actually hard per se, but it was more difficult than it should have been. Is that the biggest then? No, but it's big enough. It's almost the size of a full-grown man, I think, Harry pointed out. Indeed, the fireball was, in fact, reaching ridiculous sizes. Harry looked at it and noticed the small amount of magic that the private parts was taking to sustain itself. But, do you ever conjure fire? Harry asked Minerva. The woman was now sitting down and watching. When she heard his question, she nodded in affirmation. Of course, though not that often. It's not exactly something that comes up frequently these days. She told him honestly. Do you ever get feelings from the fire? Harry asked. No, what kind of feelings do you believe you are receiving? Minerva asked him. Not an emotion, but like, I don't even know how to describe it. Almost like it's thirsty? Or hungry maybe. I'm not sure how I would describe it exactly, but it's like it constantly wants more. It almost seems eager to get bigger and bigger, I guess. I don't know, maybe I am just imagining it. Fire, by its very nature, desires to spread and consume to keep itself alive. Perhaps with your higher sensitivity you can feel such things from it in a way others cannot. Minerva suggested. He shrugged at that. Maybe it was true or maybe it wasn't. It didn't change anything for him. Either way, I think it is time to put the next part of today's training to the test, Minerva said, standing once again. With a quick wave of her wand, the chair she had just been sitting on rearranged itself until there was suddenly a wooden dummy standing in its place. I think so. Fire, well, it doesn't feel very hard to unleash, to be honest. In fact, I feel like I am struggling to keep it under control more than anything. Well, this time I want you to let it out of control, but in a controlled manner. I want you to hit this dummy with fire from 15 feet away. Minerva instructed sternly while gesturing him to take a few steps back. Harry complied easily and moved away from the dummy as he started gathering the magic within him once more, already feeling the air heat up around him as if just begging to be unleashed. Are you ready? Minerva asked, having stepped away from the dummy as well. Yes. Then you may attack when you wish, she told him. Harry eyed the dummy for a moment and then moved into action. He changed his stance and mimicked making a solid punch with his fist pointed right at the dummy. As soon as his arm finished extending at it, he unleashed the heated magic. A stream of hot flame blew out of his hand and roared towards the dummy with a speed that no natural fire could match. It was so much stronger than he thought that Harry's eyes widened as he witnessed it, and he immediately cut of the flame in shock at its power. As soon as he did so, he stumbled backwards and fell directly on his butt. He groaned in pain before shakily standing up. Well, it seems your control and maintaining composure needs work, but I don't think it can be said that you did not accomplish the goal. Minerva commented as she moved to stand next to him. Harry tilted his head to look at his target and felt his mouth dry at its appearance. The entire top of the torso of the dummy had been scorched and had seemingly shrunk in size. The head didn't even seem to be there with how small the bump over the dummy's shoulders now was. Further, the entire dummy was covered in a pitch-black color only broken up by the occasionally still glowing embers that lied scattered all over the wooden surface. Woe indeed. It seems you have no issues with casting fire. Now, Harry, I trust one do not need to tell you how dangerous fire is and that you are only allowed to use it in self-defense. I taught you this because I believe that you may run into situations that may be dangerous in the world and I need you to be, at least, somewhat prepared in case you run into them alone. I'm trusting you to be responsible with this. Minerva told him sternly. Harry nodded seriously at her. I won't take advantage of it. Besides, I doubt I will be in any sort of rush to do that to a person. Harry said, nodding his head in the direction of the burnt dummy. Minerva looked at the dummy and frowned before seemingly nodding in agreement. In truth, most wizards will not find your flames particularly challengingly to deal with. Almost all shields will be able to block non-enchanted flames. Minerva told him. I read something about that. What does it mean to enchant flames? Harry asked curiously. Most flames used for combat purposes have been altered in some way. Some burn hotter, some are made to be able to ignore or break through shields. There are some that do a combination of those and more. Minerva explained to him. If wizards can stop this fire so easily, why bother learning it? Harry questioned. Well, it's more about catching your opponent by surprise. If they don't throw up any sort of protection, normal fire can hurt just as much as any other. As long as you can catch them by surprise, you should be able to get them. Minerva explained to him. And if that doesn't work, we are working to get you more options still, are we not? Besides, you only have a little less than a year until you get your wand, and that will extremely expand your options. Minerva told him. I guess you're right, and this is fine for now. Though, I do think I have some ideas about a few things I want to try in the meantime, Harry muttered to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, he yelped as he felt a stinging sensation hit him on the backside. Ouch! What was that for? Harry yelled. You had the look on your face that you were going to do something dumb again, and I was taking preemptive action to stop you before it got out of hand. Minerva gave him her patented stern glare. Harry grumbled at that. You don't sting Albus when he says or does something dumb. Albus, despite his looks and advanced age, is still much too fast to be hit but a stinging hex. And much too skilled to be taken by
surprise.
Minerva growled in annoyance, though this time, not at him. He recently learned that Dumbledore, despite appearances, could in fact do wrong and make mistakes. He wasn't quite sure what the man did, but he knew it had to do with something about the school and its budget. Minerva had given him a verbal tanning even with Harry still in the room. He had watched the old man try to play damage control for nearly 10 minutes to get his deputy to calm down. That doesn't really seem fair. Harry mumbled as the pain from the stinging hex she had sent his way eventually faded. Life, you will find, is rarely fair. It would be better if you expected it not to be. That's fair. Harry begrudgingly admitted, ironically, as he sighed and they left the training room of his manor. He had been spending a lot of time in it recently as he continued practicing more and more magic. His protections had improved further, and while he couldn't yet make them any stronger, he had found a way to incorporate his illusions into them, which apparently made them formidable according to Minerva. He had also started practicing transfiguration under Minerva's instruction. Well, partial instruction, at least. Since he had no wand, she helped him more with hiccups he had. He had been right in his initial assessment. He was rather good at transfiguration. Turning one thing into another did, in fact, have similarities to illusions. As long as he could visualize what needed to be changed, he had no issue. Furthermore, transfiguration actually used quite a bit of magic. If he could get away with it, he liked to almost fully drain himself of magic with transfiguration. Minerva would only allow him to do small things so far, but as long as he could figure out what was necessary to change the object, as in losing mass or changes necessary at the atomic level, he could do it. Actually, the more he knew about what changes needed to be made, the easier it was to do. Yet, the denser an item seemed to be, the harder it was to create. And even further, the less time the transfiguration lasted. It was why wizards didn't simply just transfigure gold. The power it would take due as well as the short amount of time it would take for the item to change back made it rather useless. Also, most stores had some security spells at their checkouts that would identify them as fakes. Harry hadn't minded finding that out too much though. It's not like he needed more money or anything. Though he remembered he almost blacked out once when he had tried to create an entire steel sword from a bunch of wood sticks he found outside. The difference in mass and density had meant that his magic had to supplement quite a bit, which, apparently, took huge chunks out of it. Even if it didn't exhaust you, Harry learned that if you lost large amounts of magic in too short of time, it could still affect you. Minerva had dragged him out of the room by his ear that day, though he knew she had been secretly impressed by his work. Shall we call it for today? I believe you still have some things you wish to look into with your personal project. Correct? Minerva asked. Her voice jolted him out of his reminiscing. When he processed her words, his eyes lit up. Yes. Actually, I wish to talk to you about it. I had a question for you. I was wondering if you could give a paper to the arithmancy teacher at Hogwarts. Harry told her. Minerva frowned at that. I was under the impression you had paused on your arithmancy for now. I have pulled back on it but have not abandoned it. I now split up my time into different things, but I still do arithmancy. Harry explained as they walked out of the room together and made their way to his library. Once he was inside, he had an interesting moment of clarity as he looked around it. It looked quite different than when he had first moved into the house. The main empty space in the room was now occupied with Inger chalkboards that had all sorts of things pinned to them. He had also brought in Inger long tables placed in a half circle that were also covered in random books and papers. He ignored the slightly messy-looking room though as he walked up to one of the desks and started looking through the papers scattered across it. After a moment, he finally found the page he was looking for. Here it is. Would you mind taking this to the professor? Harry asked while handing her the paper. Minerva took it with ease and looked it over for a moment, though he expected her to. I believe this is a basis for determining how much power a spell would need, though there appear to be some things added and changed. Do you think you have discovered something? Not at all, in fact, the opposite. I am quite sure that nothing I added or changed would work out, Harry said cheerily, enjoying the look on the older woman's face. If you know it is wrong, why ask to have it looked over? Because I need to know why it won't work. The changes seem simple, therefore there is no way they haven't already been tried. Which means my limited knowledge isn't showing me why it won't work. I would like them to tell me why it won't work in detail. I will then be able to keep knowledge for my next attempt. I see, was all Minerva said as she looked up from the paper and eyed him for a moment. He tilted his head in confusion at the strange look he was being given. What? Nothing. Just make sure you aren't overworking yourself again, Harry. My punishment will be much harsher if you have another incident. She told him sternly. I won't. I promised I would be careful. Harry reminded easily. He did make a promise and he intended to keep it. Promise was important after all. You did, and I suppose you have kept it to this point. Very well, I will take this to my fellow professor and bring it back with me next week. Is there anything else you wish to go over before I leave today? Anything you wish to inform the headmaster about? She asked him. Harry shook his head though. Albus had come at the last visit and they had spoken some more on his pet project. He doubted the man had found anything groundbreaking in that regard in the week, so he was fine leaving it be for now. All right. Then I suppose that will be all for today, Mr. Potter. She told him as she moved closer and pulled him in closer. Harry returned the embrace much easier than he might have injured months ago and less comfortable with the woman. Until next time then, Minnie, he said with a small smile. He yelped as he felt another stinging sensation on his behind. She looked down at him with a faux glare.
Cheeky brat.
Albus should have never said that in front of you. Ah, but he did, and I am so happy he did. Harry said back with a warm smile. This was probably why he got on so well with Minerva and Albus. They were both older adults and yet they didn't treat him like a normal child. Perhaps it wasn't fully like an adult either, but it could be described as a healthy mix between the two. He felt comfortable most times to talk with them as equals rather than superiors, though he knew them both to be just exactly that. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Minerva. Injure hours later. You look tired. Harry commented, him earning a hard shove from his best friend in annoyance. I am. We've been traveling for months now. Ciri yelled as she fell onto her back. Harry smiled as he looked down at her. How close are you to reaching Caer Morhen? Harry asked politely. I don't know, another week or two maybe. We just entered the mountains on the edge of Kedwin. Geralt says he wants us to get to Caer Morhen before summer starts, so he's been having us pick up the pace. Most days we just ride now. It's so boring. And my ass hurts so much. Language. Harry chided calmly. Ciri tried to kick him from the floor, but Harry easily stepped away from her and out of her reach. Piss off. I don't think Geralt would curse nearly as much in front of you if he knew you were repeating everything, he said to me. Harry replied with a side glare at his friend. Maybe, but he's not here, so he's not going to find out, Ciri said with a cheeky grin. Harry rolled his eyes at his friend. Well, what would you like to do today? Harry asked. I want you to put me an illusion that takes the soreness out of my ass, Ciri yelled at him. Harry crossed his arms as he looked down at Ciri. Ciri, ask correctly. Harry admonished again. Ciri growled before sighing. Fine. Harry, can you please put me an illusion that does not have me feel the soreness in my buttocks? Ciri said with what he referred to as her princess voice. Mainly because of how fake and proper it was. Much better. Very well, look me in the eyes for a moment. Harry told her, concentrating for a moment on his own feeling in his, but as an easy basis for one not in pain. He then cast a complex illusion on her. Ah, that feels so much better. Honestly, your illusions are too powerful to be real. Being able to manipulate people's senses is too crazy, Ciri commented. Harry smiled at that. Only to people who can't use or resist magic. Magic users can detect and dispel illusions easily unless they're pretty powerful. I still need to figure out a way to get my illusions to affect magical people easier. Dumbledore said my more complex ones can still fool the common wizards. Anyone who has training in a mind art known as occlumency can throw off my illusions with ease. There should be a way to get past that though. Harry spoke, getting a little lost in his own issues. Still, it's unfair that you can even cast them on yourself. Like, what if you get your arm cut off in battle? You could just cast an illusion on yourself so you don't feel it. That's not fair, Ciri pointed out. Harry blinked at her words. He hadn't really ever thought about that. That could also mean that he couldn't necessarily be harsh treatment either. He'd still have to deal with the physical ramifications, but the mental ones could be mitigated through that. I will have to explore that. I wonder if I could cast an illusion on myself right before combat to make sure I don't feel pain during. Harry pondered. See, that's cheating, Ciri complained. Using one's natural advantages in combat is not cheating. It's being smart. Harry countered. Such a sorcerer thing to say. How many sorcerers have you met exactly? It doesn't matter. It's true. Why don't we do a sword fight today then? She suggested with a smirk. You just want to beat me at something. Are you scared? No, just pointing out the facts. Harry did in fact cast an illusion to start their sword training after that though. They went for injure matches against each other and Ciri seemed to relax as time seemed to go on. Harry had even upgraded them recently from wooden swords to steel swords. They were heavier and had taken a few days to get used to. Ciri had been happy with the changeover though. It didn't mean much in their dreamscape, of course. It's not like they built muscle mass or anything, but they could build muscle memory and get used to dealing with the extra weight. Unfortunately, Ciri had already surpassed him in terms of sword skill, so most lessons actually ended up with him just getting his butt kicked by Ciri. He knew Geralt had already given her a few lessons which had given Ciri a noticeable edge. It also probably helped that he hadn't had a legitimate sword lesson in months. He remembered when he told Ciri that she had actually taken it rather well, almost seemed pleased by it. He wasn't entirely sure, but he had a feeling that it had been, because he wouldn't be seeing Olivia anymore. Ciri didn't seem to like her. That's my win again, Ciri said proudly as she struck her sword into the illusionary ground. Harry rolled his eyes as he dropped his sword and watched it disappear mid-fall. Ciri chuckled as she laid on the ground. You really need to figure out a way to make furniture, Harry, she complained. Harry chuckled at that. Well, I can already do some transfiguration. It shouldn't be too much longer until I figure it out. Isn't that where you can already create stuff? Ciri asked. I can turn one thing into another, although if I don't have enough material, my magic supplements. Harry drifted off as he thought about that. If his magic could supplement material, then could it potentially supplement all the material? Could he just make things out of nothing at the cost of more magic? Actually, hold on a moment. Let me see something, Harry said as he turned away from Ciri and started concentrating once more. As usual, his magic took longer to build up in their dream world, so it took him close to 2 minutes just to build up enough activation energy to start his little experiment. Once he did, he started releasing his magic and shaping it into the form of what he wanted. It took quite a while because his magic was sluggish and because he was using a lot of it, but it was indeed starting to take shape. After nearly 5 minutes, it was finally done, and a brown cushiony-looking couch now stood in front of him. Harry was feeling exhausted he immediately turned and plopped his behind down on the couch. He sighed in appreciation as he sunk into it by just the right amount. Ah, that's nice, Harry said as he shut his eyes. A moment later, he felt a weight plop down next to him. Oh, is this what furniture feels like in your world? There's a lot of variation of feeling and it depends, but yeah, I imagine our furniture is a lot more comfortable than yours is, Harry explained softly as he started to drift. He couldn't actually fall asleep here, but he could rest with his eyes closed. It's so nice, I guess it is. So, it's been a while since we did this. Did what? Just relax like this, I guess. Well, we relax all the time, but this feels like the first time again. Doesn't it? Harry asked as he looked up at the blue illusionary sky. I guess you could say that. Does it bother you when we do just this? She asked. No. Why would it? I don't know, I just hope it doesn't feel like you're wasting time that could be used on something useful. More useful than enjoying time with you? Geez, there you go again. Really makes you wonder which one of us is truly royalty with how easily you switch to charming people. I don't think I charm other people. After all, I only talk this way with you. You just can't stop doing it, can you? She asked rhetorically, though he could hear the smile she had on her face. I'll stop when I'm dead. Chapter 10. Sorry about missing a week. I got swamped with work and just didn't have the time to throw this up. January 1991. So, it's a magical bomb. No. It's an equation for starting a chain reaction to destabilize a stable buildup of power, causing a much bigger reaction that's output cannot be directly controlled or contained. I understand that part, but if I caused it to happen, say, in a house, would the house explode violently outward? Sure, I mean, if you're going to put it in a specific circumstance like that, of course you can make it sound bad. And if a person happened to be standing next to this when it happened, would the person survive? Potentially, if they could throw up some shields really fast. Dumbledore simply looked at him in silence for a moment after that, and it took all of Harry's power not to fidget in place as he did so. And, considering this is the basis of a spell that will need to be cast with a wand, how would the caster survive since they wouldn't be able to cast the shield? Well, I haven't figured that part out yet, but this is simply something to do with the first step. No matter what, we know this will take a bunch of power, and to generate that much power non-directly, vetoed. What? You don't even know yet if it could work. My concern is that it will work and that you will try to cast it. Then you will blow yourself up, Albus said in an almost bland tone of voice. Harry scowled for a moment. Then what do you suggest? I was considering that. I think we have been approaching this the wrong way. Even if others have accomplished making a spell to open world holes, it does not mean we need to follow in their footsteps. For example, for massive power output work such as this, most people use either rituals or runes to achieve power in a safer manner. They are also more stable while achieving the same results with a spell. Dumbledore pointed out. Harry frowned at that. Haven't started on ancient runes yet. They're supposed to be complicated. Well, so is arithmancy, and you already have competency of the entire third-year curriculum and part of the fourth year. Wait, really? Well, we don't even start teaching it until third year as an elective. Oh, so more like competency slightly above beginner. When is spell creation introduced? Usually in 4th year they have an end-of-the-year project where they take their knowledge and try to create any new spell. In 5th year they go in more depth about implementing their knowledge into spell creation. I am actually impressed by your progress so far. Do all things magic come easy to you?
No.
I wouldn't say arithmancy comes easy either. It's just, magic makes sense to me. If it doesn't make sense, then I know I am doing it wrong. It doesn't always make sense in a scientific way, but it does make sense. The only question is how. Harry told him. Albus shrugged. Then perhaps, instead of more intelligence, you are simply more driven than many of your peers. There are those who don't find something worth giving themselves to until much later in life. Yes, well, I'm not really trying to find this later in life. I am trying to find it as soon as possible. Harry said begrudgingly. Albus simply smiled at him but nodded. Indeed, and while there is nothing wrong with that, remember that patience is in fact a virtue. Many don't realize how much so until it is too late. Dumbledore mentioned. Harry looked at him and then away before sighing. I know what you're saying. I won't lose myself by going too fast, Dumbledore. I am prepared to take things slow, or slow enough not to endanger myself. There was a subject I would like to broach with you. Oh, what is it? I have thought about it and I believe you would benefit from learning the art of occlumency. Dumbledore confided. Harry frowned at that. Do you believe that I am going to meet someone capable of reading my mind soon? Harry asked suspiciously. No, but it helps with all mind protections and it also benefits one's cognitive abilities as well as memory storage. I believe it is something you can benefit from. Dumbledore laid out. Harry thought about it. He was hesitant to dismiss anything Albus said simply due to the old man usually knowing what he was talking about. Even things he didn't know, he usually had good ideas about. If he said it was a good idea to learn occlumency, it likely was. Very well, I suppose I can add it to the list of things I need to get done. It'll likely come easy since you already know the first step. I do? Yes, the first step is the ability to clear your mind, which you are able to do already remarkably well. Great. It's not so bad. I believe there are books in this very library you can use to not only teach you the art but also give you helpful hints to do so in a timely manner as possible. Dumbledore pointed. Harry nodded as he was sure the man was right. The Potter library was expansive and he had noticed it had solid up-to-date stock of all the most common magic types and obscure ones. That didn't even touch on the Potter grimoire, which he wouldn't be able to access until he was at least 11 years of age. I suppose you're right. I was thinking of starting to experiment with cooking, by the way. Would you be able to get me more varied or specially requested ingredients? Harry asked. I don't see why not. Do you have anything in mind? Yes. I actually already made a list. I think it's on that table to your left. It's the paper labeled ingredients. Harry pointed. Dumbledore smoothly stood and looked over it before nodding. Yes, this should all be fine. What encouraged you to expand your cooking repertoire, if you don't mind me asking? Well, Ciri hasn't tried a lot of the foods we have in this world. English food is pretty basic, so she has already tried most of it. I want her to try some of the other foods we have. Harry replied easily. Albus nodded at him with a smile. That brings up another point. I think it's about time we had a talk, Harry. Dumbledore said hesitantly to him. Harry rose an eyebrow in confusion at that. The man looked strange, or rather, uncomfortable maybe? Either way, Harry wasn't sure what was coming next. Harry, you know, I have no problem with your friendship with young Ciri, as you know. That being said, you spend over half your life at this point alone with her and, well, I know that young men and women can sometimes, I know that when young men and women are alone together, they can start to feel things. What? Harry, you're a mature young man and sometimes children who are a little more mature than their peers tend to grow up a bit faster. They start to notice things and, well, I would rather have this conversation earlier rather than later. Harry, you may start a period of life where you notice a change in yourself and possibly others. From what I understand, young Ciri also may be entering this part of life soon as well, and since you're alone together, oh my God, you're not about to have the talk with me, are you? Albus, I know about how puberty works and how intimate works. I made sure to educate myself on that when I turned 10. Harry told him with some embarrassment as he looked away from the man. I know you may understand it logically, but it's different than understanding it emotionally and psychologically. You may know what intimate is, but it's different in the moment. Feelings will be running rampant, and I will allow you to go to the bank and take half my fortune if you stop talking right now. Harry, come now. No, no more please. I don't even think I have started puberty. I haven't even started to find girls attractive. It may end up that you never do. You could be attracted to men as well. It is not as accepted in society, but there is nothing wrong with that either. I'm not attracted to anyone, Harry yelled. He was sure his face was now a bright burning red, and that's fine. I'm not saying you will be, and maybe you won't be for a long time still. But, as I said, I would rather have this conversation a little too early than a little too late. I believe you are mature enough to have it, so I decided now would be a good time. I won't say anything more, but I do want you to know that if you ever have questions, you should never be afraid to come to me or Minerva about anything you might wish to know. Fine. I will come to you if I ever have any questions. Can we be done with this now? Harry growled. Albus seemed to look at him with an analytical eye for a moment before acquiescing to his demand and nodding. Very well. I suppose we can call it a day here. I will leave you to your research. Have a good week, Harry. Yeah, you as well. Harry said back, reluctantly, still trying to purge his mind of the conversation that just took place. For God's sake, he was going to see Ciri tonight. How would he be able to look her in the eye without this moment coming to mind? He watched Albus leave with a slight glare until the man was out of view. He then shook his head and tried to clear his mind as he started looking at his various shelves. In truth, he knew Albus wouldn't go for the arithmetic formula he had come up with. The man was right, it was basically just a magical bomb that came out of your hand. It would likely kill the caster and anyone within 30 feet of him instantly and greatly damage anything else heavily up to 50 feet past that at minimum. He was rather frustrated the man didn't even consider it though. If they could find some way to control or at least direct it so it could be used somewhat safely, then perhaps it could still be useful. He would keep the formula stashed in one of the boxes. He kept all his research that was designated as unhelpful. He kept it because there may come a time where he needed to come back with new information that would bring up the viability of something he had dismissed earlier. Perhaps the problem was that he kept insisting on making equations that would really only work with a wand. If he did it without, it would be one less variable he would have to worry about, but he would have to basically recreate already established control margins to match that of warping the magic wandlessly. That would take some experimenting on his part, a lot of it if he wanted to be as accurate as would be needed to do something as advanced as he was planning. The day wasn't a total loss though. Dumbledore had mentioned two possible alternatives for him. Both rituals and runes could be used as a way to supplement the power source issue he had been having. He didn't know about rituals, but he knew arithmancy was also closely tied with runes. It was just a different formula used. An issue was that you also needed to be competent in both arithmancy and then also ancient runes. He could probably do it though, and had eventually planned to do it at some point. That being said, he couldn't wait until he was supposed to take the class at Hogwarts either. That would mean he would need to wait at least 3 years just to normally see if such a route was viable for himself. Of course, that also left the ritual route. He knew very little about rituals, but then again, so did most people. He knew that there were only a few commonly known rituals, most being part of guarded family magic. He would be surprised if the Potters didn't have at least a ritual or two in the grimoire. He had yet to see one outlined in any of the books he had read though. From what he knew, rituals had more in common with potions and alchemy, which, while based on logic, as a whole different kind than arithmancy and ancient runes, likely similar to the difference to science and math. The two were related, but they were also two distinct types of fields as well. Rituals would likely be harder to accomplish than using ancient runes. He should probably start with the runes then. Well, he should probably see what he could find in his library first. If for some reason the Potters had a lot of knowledge on rituals for some reason, then he could still consider it. With that decided, he started to go through the shelves and look for any titles relating to either subject. Within 10 minutes of browsing, he could already tell that it was unlikely he would be working with rituals. He found maybe one book to do with them, but it seemed more to be on known rituals throughout history. If he had to guess, it would only go into a brief description of the rituals itself. Ancient runes, on the other hand, he found plenty of books for. In fact, part-way through he started to put some back as he found beginner-level books that he would need some time to go over before he even began to look into the more advanced ones. With his books selected, he went over to one of his tables and immediately cleaned it up and put all the scattered papers on it into a nice, neat, organized pile. He then set the books down across the table and looked at them. He arranged them from newest to oldest. His first instinct was to go for the newest one first, but he had found that in the magical world, authors tended to get rid of important information in an effort to streamline their own work. With that in mind, perhaps it was then better to start with the old ones and learn all the knowledge. He could then go forward and perhaps better understand why certain things were taken out for himself and decide whether he should keep them in mind or not. With that decided, he grabbed the oldest book and moved over to the chair he now thought of as his personal chair. He then cracked open the book to its very first page. From what he could see, the first chapter seemed to speak on the capabilities of runes themselves and of the uses they had over the years. He noticed that powerful wards used runes as a basis instead of spell work. That could come in handy at some point, although they mostly looked as if they were used for big properties. Another thing Harry seemed to notice after finishing the second chapter was that runes could be chained together and potentially be just as diverse as spells. This was possible in the modern day because of the combination of ancient runic alphabets that had many varying uses. Combined together and they formed the United Runic Alphabet, which is apparently what the modern-day wizarding standard was. If that was the case, then runic arrays were basically just written spells. That definitely seemed to make him feel like he had made the right choice in picking this discipline instead of rituals. He continued to read the book for more hours and got a decent way through it before putting it down. With that done, he went back to his bookshelves and started looking for a book on occlumency. He had seen one in passing before, so he just needed to figure out where he had seen it. It only took him 5 minutes to find, and when he grabbed it off the shelf, he simply tucked it under his arm and headed out of the room. It was almost 6 in the afternoon at this point, so he needed to get started on his dinner. As he got into the kitchen, he set the book down on a book holder that was normally supposed to be used for cookbooks when you wanted to look at recipes. He had yet to use it for that purpose, though. He opened the book and looked at the table of contents for a moment. It looked like the first chapter was the one that Dumbledore had mentioned to him about clearing his mind. From the looks of it, it was the biggest chapter in the book. He just skipped past it and started reading the next chapter. As he did that, he moved around his kitchen and started pulling out ingredients from both his pantry and a cold box that wizards used as fridges, which used chilling spells instead of electricity. A little old-fashioned, but at least it was efficient. Today he was going to be attempting to make a hamburger for the first time. The cooking came naturally, and even with it being a new recipe, he already knew how to cook all the actual ingredients for it properly. It was just shaping it and such that he needed to remember how to do right. Any time he was at the proper counter, he would read while he cooked. Occlumency seemed almost too good to be true. It didn't even require actual magic use, as the magic it used never actually left the body. Once you created the barriers, you just needed to maintain them until doing so became second nature. He had a feeling he already had an idea on how to put the barriers right now, actually. It would take some time though, so he would wait until he went to sleep tonight. He had much more free time now that Siri was actually at Kaer Morhen. Since all she did all day was either study or go through intense training, she had taken to using their nights together just to relax and speak, especially since Harry could now make actual furniture. Harry stopped focusing on his book as he finished cooking the meat of the burger and took it off the stove. He then placed it on a pre-ready bun and some cheese on top. He then put some condiments and brought his meal over to his dining table with his book. He pushed further into the book and saw that after forming the barriers around one's mind, it was mainly about reinforcing them. The difficult portion of this came from the fact that it was right outside the brain, basically. Hardening magic that close to your brain apparently wasn't dangerous because you could feel it immediately if the slightest thing went wrong and stop the hardening, and even then it was pretty hard to have things go wrong. However, you can only make a solid shield around your mind. The best occlumens in the world could rotate the magic around their mind for protection, which would make the defense stronger. The added bonus though was that it would literally fling attackers away and could even cause them to hurt themselves if they pushed too hard. Of course, a master legilimens could still find ways to get past with a sustained attack. If they could do that though, it meant you were either letting them for practice or you were not in a position to stop them, which meant you likely had other problems as well. Harry flipped through the book and got to the part about a mindscape. This was actually the most troubling thing. If he was reading this correctly, he should have already accessed his mindscape by now with how often he had cleared his mind. As he read further about it and how it was described before one put up protections, it sounded very similar to his and Ciri's shared dreamscape. The situation sounded strange, but as far as he knew, he and Ciri were a unique situation that even Dumbledore had never quite heard of before, so maybe they really were simply sharing their mindscapes with each other. At this point, there was only one thing left to do, and that was get ready to go to sleep so he could start testing. He cleaned up his mess and went up to his bedroom where he started getting ready for sleep. It was a quick 5-minute procedure that he had down pat at this point. After he finished in the washroom, he walked past the house's main bedroom. He hadn't taken that for his own, considering it hadn't been slept in since his parents and, well, he wasn't ready for that. Instead, he had taken one of the spare rooms next to it. It was still huge, of course, and had an entire king-sized bed. He climbed in and wrapped himself in warm blankets. It had taken him months to get used to not wanting to sleep in the closet of his room. He hadn't even tried to stop until Dumbledore had found out when he had accidentally let it slip. The man hadn't been cruel. He had understood and had him take a dreamless sleep until he got used to falling asleep naturally in the room. The hard part was telling Ciri about it, though she had been understanding, especially when she learned what he was doing and why. With that, he once more settled his thoughts and felt his mind slip as it usually did. As usual, he embraced the feeling wholeheartedly as he disappeared from the world of consciousnesses. The next time he blinked his eyes and regained consciousness, he was surrounded by a world of black. He sighed as he registered where he was and immediately cast the static illusionary spell on the room all around him. He couldn't even take the time to admire the scenery he had thrown up before he felt something collide into his back and wrap around his head. He managed to stay up and didn't even bother commenting on the action. Instead, he tilted his head so it was resting against the one that was right next his face. "Illusion, please." Harry rolled his eyes in amusement before turning more fully and making eye contact with his friend. A moment later she sighed in relief before snuggling her face aggressively into the side of his. "I love you," she moaned after finally having her pain relieved. "Do you? I was under the impression you simply loved my powers?" Harry teased. "Can't I love both? I suppose you could. Which do you love more though?" "You, of course. After all, I need you to be able to cast it, don't I?"
Hardy har.
"You're always so funny. I take it that it was another rough day?" "You have no idea. I was so tired I almost couldn't eat dinner. Gerald had to carry me to the table to eat and then to my room because my feet hurt so bad. They gave me some herbs to help with the pain though, so I should be better by morning." Ciri explained with some annoyance. "I'll remind you that you practically have been asking for this all your life. You did know it was going to be hard." Harry pointed out. "There's a difference between knowing something logically and actually having to do it. A lesson you have learned far too late, it looks like." "Oh, sod off. You're lucky. Training your magic rarely hurts." "Course it hurts. I hurt myself all the time. The difference is there are ways to heal much faster, so the pain is only a temporary thing. You have to deal with yours much longer. But magic isn't always easy. In fact, I'm probably learning it too fast, which means there's a lot of hiccups along the way." "Oh? Like what?" "Certain things that might seem obvious to someone older and more experienced, I don't know. This sometimes causes me to make not fun mistakes, usually at the cost of my own flesh." Harry frowned. "Ah, Gerald tells me my mistakes are normal for someone my age, so I suppose I cannot relate." "I suppose not. So, nothing new happened?" "Well, I think I may have done something wrong." "Oh, do tell." Harry pushed. "All of them having been looking at me strangely recently. I think it has to do with a training accident I had the other day." "You had a training accident?" Harry immediately snapped upon sitting up straighter, which wasn't exactly easy since she was still draped over his shoulders. "Yeah. I tripped and fell off one of the courses I was running and knocked myself out. Gerald told me I was fine when I came to, but I've seen Lambert, Eskel, and Cohen giving me strange glances ever since." "When was this exactly?" 3 days ago, I think," she told him. Harry blinked. Why did that seem familiar to him? He had remembered meeting with her then and hadn't noticed anything particularly strange. Actually, the strangest thing that happened was during the day. At one point he had collapsed to his knees in pain when a searing headache felt like it was trying to split his head apart. It had been painful, but it had only lasted a minute. It was the second time it had happened, and he had Dumbledore check him out to make sure nothing was wrong with him. The man had done a full scan and even had Madame Pomfrey do one with no luck. He had just shrugged it off and continued on after that. He also didn't really see how the two things correlated besides seemingly happening at near enough times. Is it possible they are just concerned and don't want you to hurt yourself? I hurt myself every day in training, so... No. Then I don't know what to tell you. I didn't expect you to tell me anything. I am just venting. Alright, make me a couch, please. Harry rolled his eyes as he felt her unfurl from around his neck and moved to stand behind him. As soon as she did, he started the transfiguration spell, though it was really just conjuration since he wasn't actually turning one thing into another. A few moments later, and the couch he had gotten used to making was now sitting in the room. Ciri wasted no time to plop down on it. Ah, that's nice. So what have you been up to? Working on my project, learning more transfiguration, working on my illusions, and I am just about to start my occlumency training. What's occlumency? The protection and organization of the mind. Albus believes I will have a natural inclination for the art. Harry explained. Why is that? Because I have already mastered the first step, which is apparently the hardest. The problem is actually the second one for me, but I will be working on that while I am here today. Harry revealed. Ciri didn't seem put out by that. It's not like it was the first time he had used their time together to practice. She used to do the same after all. Okay, well, let me know if I can help in any way. She told him as she closed her eyes to rest. Harry nodded in affirmation even though she couldn't see it before he got into a meditative position and once more began to clear his mind. It was strange, he could feel it when he cleared his mind, but when he tried to discover his mindscape, it felt like he was reaching for nothing. It was just a blankness. Unless the blankness was already his mindscape. Could that be possible? If it was so, shouldn't he be seeing memories or something? He felt no different though. Perhaps he could call forth a memory. He tried to concentrate on one. He focused on a recent one, his talk with Dumbledore this morning. Harry. What's that? What's what? Harry asked as he opened his eyes and broke his concentration. He looked over at Ciri, who just gestured her head upwards. Harry followed her line of sight up to the sky and blinked in surprise at what he saw. It looked like he is looking at some sort of screen, and playing on it was the memory he had just tried to pull out. What is that? That would be the memory I just tried to pull up to see if I could. Is it part of the illusion? No, I'm not really sure. Harry said as he watched the silent memory play out. What is this supposed to be? It looks recent. Ciri asked as she continued to stare at the giant screen in the sky. It's my memory from this morning when I met with my guardian. This is Albus Dumbledore then? He looks very old. I don't think I have ever seen anybody that old who could still maintain such energy to sit up straight and move so easily. Well, he's a wizard, an extremely powerful wizard. He could easily live for another 60 years or so, and even another 100 if he can push it. Harry answered. Wizards didn't naturally seem to live as long as sorcerers for some reason, and they certainly aged while doing so. Wow. Is there supposed to be noise associated with it? I'm not really sure. Let me see. Harry said as he closed his eyes and concentrated further on the memory. A moment later, sound did indeed start coming from the memory screen. They were just at the part of the conversation where Albus encouraged him to switch to possibly ancient runes as a focus. There we go. This is interesting, Harry said as he looked at the screen. How did you do it? Well, it was part of my occlumency training. I simply cleared my mind and then tried to summon the memory I wanted to see. I was hoping it would play in my head though. That sounds fun. Let me see if I can do it. Ciri said in excitement as she got into a cross-legged seated position and closed her eyes like he did. A moment later the screen seemed to blur to the point that you couldn't see any picture at all. Then it seemed to refocus, but now the scene playing was different. It looked like Ciri was going through some exercises with a sword. Next to her was a man with white hair doing the same exercises with more speed and precision. After a moment, it was clear Ciri was copying his movements. Is that Geralt then? He looked strong. Harry commented, looking at the lean but bulky-looking man. His face looked like it was permanently stuck in a small scowl. When he stopped his own movements, he would turn to watch as Ciri continued her own, constantly pointing out critiques on her form. He seemed rather strict, but as he looked closer, he could see what Ciri meant with the man seemingly being more awkward. Like he was going through motions of what he thought was right but wasn't quite sure. That is indeed Geralt. This was from today's morning exercises. I look pretty impressive, don't I? Ciri said with a proud smirk on her face as she held her nose up. Harry rolled her eyes but did idly notice that Ciri did look like she was rather good at the movements she was performing. Most impressive. So, what is this? Well, considering the fact that we're getting the correct results in the wrong place, I can only conclude that we're already somehow in our mindscape. That would mean that it's not our dreams connecting but our minds themselves. That sounds impossible. Is this the result of magic? As far as am I aware, no. Two people merging their mindscapes shouldn't be possible. Why not? A mind is supposed to be a reflection of a person's very soul, in that each one is supposed to be unique. That being said, anything to do with the soul in magic is heavily restricted and not really well explored, Harry admitted. Ciri tilted her head in thought at that. So, what's that mean for us? It would appear that we share a mindscape to some extent. I guess it explains why we meet up here. Then why can we only do it when we go to sleep near the same time? Ciri asked. Harry frowned as he thought about the question. I can only give you guesses. I'll hear them. Well, it is possible that the connection because we're on different worlds isn't stable, and meeting directly with both of us in a shared mindscape can only be done when we are both in a similar mental state. Harry guessed. Ciri looked skeptical at his words and he just shrugged. I'm not an expert. I told you it was just a guess. Harry pointed out. Well, can we test it? Ciri asked. I guess I can try to see if I organize my mind whether or not having conscious control over our mindscape stabilizes the connection. Harry replied. Okay, can I actually help with that part? Well, if I can get good enough, I should be able to pull up memories of extreme detail with ease. Once I can do that, I should be able to make an illusionary book with the details of occlumency. You can then try to replicate some of the feats within. You won't be able to make the shields themselves, but if our mindscapes are, in fact, connected, I may actually be able to make a shield for both of us. Okay. Man, magic never makes any sense to me. I don't know how you do it. Ciri bemoaned. Harry shrugged. Magic is to me what fighting and such is to you. Was the only way he could think to explain it. Fighting makes sense though, so does magic. When I don't understand something, it simply means I'm missing something. Harry replied easily, not taking any offense to her critique on magic. How come we see ourselves in the third person in the memories? That I can answer. When viewing one's own memories, our mind recreates the scene using our subconscious to pull up details we didn't pay attention to, allowing the remake to be fully immersive to some extent. It's quite common. Harry explained. That actually had been in the book. That's kind of nice actually. Well, I suppose I'll let you go back to your experimenting. Ciri told him. He nodded in appreciation before once more taking up his pose of meditation. Soon, his mind was once again cleared and he was once more concentrating. The first thing to do was go through his memories and start sorting them. At this point, he needed to take all the memories he could still recall and organize them as well as possible in a mental structure. He decided to go with a library since that was both a basic and easy concept to visualize. He imagined as much detail as possible to try and... Ow! Harry's eyes bolted open as he looked to Ciri again. Her eyes were squeezed shut and she was rubbing her head in what looked like pain. He looked around briefly but saw nothing else within the room that might have hurt her. What happened? He asked worriedly. I'm not sure. I felt this pressure on my mind and when I tried push it away, I felt a pain in my head. She told him back. Harry frowned. Could that have been him? Interesting. That may have been me. I'm gonna try it again. If you feel that pressure again, try not to fight it. Harry told her, having an idea what the issue was. Okay, but if I get hurt again, I'm punching you in the face. It's only fair. She told him with a scowl. Harry nodded reluctantly. "Okay, you're right. That's fair." This time, when Harry renewed his efforts, he didn't hear anything from Ciri, which meant she wasn't fighting it or the pain in her head wasn't associated with him. Either way, he wouldn't find out until he was finished. This time, he imagined the entire library. It was modeled after the one in his house with some slight changes and much more expansive. Holy crud. Language. Harry called out on instinct. He took another moment to imagine the final touches before opening his eyes. It was at that moment that he could see why Ciri had reacted the way she did a moment again. The illusion around them had been dispelled. He noticed it as soon as he opened his eyes. However, it was not an empty black room as what usually greeted them before he cast his illusion. Instead, they now appeared to be in a seating area in the middle of a beautiful library. The very same library that he had actually been creating in his own mind. Well, I suppose this confirms that this in fact a shared mindscape, Harry said as he looked around. What is this? Another illusion?
No.
This is what I visualized my mindscape to be to organize my memories. If I did this right, then all these books should be my memories, Harry said as he got up and made his way over to one of the shelves. He noticed that instead of titles, the books had dates written along the spine. He picked one up that seemed to be when he was 4 and opened it. Immediately he saw the memory of the day seem to flash in his mind. Despite the happiness he felt at the success, he also frowned as he noticed the memory was nowhere near as clear as the one he pulled up earlier on the screen. Was it a matter of time then? He knew occlumency helped memory retention. It was possible it only did that from the point you learned it and on. That would make sense. It was probably pulling this memory straight from his consciousness since he didn't actively remember it. It was better than nothing. Harry, look. Ciri called out to him. He turned and saw her at another shelf with a book in her hand. He frowned. Did she see something concerning in his memories? He moved over to her quickly and took a look at the book. She turned the book so the spine was facing them and pointed at the date. It took him a moment to realize what he was seeing as he looked at the date. It said January 3rd, 12:59. Harry blinked as he considered what that could mean. Is this what I think it is? Harry asked. Ciri nodded back. I already opened it and confirmed the memory was real. It would seem that you altering mindscape had organized my memories as well. What does that mean? I guess nothing besides confirming what we already knew, that we share this place for some reason. Harry commented as he took a closer look at the bookshelf and noticed they all seemed to be dates that matched more for Ciri. As he took a step back, it looked like the entire right side of the library was dedicated to Ciri while the left was dedicated to him. Well, this is pretty cool. We'll have to change it though to give us more room to do stuff again. Maybe instead of a library we could do like a whole house, Ciri pointed out excitedly. Harry nodded slowly at the suggestion. He could do that, and he was already thinking along similar lines himself. I think you're right. Do you feel any different? Harry suddenly questioned. Ciri turned a curious eye to him. What do you mean? She asked him. I don't know, it's just, I feel slightly different is all. It feels almost like my insides are bubbling and waiting to burst. Harry tried to describe as he looked down at his hands with curiosity. Well, now that you mention, I feel a little different too. But the sensation for me is different. It's almost like pensive maybe? I think I'm using that word right. It's like when I'm watching Gerald perform something that I need to make sure I copy as close to perfect as I can. Ciri murmured. Harry looked at her in thought. It didn't escape his notice the bubbly feeling seemed to diminish as she concentrated on what she was feeling. He looked down at his arm and pinched it hard. He then looked at her and watched her expression change. What about now? He asked, annoyed. Like when a bug bites me, she said with a scowl. Harry nodded, expecting something like that. It seems this has strengthened our connection. You can feel a muted version of what I am feeling, and I can do the same with you, Harry commented. As if to confirm his words, he felt excitement start to bubble up again. That's so cool. Indeed. I have a feeling these won't be the last changes we notice either. Harry mumbled as he looked around the library. Indeed, it seemed like things were starting to change for them. Chapter 11, August 1st, 1991. Are you ready, Harry? Albus asked, standing near the fireplace. Harry checked his clothes over and looked back at the man. I believe so. You have the bag for my things and the key to my vault? Right here, Albus said, holding up a hand that held both items in it. Then I believe that I am ready. Excellent. One more thing. As I told you previously, you are quite famous in our world. I don't want you to be shocked if people start to surround us and question you. Dumbledore cautioned. Harry frowned. I've barely seen anyone since I rejoined the wizarding world. How would they even recognize me? Harry questioned. Well, you do look quite like your father. Further, the scar on your head is something that many know you have and will likely identify you by. Dumbledore told him. Harry reached up and touched the scar on his forehead. He knew it was from the incident with his parents' death, but he barely thought about the marring on his skin. His hair helped with that since it was usually just long enough to cover it. I can change my appearance if that would help. I don't really wish to be accosted, Harry admitted. He had come a long way when it came to his comfort level around strangers. That didn't mean he liked big crowds or wanted to be accosted. Did you have something in mind? A change of hair color and perhaps a few alterations to my facial structure? Since the illusion will be static and just over my head, none should be able to see through it. Harry suggested. That'll likely work for most. Though I caution you, there may be some who can see through it. For example, I have an old friend with a fake eye who would likely see through most of your illusions. Dumbledore told him. How common is that ability? Not at all. I can only think of him off the top of my head, at least in magical Britain. Then it shouldn't be an issue, Harry said as he imagined a face in his mind before casting the illusion on himself. When he was finished, he looked at Dumbledore and gestured to his face. Well, how do I look? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked him over before conjuring a small mirror so he could have a look himself. Not bad. You still look quite similar, but the hair and eyes will throw onlookers off, Dumbledore told him. Harry looked at himself in the mirror and smirked in satisfaction. His black hair was now a soft red in color. His eyes, which were normally green, were sky blue. His facial structures were similar, though. His cheekbones looked a little more pronounced. His scar was now completely gone, showing no noticeable blemishes on his skin. Not a bad job for a last-minute piece of work, Harry said out loud. Fitting for the leading illusionist of magical Britain, Dumbledore said back with a chuckle. Harry snorted at that. While the statement was technically true, it was only because there weren't other illusionists in magical Britain. Most illusions in magic these days were part of charms or protections. Because of this, they were often weaker ones, especially compared to his own. That being said, they got the job done for most, so none saw the need for any real improvement in the field. Harry could now even craft complex illusions that could affect those with occlumency, though they took long to cast, so they weren't exactly useful in combat. Hilarious. What about a name? If you call me Harry, people will probably be able to figure it out, Harry pointed out. James? You can't be serious. No, but it was a funny suggestion I thought I would throw out, Dumbledore said with a soft laugh. Harry rolled his eyes and held his chin in thought. Charles? It was the name of grandfather and a rather common one. Harry suggested. That works. Now, with that sorted, shall we be off? Albus asked. Harry nodded his agreement. With that, Dumbledore took some flue powder and threw it into the fireplace, causing a green blaze to spring up. Diagon Alley. Dumbledore spoke clearly before stepping in. Harry repeated the words clearly and stepped through. When he came out of the other side, he took a step and calmly came out into what looked to be some sort of bar. Doesn't quite look like an alley, does it? Harry asked as he looked around. Very astute of you, young Charles. This is Tom's Bar and Inn. It also serves as the entrance for the alley hidden from mundane and prying eyes, Albus explained. Harry nodded at that as he looked around. The bar looked rather full, but perhaps that was normal for this time of day. He noticed many eyes go to Dumbledore as he looked around. He got some glances, but nothing more. Follow me closely now, my boy. Don't want you to get lost, Dumbledore said as he made his way to what appeared to be a smaller back room just off the main dining area. The room was empty, though that seemed not to be a problem as Albus stopped in front of a brick wall. What do you feel? He asked Harry curiously. Harry frowned and reached out to sense the magic around them. It feels like the very air around us is thick with magic. There are so many colors and patterns all around us simply moving through the air. They interact for brief moments before uncoupling and continuing to float around. Most impressive. What about this wall? It's dense. Less like air and more like, well, a wall. But of magic. Some sort of magic has been placed on it and it appears to be rather old. It's rather complex and yet simple at the same time. Had we enough time, I would likely be able to figure out exactly how the charm works. Harry replied as he opened his eyes and looked at Albus, who was smiling down at him. 10 points, Charles. An excellent deduction. Now watch. With that, Albus withdrew his wand and touched the wall in a specific order. As soon as he did, Harry could the magic at the wall go from passive to active in almost an instant. He could also physically see as the very bricks seemed to peel themselves away, making a hole. The view on the other side of the wall almost took Harry's breath away. It was a small bustling street full of strange people, strange buildings, and strange things. Everyone seemed to wear robes or more traditional clothing as they went about their business in the alley. The shops were all shapes and sizes going down the alley. They had strange names and were all sorts of colors. The things they sold, though, Harry could feel his eyes jumping from one item to another. If he had thought Tom's bar was dense with magic, then this place was almost suffocating with how much was swirling around it. It was truly like looking at a masterpiece of art. The way it moved in the air and mingled with each other and became part of the very atmosphere of the small street made it even more beautiful. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Albus said cheekily, though he didn't notice, still being too distracted by the sight. "It's beautiful." That was all he could think to say back. "I am glad you think so, though I am afraid we cannot stand admiring it all day. Let us make our way to the bank, shall we?" Albus suggested. Harry just nodded in a daze as he felt Dumbledore put his hand on his shoulder and begin to guide him through the throng of people. Harry wasn't looking at one person, though. He was simply lost in the symphony of magic taking place before him. It was the second most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Here we are. Harry blinked as he tried to pull himself back into the present and what was around him. He was now standing in front of a building that looked to be made of marble and looked as if it might be slightly tilted to one side. That being said, it was in a more Greek style that many banks had, so he assumed this must be it. The front had silver doors that seemed to have an inscription written on them. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." A cheery bunch, these goblins. "Huh?" Harry muttered as he finished reading the message. "Just wait until you meet them. Be warned. Goblins are a rough bunch, but they take their job extremely seriously and they respect the strength of a person. Their word means a lot, which doesn't mean they won't try and pull the wool over your eyes, but once terms are agreed to, there's no backing out." Dumbledore told him seriously. Harry nodded. It somewhat matched what he had read, though there had also been an undercurrent of disdain in the book he had read. When asked, Dumbledore revealed the prejudice that apparently infested much of magical Britain. "I'll keep that in mind, though you're the one doing most of the speaking today, right?" Harry asked. He looked to have an example in mind before performing something, if at all possible. "Indeed, though they may ask a question or two, so be prepared for that if necessary," Dumbledore told him. Harry nodded and steeled himself. He had never been to a bank before, but if they were anywhere near as cutthroat as they appeared in pop culture, he would need to keep his guard up. The inside of the bank was, well, it looked like what he would expect a bank to look like. There were Inger benches and seats down the middle and Inger teller counters along the sides of the bank. Furthermore, there was a man at a desk sitting at the end of the long room who likely was in charge of the room. Perhaps a manager. He didn't have much longer to admire the room, though, as Dumbledore approached one of the goblins at a counter. Now that they were close, Harry finally got a good look at what goblins looked like. They were short and stout from what he could see. Further, they all seemed to have rough and thicker-looking skin than what you would expect from a human. Even further, their faces had Inger sharp edges and even points in Inger places. It also looked like they all had permanent sneers on their face. The one who they approached seemed to glare as they stood in front of him. "Greetings, teller. We are here to access this young man's vault. Here is the key," Dumbledore said politely as he extracted a key that had been hidden in his sleeve. He handed it to the goblin, who looked at it for a moment before his eyes sharply looked down at Harry. He tried not to squirm under the gaze and forced himself to meet it evenly. "I believe you are aware of Gringotts' policy on disguises, are you not?" "We are. The appearance is simply to avoid attention from others. It will be dropped in the examination chamber as is customary," Dumbledore responded quietly. The teller eyed the older man before pulling back and nodding sharply. "Very well, you may proceed to the next room. From there a cart worker will take you to the vault. As you are only the guardian of the young man in question, only 1,000 galleons may be taken at the most. Is this understood?" "Yes." "Good. You may go," the teller finished. They immediately turned and headed to the back of the room where the man with the desk was and had a door on either side behind him. As they walked, Harry couldn't help but feel the teller's gaze on him. He wondered if the creature could actually see through his illusion, or it simply knew he didn't look as Harry Potter should. He supposed it didn't matter at this point. They had made it in. As they got to the doorway, a goblin carrying what looked like a battle axe met them and gestured with his hand in the direction they were supposed to go. Harry couldn't help but notice that axe looked like it would be too big for the goblin. Despite this, he had no doubt the creature was capable of using it. They followed his instruction into the next room, where there was a series of identical doors. They were shuffled into the first one, which had nothing in it. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. "This is an examination room. They will simply need to verify your identity here. You will have to drop your illusion from this point forward. None should be able to see you, though," Dumbledore explained to him. Harry nodded at that before swiping his hand over his face, dispelling the illusion placed on it. A moment later and another goblin came in. "Humph. I am Griphook, and I will be taking you to your vault. I see you have already removed the illusion. You may not place any further on your person for the duration of your visit. Failure to follow this rule can result in an early death. Do you understand?" The goblin almost growled at him. "I understand," Harry answered with ease. The goblin eyed him for a second before nodding and reopening the door. "Very well, follow me," the goblin told him. They followed him into the next room and followed him down a hallway where there was a cart on a track waiting for them. Harry eyed it, not sure how much he trusted the strange yet archaic-looking machine. Dumbledore stepped into it easily, though, and seemed unconcerned, so he decided he would trust it for now. He stepped in himself before the goblin Griphook hopped in and gripped the lever on the side of the cart. Gringotts is not responsible for any hurt badly or death experienced from lack of keeping one's body parts inside the cart at all times. What? Harry couldn't even finish the word before the cart shot forward, and he was forced strongly into the back of his seat. The cart took no time at all to reach what was clearly its top speed. Honestly, though, the speed wasn't the problem. The random twists and turns the cart took without slowing down were much more worrying and disorienting. After a few minutes of travel, though, Harry found he got used to the hectic movement and even found the ride to be somewhat enjoyable. He looked over and saw Albus looking somewhat uncomfortable but otherwise maintaining his composure. Harry smiled at the man in amusement as they finally came to a stop. "We are here. Do not dawdle too long or you will be left behind," Griphook snapped at them. Dumbledore simply nodded as both he and Harry stepped out of the cart onto the ledge where there was a big-looking vault door waiting. "So, this is my family's vault? It is simply a trust vault put aside for your education until you become an adult or take on the headship of your house, whatever comes first." "Can I become the head of my house before becoming an adult?" Harry asked curiously. "You can, as a matter of fact. As the last living member of the Potter line, you are allowed to take up the headship at the age of 13, which will give you full control of your estate should you wish it. You still won't get any other privileges associated with adulthood, though," Dumbledore pointed out. Harry nodded as Albus inserted the key into his vault and turned it. He heard a noise come from within the door before it slowly started to open. When finished, Harry got a good look at what sat inside. "That is quite a lot of gold," Harry said, looking at the sizable pile within. 14,000 galleons exactly as it happens. We are authorized to take out over 2,000 galleons a year until you reach your majority. Albus explained. Harry nodded slowly at that. Do we have to count out 1,000 coins? Harry asked, warily looking at all the money. Indeed, though each stack is split into 100 coins, so in reality we just need to take 10 stacks. Dumbledore told him before pulling a sack out of his robes as well as his wand. With a quick wave, coins from various stacks started floating before flying over and started to quickly fill the sack. Harry watched as the sack didn't seem to expand as more coins went in it. Dumbledore had already explained to him how it worked with an expanded inside, but it was still interesting to see in action. When what he assumed was the correct amount of gold, coins stopped flying in the pouch and Albus put said pouch away. Shall we? Albus said with a smile as he gestured back to the cart. With that done, they left the vault, which closed on its own once all occupants had left its confines. Harry took one more look at it before stepping back into the cart. Thank you, Griphook. Would you mind terribly if we stopped at one of my vaults as well? Albus asked as he reached forward and handed the goblin a piece of paper he seemingly pulled from nowhere. Harry scrunched his brow as he looked at the interaction with confusion. He didn't they would also be stopping at one of Albus's vaults.
HMPH fine.
Griphook groused before kicking the cart back into gear after reading what was on the paper. Presumably a vault number to go to. The ride led them what felt like higher up and closer to the entrance than where his vault lied. That being said, it was a short trip and Harry found it much more enjoyable now that he knew what to expect. They stopped soon at another vault though that looked newer but rather small compared to the one they just came from. Harry stepped out as he was closer to the exit and Dumbledore was sitting next to him on the far side. He felt rather confused at this point whether he should wait at the cart or go with Dumbledore to his vault. He didn't want too presumptuous though. Apparently, Dumbledore noticed and correctly identified his feelings. You may join me, Harry. There is nothing to worry about, just need to grab a small package. Albus told him. Harry nodded and followed the man quietly to the vault. Albus stepped up and inserted his key this time, which quickly had the vault opening for him. Harry couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at seeing the almost entirely empty vault in front of him. The only thing that was in it was a wrapped box packaged laying innocently in the middle of the vault. Dumbledore walked over to it and gingerly picked the package up and moved back out of the vault. All right, we may leave, he said with a smile. Harry stared at him and then stared at the plain-looking wrapped package. Without even meaning to, he felt himself reach out to feel the magic around him. He immediately noticed the glowing red waves seemingly emanating from the package. Harry's eyes widened at the power that each pulse seemed to have only hinted at the true power of the small item held within. Harry had no idea what was in this box, but whatever it was one of the most powerful magical items he had ever been nearby. Albus, not here. We may speak of it back at your home. Dumbledore quickly cut him off and gave him a serious look. Harry snapped his mouth closed and nodded slowly at the words. Whatever was in that box was likely a big deal and needed to be kept secret. Okay. Shall we then? Harry asked as they got back to the cart. Indeed, Dumbledore said before stepping in. Harry followed right after and proceeded to get comfortable. We are done for the day, Master Griphook. Please take us back to the surface, Albus said to the goblin. Griphook didn't respond, he just hit the lever of the cart once again and they were off. Luckily, the ride was rather short since they were already near the surface of the bank again. Griphook came to a stop when they got back to their original room, which would lead them back to the main entrance of the bank. Harry stepped out of the cart for the last time of the day and moved away so Dumbledore also had enough room to get out. Thank you, Master Griphook, for helping me today, Harry told the goblin politely. The goblin looked at him with a glare but grunted. He considered it a good thing considering the small being didn't insult him in any way as Dumbledore told them they were prone to do. Dumbledore repeated his thanks before they started heading back to the front of the bank. They stopped before they entered the waiting room, though so Harry could reapply the illusion on his head before once more heading out. Once they finally stepped out of the bank, Harry finally looked over at his guardian for guidance. So, what's next? Harry asked. Well, you need your textbooks for the year, your school robes, your potion kit, and your wand. There also might be some things that catch your eye you may want. It's traditional to get your wand last. So what would you like to go and get first? Well, I suppose we can get my robes. That seems like the most uninteresting part to me. Harry said back with a shrug. Very well, Madame Malkin's is just right there. Dumbledore told him and started to lead to the building he just pointed out. Harry nodded and followed the man silently. The buildings were rather close, so it didn't take too long to wade through the crowd over to it. Despite the swiftness, no less than 8 people called out a greeting to Dumbledore, and many more looked at him in subdued awe. Harry could understand that. Even knowing Dumbledore on a personal level, the man seemed to have a larger-than-life aura around him, and he could understand why many viewed him as something above the mundane. Here we are. Would you prefer I come in or wait out here? I don't mind either way, though maybe you should come inside. I have a feeling if you stay out here, you'll spend the entire time being accosted by random people. Harry answered with some amusement. Albus gave a look of slight relief at his words. I appreciate the consideration and will take you up on your offer, Albus said as they both walked in together. Professor Dumbledore. What a surprise! A woman almost yelled as she came over to greet the man. The woman was a shorter yet older woman. She was a little on the thicker side, but not by too much. She wore a pink outfit that was clearly supposed to be a nice, more fashionable option than robes. Harry wasn't sure if it was nice given his fashion sense was rather weak. Her hair was gray but cut into a short and neat style. That being said, the woman seemed nice enough. Madame Malkin, a pleasure as always. Albus responded kindly. The woman put her hands on her hips as she looked at the man. Don't tell me you finally gained a sense of fashion and decided to come and get some respectable robes? She shot at him with a smile. Albus chuckled at the jab at his fashion sense. Alas, I am afraid not. I am just here to help young Charles here get his school robes. Dumbledore replied as he shoved Harry forward. At this, the madam finally looked at him. He watched her eyebrows raise to the point they almost disappeared into her hairline. Dearie me, young man. I am so sorry. I didn't even notice you there. How rude of me. Welcome to Madame Malkin's. A robe for every occasion. Is this your first time visiting Diagon? She asked politely and with a pleasant smile. Harry nodded back. It is. And how are you enjoying it? No issues so far, but the day has only begun. Harry said back with a small smile. The madam laughed before turning back to the professor. You don't usually bring the children to the alley yourself, Professor. What's the occasion? Oh, dear Minerva was busy with something, so I decided I would take this one off her hands. Dumbledore responded somewhat dismissively, clearly not wanting the woman to look into it. Oh, how nice. It's always a treat to see you, Professor. Well, on to you, young man. What are you looking for, pre-stitched or something custom-tailored to you? What's the difference in price? Harry asked back. You could get a full set of robes for 15 galleons, or you could get a custom set done that can cost anywhere from 75 galleons to 500 based on the material. I see. Can I feel out the materials before deciding? Of course. Right over here we have some cloth samples. She led him over to a table that had injure rolled up samples across it. She gestured towards them, silently telling him he was free to touch. The first he touched was a little more coarse but still rather soft, something he wasn't unfamiliar with. Is this what the standard robes are made from? Harry asked. Yes, it's just basic cotton, but it's cheap to source. You bet. Harry said as he moved on to the next one. This one was a little softer, though still a little too rough for his taste. He went down the whole line before blinking at the last two. Are these both silk? Harry asked. Yes, the first is normal silk and the second is an acromantula silk. The same softness, but the threads are much stronger even without magical reinforcement. It is our most expensive, though twilfits and tattings have a few rarer materials for high-class clients. How much would it be to get it in normal silk? 300 galleons for the full set. She responded easily. Harry nodded. That wasn't unexpected. For a full robe, it probably took a lot of the material. I'll take that, please. All of them in black as well. Wonderful, if you will just come over here, I will just get your sizes for the robes. She said, gesturing to another part of the store that had stools and mirrors likely set aside for just this purpose. Harry nodded and walked over. He stood on top of one of the stools and waited for instructions. Right. Put your arms up then. Is there anything you want specially done to your robes? Keep in mind they still have to meet your school's regulations. Yes, I don't want them as long and flowy as I've seen many be. Just to my ankles at most will be fine. In the arms and by the shoulders as well I would prefer if it wasn't too baggy. Just enough in case I grow a little. Harry mentioned. That's no issue. Just give me a few moments. Of course. Harry stayed silent and only occasionally moved when Madame Malkin told him to. A couple of minutes in, another boy came into the room and stood on a stool next to him. Another attendant seemed to be doing something similar to him that Harry was undergoing. Are you buying supplies for your first year at Hogwarts too? The boy asked, directed at him. Harry turned and looked at him. He had platinum blonde hair that looked a little too smooth to the touch. His face was a little scrunched up, though not to the point to say he looked ugly or deformed. His expression, though, came off as slightly haughty. Still, it would be rude to judge him so quickly without knowing anything else about him. I am, he answered easily. Can you believe the standard of robes they expect us to buy? When father saw it, he immediately demanded a custom set made for me from the best material. The boy bragged. Harry frowned at his words. I imagine it is for lower-income families to make sure they do not waste all their money on robes and can still afford other supplies. Harry responded with a slight bite in the tone, though he doubted the boy would recognize it. Just like Dumbledore to always pander to the less fortunate. The boy said, his voice dripping with contempt. Harry looked at the boy, already tired of him. I can tell you have never had to experience struggle or hardship from the 30 seconds we have interacted. Must be nice to have always had your every want and need met. Harry commented in a monotone voice despite the fact that he was quite annoyed with the boy. He turned back when he finished, though he did still see the boy start to sputter indignantly at his words. You can't talk to me like that. Why? Do you know who I am? I am Draco Malfoy, heir to the Malfoy house. Okay. Harry said back blandly, not really caring though. He assumed from what he read that Malfoy was one of the houses that had a seat on Magical Britain's version of Parliament. The boy simply glared at him for his words. You're a mudblood, aren't you? They're the only ones stupid enough to not know how to talk to their betters. The boy spat at him. Maybe, I wouldn't know since I don't know what that means. And I see none who could be considered my better. Harry responded easily. From what he could feel, this boy, like most children, had meager magical reserves, and Harry doubted that, in terms of magical ability, they were anywhere close to equals. Considering he was a ward of Dumbledore, one of the most powerful political figures in both Magical Britain and beyond, he doubted this boy could do anything to him. You'll learn your place soon enough. The boy said with a glare. You're all done, young man. Madame Malkin said from below him as she stood to her full height. Harry nodded. Thank you, madam. I appreciate your work, Harry said easily as he moved off the stool and away from the other child who he had a feeling was still scowling at him. Are you okay? Harry paused as he felt a female voice reverberate softly in his head. He sighed before concentrating on his response. Fine, just had to deal with an annoying person is all. Just said some things that got under my skin. I'll tell you all about it later. Harry thought hard on the sentence as it drifted into the void that was his mindscape. A wonderful, if not somewhat strange, new feature of the creation and development of their shared mindscape was that he could finally contact Ciri when he was awake. It wasn't perfect. The response came in somewhat delayed, so having conversations was still somewhat out of reach, but progress was progress. Now, you have two options. The clothes will be ready in a week. Would you like it shipped to your home address, or would you simply prefer to come to get it yourself? Madame Malkin asked politely. I'll just come to pick it up after it's done. Harry responded with a smile. It would probably be suspicious if he told her to send it to Potter Manor. No problem, and the name you would like it under? She asked. Charles Rhiannon. He said easily. He had a feeling Ciri wouldn't mind him borrowing her name for this, especially since she had so many. All right, all done. And your total comes out to 275 galleons for the items, she told him. He rose an eyebrow. He was rather sure the price had been 300 when they had spoken earlier. She seemed to notice his befuddled gaze. I knocked off a little since you had to deal with some unpleasantness in my shop. She admitted, clearly referring to the boy who had insulted him. Ah, I wouldn't hold a customer's attitude against your establishment. Besides him, my experience here was pleasant. I assure you, he told her appreciatively. He appreciated the gesture behind the discount, but it's not like he couldn't afford it, and 25 galleons probably meant a lot more to her than it did to him. It's all right, I would feel bad if I didn't give it to you. Just make sure to keep me in mind for any future clothing needs and we will call it even. She told him with a smile. Deal. Replied with a smile. This woman seemed rather nice. He would make sure to shop again in the future. After they finished up the transaction, Harry used some of the money Dumbledore had handed to him for the purchase and went to go find the older man. It had turned out he had drifted to go stand near the exit. When he saw Harry approach, he straightened up. All done with your purchase? You could have helped me with it. Isn't that why you are here? I thought it would be a good idea to get some experience buying for yourself. How was it? The buying experience was fine. I ran into an annoying person during the sizing, but it's fine. Why don't we go to our next activity? As you wish. I thought for the next part we could split up. While you go to get your book supplies, I would go to the apothecary and grab your potions kit. Would that be acceptable? I don't see a problem with that. Where shall we meet? I have a feeling I shall be done before you, so I will simply meet you in Flourish and Blots. The bookshop. Dumbledore told him. Harry nodded and they said goodbye as they temporarily parted ways. Harry made his way to another closed by a store called Flourish and Blots and entered it. It wasn't too crowded, so he didn't need to move through people to get around, which was nice. He immediately started looking for the books necessary for his school year and noticed most were already at the front stack, together likely for the ease of students. He looked them over and frowned. They all looked rather basic, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But if there was one thing he knew about himself, he knew he soaked up knowledge fast with all the extra time he spent on studying. He debated if he should get some more advanced reading for when he finished the schools or simply grab some from his own library. After a few moments of pondering, he decided not to waste money on things he likely already had at his home and instead get things he may not already have. He had books that covered all the basic categories of magic, but there were a few he didn't have much on. Alchemy and rituals both were subjects he knew very little on. So, he decided to look out for those subjects in particular. As he weaved through the shelves, he noticed very few books on the subjects. He could only find one on rituals and two on alchemy. Of those 3 books, a quick skim revealed only one gave any sort of actual instruction on getting started. He would take what he could get though, and he kept them on his person. He found a book on astronomy that looked interesting. He knew certain stars and lunar cycles could affect things like rituals. It was something to look into. He found another book on modern wizard culture and traditions that were still examined. He supposed that could come in handy to make sure he didn't accidentally offend someone he didn't mean to offend. The final book he found was actually one that dealt with history. It was called An Unbiased Look at the History of the Wizard. It was a thick tome and looked like it would be interesting, so he decided to grab it as well. Have you found everything? Harry looked to his left and saw Dumbledore was now standing next to him. That was fast. Harry commented. It's already been almost 20 minutes. I see you have already found some extracurricular reading materials. Yes, just a few light reads. I decided I would simply bring books from home when I need some more material to read instead of simply buying a bunch of new books that probably say the same thing. Harry explained. A smart idea. The Potter Library is quite expansive. Even further, the Hogwarts Library is quite sizable as well. I have a feeling you will not be left wanting. Now, why don't you go pay for your books and we can move on to the next portion of our trip? Dumbledore suggested. Harry silently agreed and took all the books he intended to buy to the front of the store. There was a pleasant old man behind the register, though he wasn't sure if he was an employee or the owner of the business, as he didn't bother to ask. Within a few moments, he was handing his purchased books to Dumbledore to put into the expanded sack he was carrying. Only one thing left then. Are you excited about your wand? Dumbledore asked him. Harry shrugged. I suppose so, though I imagine it's less of a big deal since I don't strictly need it. Still, I am curious to see how much easier it is to perform magic with it. Harry confided. Albus nodded in understanding as they stepped out of this shop and headed to a smaller red one across the alley. The outside of it had a name in gold imprinted on the door that said, Ollivanders. Dumbledore opened the door for him and Harry stepped inside. Is that a new customer I hear? A voice called from somewhere in the back of the shop. While he couldn't see who it was, the voice itself sounded old. He waited as a man finally appeared from behind one of the many shelves that was behind the counter. Welcome, young man, welcome. You look quite familiar. We haven't met, have we? The older man looked at him with curiosity burning in his eyes. Harry kept his cool as he looked back at him. Not that I believe, sir. This is my first time in this alley. Of course. Still, I could have sworn. Well, it is no matter. I suppose it's a wand you're looking for. Wait right there and I shall see what fits you, the man said before running back behind some shelves, not giving Harry a chance to respond. Harry glanced at Albus, who simply returned the look with his own full of amusement. Here, try this, cherry wood, dragon heartstring from a fireball. A piece of wood was shoved in his hands before immediately being snatched away. No, that won't do at all, the old shop owner said, taking it back behind some shelves until he came back with another. Unfortunately, the process simply would continue on and on. Most of the time, he wouldn't be able to even wave the wand before Mr. Ollivander would snatch and declare it wrong for him. The ones he did get to swish seemed to react outrageously or simply be underwhelming. He had heard more woods than he knew existed and so many random magical animal parts that his head was starting to spin. I wonder. Here, try this one, he said as he took out another wand from a box and held it out for him to take. He reached out for it, but as soon as he came close enough, he froze. He eyed the wand suddenly as he became hyper-aware of every edge and curve of it. He could feel it. Even before touching it, the wand was reaching out for him. It wanted to be in his hands and his magic was responding, already reaching out beyond his hands and seeming to be trying to bring the wand closer on its own. He hesitated for only a second longer before closing the distance and grabbing the wand. In an instant, Harry could feel it. The wand in his hands was made for him. It already almost felt like it was part of him and he knew it in his heart. It seemed like as soon as he touched it, the wand decided to celebrate the union by showering everything around them in beautiful golden lights that fell all around him. Though the display was likely impressive, he barely saw it as he couldn't keep his eyes off the wand. 11 inches exactly, made from a holly tree and with a phoenix tail feather from none other than your dear professor's familiar. How strange. I would never have guessed when you walked in that you would take this wand. I expected it to leave with a different face entirely. Though I suppose I should have expected a surprise from you. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? Ollivander said, revealing his knowledge of Harry's identity. At his true name, Harry finally looked away and at the shopkeeper. He looked him directly in the eye and he suddenly understood. You can feel it too, can't you? Magic. You can feel it all around you at all times, just like I can. Is that how you pair the wands then? Harry asked eagerly. The old man looked at him before giving a wide grin. What is it the muggles say? That's right. A good magician never reveals his tricks, Ollivander said with a queer smile. Harry blinked before smirking at the man. That was certainly answer enough for him. Thank you for the wand, Mr. Ollivander. I shall treasure it always, Harry said in reply. Of course. Come to me if you ever wish to learn the exquisite craft of wand making, my boy. It's been such a long time since I met anyone who I believe would have a true talent for it. And do not worry. If anyone asks, I never saw a Harry Potter in my shop, the man said with a wink. Harry smiled. Thank you very much, and I shall keep your offer in mind, Harry said. He then paid for the wand and headed out of the shop with his guardian. That was an interesting experience, he commented once they were once more in the open.